Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Bloodmoon Gaming Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku glanced down at the alley 4 floors beneath him. Many voices went through his head as a soft breeze caressed his face. But two stood out the most. No, I don't think you can be a hero, not without a quirk. Useless Deku. Be realistic. Take a swan dive and pray for a better quirk on your next life. He hovered his foot forwards like if he was testing the waters before entering a pool. He breathed out, steadying his breathing, and took one more look at Mizutofu. He moved forward. Time seemed to slow down as gravity started to pull him down. Izuku thought he'd feel scared, panicked, terrified, regret perhaps. But instead he felt calmer than he ever felt, as he suddenly had nothing to worry about. Like every problem he had was suddenly reduced to less than nothing. Liberating. He closed his eyes and let that feeling envelope him. The image of his mother suddenly flashed through his mind. What about her? What would she do? How would she feel? His eyes shot open. What was he doing? His mother did not deserve it, the pain she would feel. His back hit the ground with a sickening crack. It felt as if every bone in his torso was crushed. It was most likely what happened. A choked wet gasp escaped from his lips. I'm sorry. Tears trickled down his face and into the puddle of blood that was forming below him. A pressure started to build inside his chest. I'm sorry, so sorry. A cold feeling started to appear from the tip of his feet. It slowly moved up, as if many creatures slowly crept up his body. A small skeletal gray hand appeared in his field of view. Another hand appeared, followed by another and another and another. And then a face. Dried skin, of the same gray color as the hands, it had recognizable enough features to be seen as a face. But instead of a mouth, nose and eyes, there were only black voids. Many more started to appear and filled his entire view. And then, darkness. Everything went numb as his consciousness started to fade. The last thing that crossed his mind was his mother. Only dark. As far as the eye could see. A void that was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Izuku floated there, just staring into the abyss. Is this the afterlife? He spoke, but no sound was made and yet he heard it. What? A shine drew his attention. The moon was there now. It shone with a cold yet welcoming light. A voice came from every direction. Izuku looked for the source of the voice. But there was only him there. Him and the moon. The voice spoke again. Hello. Izuku tried. No response. The voice repeated. Who are you? He tried again. Red suddenly covered the moon as a creature crawled out of it. What is that? He screamed. The creature was large, dark. It looked to be entirely made of bones. Its head had a lone, large black void with tentacles gracefully flowing behind it. Bony claw-like hands extended towards him. He tried to run, but his body couldn't move. Its hands wrapped around him. In a tender and careful way. Almost motherly. Izuku did not register that. He was just being grabbed by a giant monster. It brought him close to its face. The black void stared at him. Analyzed him. The voice came from the monster and Izuku froze. His eyes shot open as he gasped for breath. He took greedy breaths as his lungs filled with much-needed oxygen. A dream? He sat up and rubbed his eyes. Why did his bed feel so hard and cold? A grayish-blue light filled his blurry vision. Did he not close the curtains? He blinked a couple times to adjust his eyes to the light and looked around. Instead of a room filled to the brim with all-might merchandise, he saw an European-style house on top of a small hill with a set of stairs and graves alongside it. Ah, you found yourself a hunter. A soft voice said. And there was someone there. A very tall woman. She had pale skin and hair. Her dark gray dress, with a dark red vest, a brown robe covered her arms and shoulders. Her interlocked hands rested in front of her. Her pale gray eyes studied him. Oh, she was looking at him? And he was starting. He blushed as he looked to the side. Suddenly his surroundings seemed much more interesting. There were just more graves, many more graves. For what he could see, the inscriptions on them had faded beyond recognition. "You can see me?" She spoke again. He looked back at her. Her expression had not changed, not even a little, but she was tilting her head to the side. Why, yes. Izuku managed to say. The woman hummed. How passing strange. He blinked a couple times. Shouldn't I? Usually not yet. She answered. He looked around again. The moon was so close to them. As if it was watching them. A chill went down his spine. Where are we? He asked. The woman tilted her head again. This is the hunter's dream. A place for you to rest and strengthen yourself. She explained. And who are you? I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you, good hunter. She gave him a small bow. Izuku quickly got up to bow back. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet you. He processed what she said. Good hunter? That's what you are, kid. A gruff voice said. At the top of the stairs, the now opened door of the house revealed a tall man, not as tall as the doll, though. He wore a black leather vest above a white shirt, baggy leather pants with black leather boots. A black tricorn covered his light brown hair. The man walked down the stairs. His face looked young, no older than 30. Dark brown eyes looked Izuku up and down. You are young, he stated. Izuku just blinked. What do you mean? You are the youngest hunter I've ever seen. He explained. How old are you? I'm 14. The man's eyes widened. Oh, Flora, you are a child. I'm not. Izuku complained. Whatever you say, kid. The man chuckled. Anyway, you've been chosen to be a moon hunter. What? The moon chose you to be her hunter. The moon? Izuku looked at the moon. A memory of the monster that came out of it made him tremble in fear. You mean? Oh, you saw her? The man said. Izuku just nodded. That's weird, she usually doesn't reveal herself at first. The man scratched his chin. He shrugged. Anyways, I'm Matt, another resident of this dream. The doll and I are here to aid you through your hunt. My hunt? Izuku blinked. Matt nodded. Yes, someone is doing something they shouldn't and the moon chose you to stop them. But why me? Izuku raised his voice. I'm weak. I'm useless. The voice cracked. I don't have a quirk. What is a quirk? The doll spoke, tilting her head to the side. Izuku looked at her in shock. A quirk is a power. Everyone has one. Everyone but me. His voice grew quiet as he spoke. His gaze went to the floor. And do you need one? The doll asked. Did he need one? That question never crossed his mind. He always wanted one. But did he need one? Izuku looked at the doll with mixed feelings. I don't know. Quirk. Matt raised an eyebrow. You are talking about those meta abilities, right? Meta. He remembered. Why? Yes, that's how they were called before. Matt hummed. I see. Well, you are about to get something like that. Izuku's eyes widened as he raised his head. Really? In fact, you are already using it. He grinned. What? Izuku looked all over his body. Everything seemed normal. Matt nodded. You died, right? Izuku froze as he remembered the feeling of dying and shivered. I'll take that as a yes. Izuku's breath started to quicken. But what did I do? Mom will dash. Something ached inside the doll at the sight of the new hunter suffering. She carefully wrapped her arms around him and pulled him close. Izuku offered no resistance and buried his face into the doll's vest. He wasn't crying, but he was shaking. A lot. One of her hands moved to his curls and started to comb through them. There. Her soft voice soothed him. They stood there for almost 5 minutes before Izuku slowly went limp. He fell asleep. The doll held him as she slowly sat down on the grass. His head resting on her lap as her fingers still caressed his hair. Matt looked at the new hunter with slight concern. What did you bring us now, Flora? The old hunter looked at the large moon before walking into the workshop. Tender fingers, slowly combing through his curls. The feeling reminded Izuku of when he was child. His mother used to do that whenever he cried, which was often. A small hum of comfort escaped his throat. Good hunter? The soft voice of the doll made his eyes snap open. He quickly sat up. I'm sorry, Miss Doll. Some red dusted his cheeks. About what? She tilted her head. For falling asleep on top of what? Izuku managed to speak. The doll blinked. I am a doll, here to assist in your hunt however I can. She explained. What? She means that she'll do anything she can as long as it helps you. Matt stood next to a pond above them. But if you try to have a with her, I will break your legs. He warned, menacingly. Izuku turned red as a tomato. See? Matt jumped down and crouched his landing. Try that and I will make you suffer. He warned him again before offering a hand to the doll. She accepted it and stood up, towering a head above Matt. IW wouldn't dash. Izuku tried and failed to form words. Matt chuckled at the sight. Don't worry, kid. I'm just messing with you. He offered a hand to him. Come on, someone has to explain to you what nightmare you just got dragged into. Izuku took his hand and was led inside the workshop. It was small. Shelves filled to the brim with books covered one wall while in the other many weapons stood in exhibition. A large chest below the weapons and workbench filled with tools next to it. And on the back was what looked like an altar. Matt guided him to the workbench and pulled 2 stools from below it. Have a seat because this is going to be a long story. Matt explained to him about the Great Ones, the powers of their blood, what the abuse of it did, the hunt, who the hunters were, beasts, and the role of the moon hunters. And I think that's all. He finished. Did you get it all? Izuku processed all the information dumped into him. He wished he had his notebooks with him, they would have been useful. So, Izuku spoke up. Gods exist. Matt nodded. And they are called Great Ones? Another nod. And the moon presence is one of them? And she makes sure that neither gods nor humans bother each other? And since she can't enter this plane, she does so by choosing humans to do it for her? And now I was chosen for that? Why? He had already accepted what happened, but he just wanted the reason. Hell if I know. He shrugged. But she saw something in you. Whatever she saw was reason enough for her to choose you. He looked at the clock behind them. Bloody hell, we've been here for 10 hours? 10 hours? Izuku's eyes widened. It felt like 2. Matt nodded. Perhaps you should go back to the waking world. Izuku nodded. Yeah, but how do I do that? Matt stood up. I'll show you. They went to the grave at the base of the stairs. Kneel before it. He instructed. Izuku did as told and a gray fog formed in front of the grave. Those small gray creatures, messengers he reminded himself, came out of the fog. Izuku yelped in surprise. Remember, they are here to aid you. Matt reminded him. The messengers looked at Izuku and extended their hands at him. Now grab their hands and think about going back to the waking world. Matt explained. Izuku hesitantly extended his hand to the messengers. Their cold, small hands enveloped his fingers as he thought about going back. He disappeared in a cloud of mist. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hospital room. He was wearing a robe and had an 4 connected to his forearm. The constant beeping of the monitor beside him was the only noise in the plane room. He looked to a window on his left. It looked like it was past midday. He tried to. The beeping from the monitor increased a bit near sundown. So was he out for almost a day? A nurse entered the room and gasped in surprise when she saw him awake. She quickly called the doctor. A doctor around his 50s with gray hair covering his head came in. Good to see you awake, young man. He smiled. Yeah. The doctor walked to him. Shall we do some quick exams then? Izuku nodded and he went through a quick examination. Eyesight, hearing, reflexes, nerves, mobility. Everything was fine. I must say you were lucky back there. The doctor admitted as he wrote down something. If it wasn't for your quirk, I'm sure you would be in a coma Or even worse. Izuku looked dumbfounded. My quirk. But I'm quirkless. The doctor nodded. Yes, that's what your file says too. He admitted. But there are cases where people thought quirkless go through great stress and awaken a dormant quirk. Izuku blinked. You mean a late bloomer? Close, it's like a category under it. We call them trigger quirks. Doctor. Then what's my quirk? Whenever you ingest blood that isn't yours, your body uses it to heal any wound you might have. He explained. That sounds like what Matt told me. Izuku thought. If it wasn't for that, your wounds would still be there. I see. Was all Izuku said. Well, I'll let you rest for now. The doctor walked to the door. Izuku looked down to his left arm and saw a strange symbol in it. It was like a trident, but all of its heads pointed to a point below it. Its dark color contrasted heavily against his pale skin. Inko's heart clenched beyond belief. Izuku, the mere thought of her boy made tears threatening to come out. The image of him in that hospital bed frightened her more than anything. But she asked herself over and over again. 2 days ago, she was finishing her shift when she got a call from the hospital. Her son was found in an alley with many broken bones and massive blood loss. She was later informed that his belongings were found on the rooftop of one of the buildings. It didn't paint an image she liked. And now, her child was not waking up. The doctor said that his quirk healed all of his wounds as soon as they started doing blood transfusions. Izuku went through so much stress that he triggered a dormant quirk. And she couldn't help him in any way. The doctor said that he was stable, but he had yet to gain consciousness. He also explained that there was a chance that her child, that Izuku, wouldn't wake up. Her phone broke her line of thought and she quickly pulled it out. Her heart filled with a mix of hope and dread when she saw it was from the hospital. Hello, she said. Hello, Ms. Midoriya? The receptionist asked. Why, yes. We are calling to inform you that Izuku Midoriya has regained consciousness. The receptionist said. Inko gasped as tears started to form. Thanks goodness. If you wish to visit, you already know the visit schedule. The receptionist continued. I hope you have a good day. They hung up. After excusing herself from her work, she took the first cab she could and went to the hospital. A quick check-in later, she was going to her child's room. As she approached the door, a doctor came out of it. Oh, Ms. Midoriya. The doctor greeted the chubby woman. I've just finished his examination, everything seems to be in order. If he wants to, he can leave today. Inko nodded. Can I? She looked at the door. Of course. He moved to the side. Inko opened the door and saw Izuku sitting on the hospital bed, looking at his forearm with curiosity. Izuku? He froze for a second before looking at her. Mom. She quickly rushed to his side and hugged him. Izuku. Izuku trembled for a second before hugging her back. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. He apologized over and over again as he buried his head on her shoulder. Both of them cried for a good few minutes. After they both calmed down, Inko gathered strength to speak again. Izuku, what happened? His lips trembled before he spoke up. Ajay jumped. He couldn't meet her gaze. Inko gasped into her hand as more tears covered her eyes. He looked around the room. Can we go home first? Inko wiped her tears away. Fine. After Izuku got dressed and was discharged, they boarded the longest and most awkward train ride they ever experienced and reached their apartment. The atmosphere around them was tense during their small trip from the doorstep to the couch. They sat in silence, not knowing how to address the subject. Inko spoke first. Izuku, please tell me, why did you? Her voice cracked. She couldn't bring herself to say it. I just couldn't take it anymore, Mom. He told her everything. The bullying, the school, Bakugou, the sludge villain. All might. He avoided the injury and weakness part. He didn't think those were important. Inko had attentively listened to every word he said. She wept almost throughout everything. How did she never notice how much he was suffering? She should have known or at least suspected it. She knew the statistics of quirkless people. She checked them almost monthly to see if some miracle happened and her child could have a better life. And Katsuki? He was her best friend's son. And he told Izuku to... How could she call herself a mother if she didn't notice any of that? I'm sorry, Izuku. She cried into her hands. I should have noticed. I should have done something. I'm sorry for being a terrible mother. Her voice was barely higher than a whisper. Izuku's heart broke when he heard that. Don't say that, Mom. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. You are the best mother I could have. I did nothing while you were suffering. You didn't know. I always tried to hide it from you. Izuku admitted. Why? I'm your mother, I would do anything for you. You already have too much responsibility. I didn't want to bother you. Inko looked him in the eyes. Izuku, you are my son. You are the most important thing in the world to me. You'd never bother me. Izuku didn't say anything. Izuku, she continued. Don't ever think that you are a bother to me, you can tell me anything. And please, don't try to... Her throat closed every time she tried to say it. I don't know if I could take it. Izuku hugged his mother again. I won't. I promise I will never do that again. They hugged in silence for a few minutes before Inko spoke up again. You don't have to go to school tomorrow, or ever. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What? I'll take you out of there tomorrow morning. She left no room for argument. Not that he would. He just nodded. Perhaps we can enroll in an online school. It's still early in the school year. Inko suggested. Oh, okay. Izuku said. I'll look into it tomorrow. Let's sleep for now. Inko suggested. You must be tired. Izuku actually did not feel tired at all. But he nodded nonetheless. Inko went with him to his room. Both frowned when the door opened. All of the All Might merchandise stared back at them, every poster, figurine, the bedsheets. Izuku could not look at it for too long. Inko, who wasn't any better, said. Izuku, maybe we should pack all of this. He finished. Yes. They got to work in silence. They carefully untapped every poster from the wall and packed every figurine. They could still be sold. They filled almost 6 boxes with merchandise. While doing so, Inko couldn't help but glare at the number 1 hero. He practically contradicted everything he said on camera and crushed a boy's dreams. Her boy. And on top of that, he left him on a rooftop after doing so. If it wasn't for the money they would get for selling them, Inko would have torn the merchandise into pieces. After changing the bedsheets and putting the boxes into her office, Inko wished him good night and went to her room. After his mom left, Izuku looked around his now empty bedroom. It felt strange seeing it like that, but he couldn't nor wanted to look at all the number 1 hero's merchandise again. But above all, a dangly old lamp stood out in the middle of the room. He wasn't entirely sure if he was hallucinating since he saw his mom passing right through it as if there was nothing there. Matt told him about them, they were his way to entering the dream. Well, he could also die to do so, but the idea didn't appeal to him. He inspected it closely before reaching a hand to it. Like Matt told him, it lit when he snapped his fingers above it, it shone with a pale blue dim light. And 3 messengers came out of it. He jumped a bit at their sudden presence, but nothing else. They still creeped him out though. Seeing no reason to enter the dream again just yet, he turned off the light and changed into his sleepwear before entering his bed. Sleep never came. He wasn't brimming with energy, but he didn't feel tired either. He tossed in his bed for almost an hour before giving up. He sat up and looked at the lamp. He couldn't blame his lack of sleep for the light it created because when he turned off the lights, the lantern dimmed even more until it was like a star in the sky. Without nothing else to do, he walked to the lantern and saw that the messengers were piled on top of each other, sleeping quietly. If they weren't so creepy, Izuku would have thought the sight was cute. The light turned brighter as he reached the lantern and the creatures woke up. They stretched a bit before looking at him with curiosity. He knelt down and reached a hand to them as he thought about the hunter's dream. When he opened his eyes again, he was kneeling in front of the grave he used to leave before. Greetings, good hunter. The soft voice of the doll made him look up. "Hello, Ms. Doll." He waved at her as he blushed a bit, remembering the previous events. "What is it you desire?" "Huh, didn't think you'd be back so soon." Matt came from behind him. "Do you need something?" Sorry, I just couldn't sleep and came here." He smiled sheepily as he scratched his back. Matt nodded. That explains your clothes." Izuku looked down to see that he was wearing his black shorts and a light blue shirt that said, pants in kanji. The shirt was just a bit too big for him. And no shoes. He blushed a bit. "Oh, I didn't think about that." Matt hummed. "And don't worry about the sleep issue, it's normal," he assured him. "Really?" Matt nodded. "Yes, it's part of being a moon hunter." Izuku blinked. "Then I can't sleep?" "It's not that you can't, it's that you don't need to." Matt clarified. "But I tried to and couldn't fall asleep." Matt scratched his chin. "Think of it more like meditating rather than sleeping. You know, close your eyes, relax your body, even your breathing, and then sleep will come. A very light one though." Izuku gave him a slow nod. "Anything else?" Matt asked. "Not really." "Then follow me." Matt walked to the stairs where many messengers waited for them. "We forgot to do this before." They put out 3 weapons. An axe, a saw, and a cane? "Pick one." Izuku blinked. "What?" "Pick one." Matt repeated. "Every hunter needs a weapon. How will you hunt your target without one?" "Okay." Izuku looked at the weapons. After a lot of thinking he grabbed the cane. It looked less violent. When he grabbed it he expected to feel a wooden surface, but instead he touched cold steel. And with some good weight. Izuku saw that all but the handle was razor sharp. And it had 2 triggers in the handle. Matt drew his attention. People usually pick the axe or the saw. Izuku blinked. "Is it worse?" The old hunter shook his head. "Not really, it just requires more technique. The axe and saw you can just swing them until your prey dies. With that one you need to be precise." "Could you teach me?" Izuku asked. Matt said nothing for a few seconds. "Sure, it's something to do." He shrugged. "But first." He looked over the new hunter. "You need to work on your body." Izuku blinked. "I saw how you struggled to pick up the cane. And that's the lightest of the trio." Matt pointed out. He shrank a bit. Oh. Izuku looked down for a moment before speaking. "I'll go back now. I have some planning to do." He walked to the grave. "Before you go." Matt stopped him. "Give the cane to the messengers. They'll keep it for you." Izuku struggled a bit to lift the cane before giving it to the messengers. They took it and held it around like a sacred object. Izuku blinked at the sight before saying goodbye to Matt and the doll and going back. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the floor of his room with only the light of the lantern illuminating him. "Thank goodness Mom didn't find me like this," Izuku thought as he stood up. He grabbed his phone, which thankfully was in his backpack when he jumped, and started to look for some training routines for beginners. He spent the rest of the night sitting by the lantern, since he didn't want to turn on the light and worry his mother by seeing him awake this late in the night. He wrote down various exercises in his notebook and planned out a routine. The messengers looked at him with curiosity, and when his pen slipped from his fingers they grabbed it and held it out to him. And when he thanked them, it made them celebrate for almost 5 minutes. The sight brought a smile to his face. Around 8 a.m., the time Izuku usually woke up, he had a routine that he considered to be good enough. He closed his notebook and went to the bathroom. After showering and brushing his teeth, while doing so, he noticed that his fangs were a bit longer than before. He had breakfast with his mom. He mentioned the idea of starting to work out and his mom saw no issue with it. She just asked him to not push himself too hard. After she left the house, Izuku started to look for options in online schools. There were a few. Some needed him to go to another city, mostly to Tokyo, to take exams. Those were immediately marked out. That only left a handful of options. Between those that need him to go to a school in Muzutafu to take exams. 3 that just let him take the exam from his house. He was going to show his mom those 3 options and he'll pick one with her. But she wasn't coming back until late afternoon. She was going to go to Aldera, take care of the paperwork and then head to work. So he was going to be on his own almost all day. In the afternoon, he went for a jog around the neighborhood. He wanted to see how much distance he could make at first. So with an app on his phone that showed him how much he jogged. To his surprise, he jogged almost 5 kilometers before feeling tired. After that he went back home and stretched his legs, before starting to exercise, with videos guiding him to make sure he didn't do anything wrong. By the time he was done, he was sweaty, could barely breathe, and exhaustion made everything feel heavy. And yet, he felt good. He stretched before jumping into the bathroom for a much-needed shower. When his mom came back home, he was lying on the couch, resting. Inko looked tired, but unlike him, her tiredness was mental rather than physical. "Are you okay, Mom?" Izuku sat up and looked at his mom in worry. Inko walked to the couch, sat and sighed. "Yes, Izuku, it was just a long day. They didn't even try to hide their pleasure about me taking Izuku out of that school." Inko thought. A sudden weight in her shoulder made her jump in surprise. Izuku was resting his head on her shoulder. She instinctively reached out to his hair before quickly pulling her hand back. "Izuku, your hair is wet." Her son chuckled and didn't move his head. "I'm tired, Mom." He pressed his head even more into her shoulder. "No, don't do that." Inko put a hand on his forehead and tried to pull him away, with a little smile of her own. They continued their small tug-war for a few minutes, laughing through all of it. After they were done, they kept laughing and panting for a little while, until Izuku's stomach growled in hunger. Inko went to cook dinner, with Izuku helping her in whatever he could. He showed her the options he found for online schooling, and Inko said that any of those would be fine. After they ate and washed the dishes, they went to their rooms. Izuku tried to do as Matt told him. It took him a while, but he managed to do it. He had a calm, dreamless sleep. The next morning, Izuku enrolled himself into one of the schools, based mostly on the subjects they taught. After his enrollment was accepted, he got access to all of the contents he missed during previous classes and was told to join said classes at the beginning of the next week. The remaining days of the week, Izuku studied on his own during the mornings, worked out in the afternoons, and spent time with his mother in the evenings. When he joined the class, the first thing he noticed was that his many classmates were people with very obvious and/or heavy mutations. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. Perhaps their situation wasn't as bad as his. Not everyone has their dreams crushed by their idol on a rooftop after being told to kill themselves. But they probably went through things similar to him. As classes progressed, he found himself enjoying them more than usual. The enthusiasm of the teachers was obvious. It made focusing on what they said and taking notes much easier. When classes for the day finished, Izuku didn't feel tired of them. He actually felt that he could keep up a little longer. So for the rest of his morning, he reread the material the classes covered that day and extended his notes. Inko smiled at the sight of her son's smile and focused eyes. His daily routine didn't change that much. He just swapped from studying by himself to attending classes. 2 weeks passed rather quickly for Izuku. His workout was progressing well. Now he could hold the cane almost without struggling. When he showed his progress to Matt, he agreed to train him. The old hunter took the green net to a garden behind the workshop. It seemed to be in a constant state where the petals of the flowers in it fell and regrow in seconds as a wind that wasn't there moved the petals around. It was quite the sight. "Hey, kid, catch!" Matt threw a stick at him. Izuku dropped his cane and tried to catch it. Both objects ended on the grass. As Izuku kneeled to pick them up, he noticed that they had the same shape. "Wait." He showed both to Matt. "Aren't they the same?" Matt grabbed the cane in Izuku's hand. "Yes, they are. You'll train with the stick first." "Then why did you ask me to work out first if I was going to use a stick?" Izuku protested. "Would you have worked out if I just agreed right away?" Matt bluntly asked. Izuku opened his mouth to counter, but nothing came out. "No," he finally admitted. Matt chuckled as raised the cane. "Now, come on, let's get started." Matt showed him how to hold the cane properly and some basic movements. After 3 hours of practicing, Izuku's arms were growing tired. Matt called it a day and walked him to the grave. "You did good for a rookie, kid," Matt said as Izuku was kneeling. "Next time we'll add some stabs." Izuku smiled at the compliment and nodded. "I'll see you later." He waved as he grabbed the messenger's hands. Matt waved back as he disappeared in a cloud of mist. After the first 2 weeks of training, Izuku had his first spar against Matt. After learning how to dodge and hit properly, the sparring started. The older hunter stood mostly on the defensive and made easy-to-read attacks. But it was progress. In the spars, Izuku had to use his cane, which at the beginning meant his arms ended really sore. But he was getting used to the cane's weight now. Izuku, to Matt's surprise, was a quick learner. He soaked up every advice and tip the hunter gave him like a sponge, even in the midst of a fight. And now, 2 more weeks after that, Izuku was on the rooftop of his apartment building, laying down in the middle of it, looking at the moon. His cane rested next to him, in case he felt like practicing. It was a weekend, so no classes nor homework. He always made it as soon as the teachers gave it. And Matt said he should take at least a day off. He might not need to sleep, but he still got tired. But the problem was that he didn't feel like sleeping. So he just glanced at the moon. "Why did you choose me?" he whispered. No response came. He didn't expect her to answer. He hadn't heard her since she appeared in that void. "What do you see in me?" he asked. It wasn't the first time it crossed his mind. He wasn't special in any aspect. He was quirkless, weak, not the most intelligent according to his grade. Anything he was specially useless. Suddenly, he felt something, a presence around him. A familiar one. He looked around, but there was no one else up there, just him and the moon. Could it be? He looked back at the moon. The presence was stronger. He focused on it. The kind presence covered him up. She may not answer, but she was there. He closed his eyes and let the presence envelop him. "Thank you for listening," he whispered. The more he focused on the presence, the more he could make out her silhouette. It didn't scare him now that he knew what she was. A loud crash was heard and her presence suddenly disappeared. His eyes snapped open with a gasp. A second crash was heard. It came from below. He hurried to the edge and, while holding a breath, he looked down. A man had cornered a girl down a dead-end alley. His eyes widened and he hurried towards the entrance of the rooftop, grabbing his cane on the way. It might be his workout or the adrenaline, but he didn't feel tired after running down 5 floors through the stairs. He quickly ignored that thought as he left the building and went out to the street and into the alley. When he reached the alley, the girl was lying on the ground as the dot man kicked her midsection. The girl was doing her best to protect herself with her arm as she held one over the other. Izuku wasted no time in jumping into action and sprinted as fast as he could towards them. "Get away from her!" He raised his cane with both hands. By the time the man turned towards the noise, the hilt of Izuku's cane was about to meet his face. The man was sent a few meters deeper into the alley. Izuku quickly put himself between him and the girl, who he could hear coughing. His cane pointing to the man. The man composed himself as he grabbed his jaw, trying to calm the pain. "The F you think you're doing? You little sheet!" He glared at Izuku. Izuku flinched a bit under the glare, but tried to remain strong. With not so good results if the small trembling of his cane was anything to go by. The man also noticed it. "If you leave now, I might as well not hurt you." The man smirked. Izuku steeled his nerves as he grabbed the cane with both hands. "Come on, Izuku. You received worse glares from Bakugou." He tried to boost his confidence. The man gritted his teeth. "What? You asked for it." He pulled a switchblade from his pocket. To his credit, Izuku did not flinch at the sight of the weapon. Matt used a sword during their spars, after all. The man charged at him and Izuku swiftly dodged the swipe. He saw the chance to attack, but didn't react in time. The man swiped again with the same result. Izuku had always been light on his feet, so dodging came naturally to him. But by the time he saw and thought about taking an opportunity to attack, the chance had already vanished. "Stop moving, goddammit!" The man growled as he kept swiping at him. Izuku's dodging had resulted in both of them switching places. Now Izuku was on the dead-end side of the alley. On the side of his view he could see the girl. She was petrified where she stood, looking at the fight. That brief moment of distraction left an opening that the man gladly took. He landed a swipe on Izuku's stomach. Sharp pain flared through Izuku's body as a warm liquid trickled down his skin and tainted his shirt. He instinctively stepped back and covered his stomach with the hand that wasn't holding the cane. "What happened, kid?" The man smiled wickedly. "Where did all your bravery from before go?" "Focus, Izuku." He yelled at himself internally. "You have to fight back." He gripped his cane tighter. The man charged at him again. Izuku kept dodging, but his movements were slower. He ended up receiving another cut on his cheek. The man was about to attack again. But Izuku finally attacked, a stab to the shoulder. Blood splattered over him as he pulled the cane out. As soon as it touched his skin, pain vanished as his wounds started to close. His face no longer ached, but he could still feel pain on his stomach. He quickly followed it with a swipe, cutting from the hip to the other shoulder. Some more blood covered him and the pain on his stomach completely vanished. The man watched in shock as Izuku's body absorbed the blood covering him, revealing no wound on him. Izuku raised his cane and glared at the man as hard as he could. "Leave. Now," he growled. The man gritted his teeth as he tried to raise his arm with no success, dropping his switchblade in the process. "Sheet!" He cursed before turning around and running away. Izuku stood still for a few seconds as the adrenaline and tension left his body and suddenly everything felt heavy. He kneeled down and used his cane to maintain balance. That was, oh God. He tried to control his breathing. The girl. He remembered and whipped his head back. She was in the same place, looking at him. Her yellow cat-like eyes went up and down all over his body and she blushed? Deciding to ignore that, Izuku asked, "Are you okay?" The girl almost jumped to her feet. "I'm fine." She smiled at him. He raised an eyebrow in worry. "Are you sure?" He got up too, still using his cane to take some weight off of his wobbly legs. The girl walked to him and pecked him on the cheek. "Thank you. You saved my life." Then she started to walk away with a little bounce on her step. Izuku blue-screened as soon as that happened and turned as red as a tomato. The last thing he saw of her was her blonde hair flowing as she disappeared into the streets. He stood frozen in place as his mind rebooted. His hand went to his cheek, the one she kissed, and felt a warm liquid on it. Did she kiss his bloodied cheek? Izuku tiptoed into his apartment, trying to make as little sound as possible. After reaching his room and looking at his now ruined shirt, he was thankful for many things. That his mom was not awake, that he didn't forget his key before leaving the apartment earlier, that he was wearing an old shirt rather than a new one, that only his shirt got ruined, and that his mom was not awake. He quickly took off the shirt and looked at his stomach. There was no injury, not even the faintest trace of one. Passing a careful hand through his cheek, he felt no pain either. His quirk was amazing. A wild blush suddenly covered his face as he remembered that a girl kissed him. Yeah, it was on the cheek. But still, the now sticky blood on his skin brought him back to reality. He needed to wash it off. He sneaked into the bathroom and did his best to scrub off the blood from his body, without jumping into the shower. It would make too much noise. He managed to do a good job. He felt clean enough, and there was no trace of blood on his face. Now he just needed to clean the sink and floor. He spent the rest of the night doing so. By the time Inko woke up, the bathroom was sparkling clean and Izuku had the faint smell of cleaning products on him. "Izuku!" Inko called him as they were having breakfast. "Did you clean something last night?" The greenette in question froze for a second as he thought of a believable excuse. I had a nosebleed and I had to clean the blood from the bathroom." He hastily explained. Inko's eyes widened. Was it so bad? And not really. Guilt built up inside of him the more he spoke. It just took a while to stop. I'm fine, really. His mom looked at him for a few seconds, during which he tried his best to not squirm, before speaking. "Okay, but let me know if something happens to you again." Izuku just nodded. His breakfast had less taste after that. Morning after that progressed as usual. After Inko left to work, Izuku sat in his room staring into nothingness. He saved someone last night. For a small moment, he became a hero, at least to that girl. A weird sense of proudness blossomed on his chest. A hero? Could he become one? He technically had a quirk now. So he could be a hero, right? That question ran through his mind as he tried to go through his workout. It took him almost double the time than usual, and he felt he did less than he could. The next day, he couldn't focus as much as he wanted during classes. His notes were less complete. His workout went as well as the day before. During his hero analysis, no, he hadn't dropped that hobby. Some questions popped in his mind every now and then. How would he do that? How would he handle the situation? While watching a video of a new underground hero stopping a robbery, he could see himself doing so. That night he went to the dream. Perhaps another point of view could help him. After greeting the doll, Izuku entered the workshop and found Matt tinkering with one of the weapons that was hanging from the wall. "What brings you here today, kid?" Matt didn't move his head from the workbench. Something happened last night, and I can't stop thinking about it." Izuku walked closer to see what he was working on. "And I wanted to ask for your opinion about it." "I'm listening." The old hunter had yet to look at Izuku. The greenette peeked over Matt's shoulder and saw something that resembled the saw from before, but the blade was different. "Last night I saw a man beating up a girl, and I jumped to intervene." Izuku started. He assumed Matt was paying attention, since his movements were slower than before. "And I managed to fend him away." "Good job, kid." Matt turned to him and nodded approvingly, raising an eyebrow when he saw that Izuku was looking nervous. "Is there more?" "Yes, actually, after he left, the girl thanked me and Izuku tried to find the right words. Matt stopped his work and fully turned to him. "And what?" He took a deep breath. "I want to do it again." He finally admitted. Confusion crossed Matt's face. "And what's stopping you?" Shock covered Izuku's face before he remembered that Matt may not know about current Japanese laws. "It's illegal." Matt looked even more confused. "It's illegal to help people? Why? You need a license to do so." He added, "A license?" Izuku explained to him what heroes were and what vigilantism was. So heroes are like a glorified police force in weird costumes?" Matt asked. "It sounds really stupid when you say it like that." Izuku looked to the side as he scratched his neck. "In a way. And vigilantes are people who do the same, but without that license?" He continued. "Yes. I see a lot of problems with all of that." Matt bluntly admitted. "But it's not my issue." He shrugged. Izuku just blinked. "Anyways, if you ask me, I think you should go do it again." The old hunter said. "You need echoes after all." He added. "Echoes?" The greenette asked. "Did I not explain that?" Izuku shook his head. "I thought I did." He admitted. "Oh Flora, I'm growing old." He passed a hand through his hair. "Blood echoes are fragments of a person flowing through their blood." Matt explained. "In other words, their strength." "And how do I get them?" Izuku asked. "When someone dies, their echoes go to their killer." Matt stated. "To the killer?" Izuku took a step back. "I'm not saying that you should go on a murder spree." Matt added. "But what you said?" Izuku couldn't form words. "I know what I said." Matt started. "It's just that sometimes, the world is better without some people. Than you. We hunters usually just killed beasts. But you remember what beasts were?" The old hunter asked. Izuku just nodded, incapable of forming words. Those people were far too gone to be considered human anymore, but yes, I did kill some people. He admitted. Most of them were already starting to lose their minds to the blood. He looked down inside. "Most of them?" Izuku did not dare to ask. The old hunter straightened his back. "Anyways, if that's all." "Yeah, thank you." Izuku turned around. "I'll be going now." Matt just hummed in response. Having already returned to tinker with the weapon, Izuku left the dream and sat in his bed. He had a lot of thinking to do. He shouldn't be doing this. Izuku moved from the alleys as silently as he could. He really shouldn't be doing this. And yet he kept walking through the alleys. Wearing a dark green jacket, dark gray pants and a black scarf to cover his face, along with the jacket's hood up. His cane strapped to his hip with a makeshift holster. 2 weeks have passed since his talk with Matt and he couldn't stop thinking about it. And his mind urged him to do it again. He gave in to the temptation faster than he thought. The echoes things still disturbed, but during one of their training sessions Matt said there was another way of getting them. They are called cold blood. When the echoes have nowhere to go, they concentrate into a single droplet. The bigger the droplet, the more echoes. It wasn't the best option, but it was an option. He also taught him what the triggers on his cane were for. His cane can turn into a whip. Well, it's more of a chain rather than a whip. He stopped when he heard a loud noise. Trying his best to be silent, he stuck to the wall and peeked through the corner. It was just a cat. It dropped a trash can and was now rummaging through it. He sighed in relief. He really hoped that his night out would be a calm one. He kept walking, no specific route to follow. Thankfully for him, aside from the occasional hero passing by through the streets, nothing happened. There weren't as many as he thought there'd be. He hid from them, obviously. A suspiciously looking teen in the middle of the night was bound to raise some eyebrows. He was even carrying a weapon. So, yeah, he didn't want to be caught by them. Around 4 a.m. his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was an alarm he set before leaving his house. He started to head back home, still through the alleys. At his apartment building, he quietly made his way upstairs and prayed that his mom wouldn't be awake when he unlocked the door and sneaked his way to his room. Once in his room, he sighed in relief as he took off the scarf. "There, you've done it, Izuku," he said to himself. "You tried vigilantism and nothing happened." He took off the jacket. No reason to do it again. Gave the cane to the messengers. After changing out of his vigilante outfit, he put on some comfortable clothes and brought out his laptop. His laptop. He still got giddy whenever he thought about it. After all of the All Might merchandise was sold, Inko insisted that it was his money to use however he wanted. No matter how many times he argued that she was the one who bought everything. The merchandise sold faster than he expected. Who knew people would want a lot of near-perfect condition, limited edition merchandise of the #1 hero? Anyways, the first thing he bought was a laptop for himself, since his mom worked in her laptop from time to time. And so he also could just download all of the material to make it faster to access it while not filling his mom's laptop's memory with all of it. He was also waiting for some weights to arrive any time during this week. And he still had money to spare. He went to his desk and started to work on some homework he had. His day went as usual until midnight arrived again. He said there was no reason to go out again. So why was he sneaking out again? He really tried to convince himself of not doing it. But that urge simply wouldn't leave. What if, like that girl, there was no hero nearby to help? There were so few during the night. So, with a hand near his cane, he wandered aimlessly through alleys and side streets, occasionally rapidly crossing through the main streets. Almost 2 hours and several false calls later, he heard something different. A person's voice. "Come on, you know how it is." A rough voice said. Izuku poked his head out the corner and saw a man around half a head taller than him, with one hand pressing another man's neck. From the tip of his thumb and index fingers came 5 centimeters long blades that were pressing against the other man's throat. The other man looked petrified in fear. When the other man didn't do anything, the robber pressed his blades a bit more against the man's throat. The man understood the message and quickly fumbled for his wallet. "Good." The robber smirked. "Blade-like fingers. Can he turn all of his fingers at the same time? Is there a limit? Can they be larger? How sharp are the blades? Would they grow back if cut off?" Izuku forced himself to stop his analysis. Save man now, dissect Quirk later. Izuku waited until the robber took his hand off of the other man's throat and then charged at him. Like last time, Izuku hit the robber with the hilt of his cane. This time with better results. The robber fell and was now trying to get up again. Izuku panicked and quickly followed up with another hit with the hilt. Now to the back of the robber's head. He went limp after that. Izuku waited for a few seconds with his cane ready to strike back. But the robber didn't move. He relaxed and looked at the other man, who petrified with shock written all over his face. "Are you okay, sir?" Izuku did his best to hide his nervousness. The scarf helped a lot. The man just gave a shaky nod in response. "Good." He looked back at the unconscious robber. I should probably tie him up. He whispered. But he didn't have anything to do it. Well, he had his scarf, but he wasn't going to take off the one thing hiding his identity. He wasn't that dumb. He looked around and indeed, there was nothing to use. Excuse me, sir? He called. The man had not taken his eyes off of him. Could you call the police? The man quickly fished his phone out and dialed. Meanwhile, Izuku looked at the robber and an idea came to mind. He carefully pressed his cane against the robber's shirt and started to cut the straightest line he could make. After he finished the first, he did a second one almost 5 centimeters next to the first. Grabbing the cloth he cut, he used it to tie the robber's hands like makeshift HNDCFFS. After he was satisfied with the knot, he nodded. This should be enough until the police arrive, he said. As if on cue, sirens could be heard in the distance. Izuku's eyes widened. Time to go. He darted deep into the alley and sprinted as far as he could. Almost 3 blocks away, he was deep inside an alley, leaning against a wall. His ragged breathing was the only thing filling the air. Oh, Flora, that was. He pushed himself straight. Awesome. Izuku was looking happier. Inko didn't know what happened. Her child started to look more and more gloomy all of the sudden. But during this last week, Izuku started to have a much more positive face. At first she thought he was faking it. But he had this little skip on his step and his eyes shone brighter than usual. Something must have happened to him. And during breakfast she asked, "Did something happen, Izuku?" Izuku blinked a couple times. "What do you mean? You just look happier than usual." Izuku processed what she said. "I guess you could say so." Inko nodded. "Then what happened?" Izuku looked to the side. "I think I found something I really like to do." "A new hobby?" Inko wondered. "Oh, and what is it?" she asked in genuine curiosity. He quieted down for a second. "Running." "Really?" He nodded. "Good to know." Inko said, "Do you need some new shoes for it?" He quickly shook his head. No, I still have some money from the merchandise." She nodded slowly. "If you say so." The conversation ended there. Inko knew he was hiding something. And as much as it pained her that her child kept secrets from her, if it was something important, she was sure he would eventually tell her. And besides, whatever it was making him smile more. So she might as well let him keep his secrets. She trusted Izuku would know when to tell her. After lunch, Izuku went to buy something for himself. And since it was a Sunday, her day off, Inko took the opportunity and grabbed a book from her office. She barely had time to read during the week. Almost an hour later, her reading time was interrupted by someone knocking at the door. Perhaps Izuku forgot his key. It wouldn't be the first time. Inko put her page marker on the current page and went to open the door. When she opened it, she saw someone she didn't expect to see for some time. Oh! Many emotions flew through her face in less than a second. "Mitsuki." "Hi, Inko." Silence stretched as they looked at each other. Mitsuki was the first to speak up. "Can I come in?" Inko snapped out of whatever trance she was in and stepped back. "Yes, sure." The blonde walked to the couch and waited for her friend. Inko walked behind her, a bit slower. Her face showed sorrow and a bit of disappointment, to whom it was directed. Not even she was sure. As soon as Inko sat, Mitsuki spoke. "Did something happen?" The chubby woman bit her lip before speaking. "What do you mean? You haven't talked to me in almost 2 months." The blonde stated. The brunette closed her hands together. "Izuku, he told me some things about?" "About what?" Mitsuki asked. "About Aldra." She finished. She couldn't say her best friend's son name. The ever-youthful woman tilted her head to the side. Katsuki said he hadn't seen Izuku at school for some time now. In his own way. "I know, I de-enrolled him." Inko stated. "What? Why?" Mitsuki's eyes widened. The brunette dug her nails in her hands. "Quirkist," the brunette whispered. Mitsuki leaned a bit closer. "I couldn't hear you." "They are just some Quirkist BSS." Inko snarled. Mitsuki almost jumped in surprise. It was the first time she saw that look on her best friend's face. A deep frown on her face, jaw clenched and wild fire in her eyes. It was raw and unfiltered rage. She'd seen her annoyed, perhaps a bit angered, than ever. She didn't even think Inko was capable of expressing rage. Then she processed what she heard. Quirkist? She repeated. You mean? Yes, both students and teachers. Inko barked. The teachers? Mitsuki had problems believing it. But why would Inko lie about this? Even so, he has Katsuki there to defend him. The blonde tried to assure the brunette, but it only made Inko's frown turn deeper. He was the main aggressor, she argued. Mitsuki's own motherly instinct jumped in action. Bullshit, she exclaimed. They are best friends. Inko suddenly stood up. That's what I thought too, she screamed. Despite being taller, Mitsuki felt small under the glare of the chubby woman. He told my son to kill himself. Inko yelled. Mitsuki's eyes widened. What? That's it. She tried to argue, but Inko kept speaking. Do you really think Izuku would lie about that? Inko's rage went from an uncontrollable fire to a focused beam. And it was directed to Mitsuki. Everything went quiet as Mitsuki thought. Her brat, Katsuki, wouldn't say that to anyone, right? She knew he was harsh and had no filter, but he wouldn't cross that line, would he? I think you should leave, Mitsuki. Inko broke her line of thought. The hot rage in her voice was replaced by cold emotionlessness. She took a step back. Mitsuki wordlessly got up and walked out of the apartment. After the door closed, Inko collapsed back on the couch. Her ragged breathing filled the quiet apartment. She just yelled at her best friend. But she couldn't help it. All of the emotions she had bottled up surfaced when Mitsuki mentioned that Katsuki and Izuku were best friends. She knew it was unfair to direct her anger to the blonde woman. But when she heard that, she could only think of how she failed her son and she just snapped. A choked gasp escaped her throat as she tried to wipe the tears running down her cheeks as sobs came out from her uncontrollably. All of her pent-up emotions were spilling out of her without stopping. Every bit of sadness, guilt, worry, anger. Everything flowed without stopping. She wasn't sure if she cried for minutes or hours. But eventually, she was able to rein her emotions back in control. Slowly and on weak legs, she walked to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water before starting to prepare some jasmine tea, her favorite. She could use some right now. Izuku might have spent far more time than he intended looking at hero merchandise, despite not buying any. Perhaps if he did well on the midterm exams he'd have next week, he'll reward himself with a poster or something. There were a couple of Gang Orca and Best Jeanist that drew his attention. Some of Night Eye too. Oh well, in another moment. He looked at the bag in his hand, checking he had all he was looking for. 2 notebooks for classes, many pencils and pens, eraser, markers. A small pocket-sized notebook and some zip ties. Some guilt crept up his spine as he looked at the last 2. He didn't lie to his mom when she asked for his new hobby. At least not entirely. He did run a lot during his prattles. Yes, they were patrols, he had a sort of route now, but it wasn't the full truth either. But he couldn't just say that he became a vigilante. He'll keep it a secret for now. He promised himself that he would tell her, eventually. But it wasn't the right time now. He had gone out 3 more times, and caught 1 more criminal. The criminal was running away from a hero and happened to pass through the same alley as Izuku. All he did was tripping her with his cane, but before he could try to restrain her, he heard the hero approaching, so he left. It wasn't technically his catch, but he helped. He was planning on going out again tonight and he figured that he needed something to restrain people easily. And since zip ties were cheap and didn't raise questions when bought, they seemed like the right choice. On his way from the shopping mall to the station, he got a strange feeling. He felt watched. But when he looked around, no one was looking at him specifically. And he knew it wasn't the moon presence either, her presence was different. He walked a bit faster, just in case. The feeling disappeared when he entered the train station, thankfully. He wasn't sure if he could defend himself properly without his cane. Perhaps he should learn some hand-to-hand combat, or at least how to throw a proper fist. When he reached his apartment, he opened the door. To see Inko sitting on the couch. A teapot on the table and a cup in her hand. The scent of jasmine covered the house. Something happened, he knew it. His mom only drank that tea when something happened. Inko turned around when she heard the door opening. "Oh, Izuku, you are back." Her voice was off. "Yeah." He took off his shoes and walked in. "Did something happen?" His mom looked down at the cup in her hands with conflicted feelings. Mitsuki was here and she tightened her grip on her cup. "And a sigh escaped her lips. "We talked." "Oh." Izuku wordlessly walked to the couch and next to her. None of them spoke a single word after that. Once Inko finished her tea, she got up, kissed her child on the forehead and ruffled his hair. The day passed normally after that, albeit with a conflicted air surrounding Inko. Mitsuki entered her house with a downcast expression. If what Inko told her was true, then her brat, Katsuki. She wished, with all of her will, for what her best friend said was not true, but that glare she received, that anger, it couldn't be a lie. The clock showed that there were 2 hours left until Katsuki came back from school. She sat on the couch as time passed at a snail pace. Eventually, the door opened. "I'm home," her brat yelled. He quickly took off his shoes and went to his room. "Katsuki." Or he would have done so if Mitsuki hadn't spoken up. "What is it, Hag?" He stopped in the middle of the stairs. "Come here, we have to talk." Her voice showed nothing but neutrality. The explosive blonde muttered under his breath but went down the stairs anyway. "Sit." It wasn't an order, but he did as told. "I visited Inko today and she told me some..." She searched for the right words. "Revealing information." "And what does it have to do with me?" he asked. His usual aggressive tone made him sound on the defensive. "Are you still friends with Izuku?" She looked directly at his eyes. Katsuki scoffed. "As if I would be friends with that nerd." Mitsuki bit her lip. "Why? Why the f would I be friends with a quirkless pushover?" She clenched her fists. "Are you serious?" She contained the anger swelling up inside of her. Katsuki scoffed again. "Of course I am," he exclaimed. "The fucker was always trying to pretend he was better than me. I'm glad I don't have to see his face a guy dash." He was cut off by a slap connecting with his cheek. "How dare you say that?" Mitsuki yelled. "So it's true that you told him to kill himself?" Katsuki stood up with anger covering his features. "And what if I did?" "That's what he gets for being a useless quirkless." Shock crossed Mitsuki's expression, but quickly it was replaced with anger. "Are you out of your goddamn mind? Why the hell would you say that to him? That's what he deserves for being a shitty dash." Another slap cut him off. "As of today, you won't be allowed to enter any hero school unless I say so," Mitsuki announced as she glared at him. "What?" His anger was replaced with shock before his anger resurfaced. "You can't dash." "I can and I will," she stated. "Now go to your room, you are grounded." She pointed to the stairs. Katsuki glared at his mother. Mitsuki glared back. Eventually Katsuki scoffed and went upstairs while cursing under his breath. Mitsuki collapsed onto the couch and rested her head on her hands. "How did I not notice?" she whispered to herself. The door opened again. "What just happened?" Masuru asked as he entered the house. Mitsuki looked at her husband with tiredness in her eyes. It's a lot to take in." The next night, Izuku was in his vigilante outfit, sneaking through the alleys of his new route. Perhaps calling it a route was a bit of a stretch. It was just a series of places he would go to, because he thought there were higher chances of something happening there. Surprisingly, he was proven right in the first location. It was a dead-end alley located between 2 buildings, where the fire escapes were. He first heard it. Something hard was hitting flesh. He hurried and froze at the sight. A large man was beating a young boy, perhaps barely younger than Izuku. The man had heavy crustacean mutations, his limbs covered in bright red shells. "I told you what would happen if you didn't give us the money." The man barked as he kicked the boy in the stomach. The boy didn't even grunt in pain. Izuku snapped out of his shock and grabbed his cane. "Che!" His voice betrayed him. The man turned, saw Izuku and sneered. "Get the hell out of here, kid. This is none of your business." Seeing that the greenette was not going away, but rather walking closer to him, he sighed. I said, "This is none of your business." He snarled as he took a strong step forward. Izuku, for his part, was thankful he had his scarf and hood hiding his features, because he was certain his face didn't show anything close to bravery. But he forced himself to keep moving forward. The man shook his head. I hate when kids try to be heroes. Izuku stopped and widened his stance a bit. He was trying to mimic Matt's stance. The old hunter always gave off an air of overconfidence with his weapon held calmly to his side as if nothing could hurt him. Izuku hoped he was giving the same air. He was standing 5 meters away from the man. Enough distance to give himself time to react, hopefully. The man looked the greenette up and down. He smiled wickedly. Welp, I guess I'll have to show you what the real world is like. Clenching his shell-covered hands, he charged forward. When he was close enough, he threw a right hook that Izuku dodged swiftly, followed by another punch, with the same result. He is slow, Izuku thought. His shells must be heavy. Izuku swiped up with his cane. The man just blocked it with his arm. While it didn't bounce off, it didn't seem to hurt the man either. They are tough too. Izuku looked where he striked. There was a dent on the shell, but it wasn't deep enough to break it. He swiped again. This time it hit close to the elbow. The man's elbow bent a little. Before Izuku could process what it meant, the man was attacking him again. His attacks were slower than Matt's, so Izuku had no problem dodging. But the crustacean-looking man probably had more stamina than him, so he couldn't risk it in a battle of attrition. Ever since he knew of his cane's chain form, he had an idea in mind. But he couldn't try it with Matt since it could really hurt him. But the man in front of him was covered in shells, so perhaps I can. In his moment of distraction, the man managed to connect a hook to his thumb, sending him a couple of meters back while taking the air out of his lungs. He fell down. His hand left his cane as he grasped his stomach and struggled to send air back into his lungs. A sudden kick to his ribs turned him around so he was laying on his back. Some air managed to enter his lungs before a boot landed on his chest. Izuku desperately tried to get it off him. But the man simply applied more pressure, making his ribs creak in complaint. You should have just left, kid. The man said as he twisted his foot, earning a choked scream from Izuku. Izuku just punched the leg that held him down, albeit weakly. Oh, you are a feisty one. He laughed. I like it. He put some more pressure on him. Black spots appeared on Izuku's view. Do something. He tried to order himself. Shame you couldn't give much of a fight. The man mocked. Izuku looked at the man's leg. But, oh well, it was fun while it lasted. He started to apply more pressure. Izuku gathered all of the strength he could and threw a pu. He screamed as his ribs suddenly snapped under the weight of the man with a sickening crack. His voice grew quieter and wetter as blood flooded his throat and everything slowly turned black. Blood. It painted the ground in front of him. The coppery smell reached Eraserhead's nostrils and, while he was used to it, it made him wrinkle his nose in disgust. His eyes went to the paramedics deeper into the alley. They were moving a severely injured child to a stretcher. He was barely alive from what the pro-hero heard and saw. His gaze went back to the puddle of blood in front of him, and his eyes darkened. He was here because someone called the police due to a terrifying scream coming from this alley. He was to make sure the paramedics would be safe. Luckily, he wasn't needed. Unluckily, he was late. Yes, they did get to the child on time, and with proper treatment, he would survive. But this blood, it was too much to be from the child. He would be dead if it was his. But that meant there was someone else involved, and they were surely injured if not dead. Besides, the school year barely started 3 months ago. And it wasn't strange to see hero school's rejects to try vigilantism to prove the world or themselves that they could be heroes. But it didn't always go well. He truly wished he was wrong. The world slowly started to gain color around Izuku. Pale blue light filled his vision. Blinking a couple times, he recognized the abnormally large moon from the dream. He didn't move. He wasn't able to stop that man. He wasn't strong enough. Good hunter. The doll appeared in his vision. Are you all right? Tears started to flood his eyes. The doll felt something clenching on her chest and kneeled next to him and pulled his head to her lap. There. Her hand started to comb through his hair. He started weeping without restraint and his cries filled the quiet dream. A strange pain rose within the doll at the sight. Her other hand went to his cheek and Izuku leaned into her touch as she wiped his tears with her thumb. He wasn't sure if it was minutes or hours, but eventually his cries quieted down and his tears ran dry. He slowly sat up as he rubbed his puffy eyes. "I'm sorry, Miss Doll." The doll tilted her head to the side, remembering what Matt told her to say after last time. "It's no problem, good hunter. I'm here to help you." Izuku was sure that if he had more tears left, he would have cried even more. Thanks." The doll stood up and offered a hand to him. He accepted it and got up too. "Do you know where Matt is?" he asked. I have to talk to him." "I'm here." Matt stood next to the messenger's bath behind where the doll usually stood, his hand extended for the messengers to play with. "Let's go to the workshop." Izuku followed him and they sat on the workbench. "What is it?" Matt asked as they sat. Izuku opened and closed his mouth many times until the words finally came out. "How do you know?" "When to..." The word was stuck in his throat. "When to..." He tried again. He couldn't force it out. "When to kill." The old hunter finished the sentence for him. The greenette nodded. Matt stood silent for a few seconds as he brought a hand to his cheek and traced a finger on the light beard he had through all of his jawline. "I don't know," he admitted. Izuku blinked a couple times. "But you said..." "I know what I said," he interrupted. "But my kills were in self-defense or to protect others." "Mostly." Izuku didn't say anything. Matt took the silence as a sign to continue. "You just died, right?" Izuku froze for a moment before nodding slowly. "What happened?" The greenette bit his lips before speaking. "I was out when I found this man. He was beating Flora. The boy." Izuku's eyes widened in terror. "He was really injured. I had to save him. But he started to breathe faster and faster. A hand landed on his shoulder. "Kid." Matt's voice was laced with some traces of concern. "You have to breathe. Slowly." Izuku obliged and did his best to control his breathing. "Continue." Matt sat straight again. He was beating the boy, and I stepped in. Izuku tried his best to keep his voice from cracking. "I fought him, but he hit me in the stomach and before I could get up, he killed you." Matt finished the sentence for him. Izuku nodded. The old hunter sighed. "I know you won't like what I'm going to say, but you now understand why you need echoes, right?" Izuku didn't say anything. Matt continued. "You are becoming stronger on your own, but it's not fast enough. And you just paid the price for that." Izuku still kept quiet, but small shakes ran through his body. "You can sit here and weep about it all you want, but that's not going to change what happened." Matt stated bluntly. "You are a moon hunter, you have the chance to learn from your mistakes and not let them happen again." Izuku looked up at the old hunter. "But that kid I know," Matt said in a sympathetic tone. "But if you just sit here and do nothing there will be more like him." "But I'm not strong enough," Izuku exclaimed. "I couldn't do it. He is probably dead because of me. And that's why you need echoes." Matt seemed unfazed by his outburst. "You have the means to become stronger, you just have to take them." Izuku flinched. But that, I'd have to?" "Getting echoes is part of being a moon hunter, kid," Matt explained. "And you know how to get them." He left no room for argument. The words sunk in, Izuku slowly regained his ability to speak. But you said cold blood was an option?" "It is, but it's a temporary solution. The stronger you become, the more echoes you'll need." Izuku managed to say. "I wish there was another way, kid, truly." Matt sighed. "But this is how it is." I see." Izuku's voice was barely higher than a whisper. "I'll be going now." He started to walk to the grave. "Okay." After Izuku disappeared in a cloud of mist, Matt sighed again and got up. He walked to a small garden behind the workshop, the moon perfectly visible from there. He walked in and sat next to a lonely wheelchair standing in the middle of the garden. I sometimes regret doing this, Gehrman. Izuku wandered through the alleys, the moon watching him as he walked. During the week after his talk with Matt, he spent every night on the streets and managed to catch one criminal. They weren't really dangerous, just some guy using their quirk and little to none fighting experience. Barely a threat. And yet, after restraining them, a thought crossed his mind. Should I do it? He felt a small part of his brain suggesting he did it, that he sank his cane into their head or chest. I need echoes. That part reasoned. He snuffed that idea out as soon as it appeared. He wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. If he was to kill, it would be because there was no other choice. But with no echoes, he shook the thoughts out of his head. His phone alarm went off, it was getting late. So he headed back home. When reached his apartment, the sun was already rising. He quickly took off and hid his vigilante outfit before jumping into more common clothes. He looked at his phone and his eyes widened at the date. Today was the first day of his midterm exams. And he hadn't studied recently. He was too focused on other things. He quickly grabbed his notebook and laptop. He studied in his room until it was time for the first exam. Inko entered his room looking mildly concerned by his absence at the table for breakfast, only to see him wildly going through his notes in both his notebooks and laptop. She chuckled before leaving and re-entering with his breakfast and leaving it on the nightstand. Izuku, for his part, was too focused on his notes to even notice the door opening. Quickly checking the hour on his laptop screen, he saw that the exam was about to start. After logging in and accessing the exam, he saw that it had a timer. He was given 2 hours to go through 25 questions. Little less than 5 minutes per question if his calculation were right. He pressed start and began. The questions were surprisingly easy. Maybe because they were the first ones. By the 24th he was proven wrong. They were all easy. He had answered them all with an hour still left on the timer. Perhaps he answered them wrong. After 30 more minutes of checking his answers, he found that all of them were correct. A third quick check, again all correct. With 5 minutes left on the timer, he pressed send. The results appeared on his screen. A perfect score. Izuku stared at the screen in disbelief. How? He wondered aloud. He got up and went to the living room, laptop in hand. Inko had yet to leave for work. Izuku, is something wrong? She asked, seeing her son's expression. I just want to make sure I'm seeing this right. He showed the screen to her. Her eyes quickly searched for what could be wrong. But the only thing she saw was the perfect score. Oh, Izuku, you got a perfect score. She hugged her child. I'm so proud of you. But how? Izuku asked. Confusion and concern quickly rose in Inko's mind. What do you mean? It's just that back at A- at Aldra my grades W were always just enough to pass. Izuku explained. There were 3 seconds of silence after that. In the first one, Inko processed what he said. In the second, anger flooded her features. And in the third, all of the anger disappeared and was replaced by a barely contained, strained smile. I see. She tried to make her voice sound as neutral as she could. Izuku felt shivers go down his spine seeing that smile. I have to prepare lunch, Izuku. Inko said as he turned around. It'll be Katsudon in celebration. And entered the kitchen. Izuku went to his room to prepare for the next exam. After lunch, Inko left for work earlier than usual. During the last week he barely did anything, except for his night activities. His new weights were barely used twice. So after a couple hours of study, he grabbed them, strapped them to his wrist and ankles and set off. The exams week passed rather quickly for Izuku. He hadn't gone out or trained with Matt through it. He spent most of his time studying. As for his results, his lowest score was a 90%, so he did good. And so, on Sunday, here he was at the shopping mall's hero store, browsing through the merchandise. If he happened to avoid any All Might's one, it was pure coincidence. It turned out to be really hard since almost half of the store was filled with it. Izuku could understand it, he was the #1 hero after all. In any case, the other heroes' ones was pretty good. Night Eye had some that really drew his eyes, And so did Gang Orca and Ed Shot. There were also Midnights and Mount Ladies, but they were too spicy for his liking. He hoped to find something from Eraserhead. He had climbed up pretty high on Izuku's list recently, shame he wasn't really known. Videos of him were hard to find, and the ones he did come across were less than a minute long. Which could be a statement at how good the hero was at his job. Always fast and efficient, no interest in glory or fame, just the desire to help people. He really had grown to admire him recently. And that's why he felt disappointed when he found no official merchandise. The only things he found were fan-made pieces of varying quality. Eraserhead's fans were few but dedicated. He shook his head and continued browsing through the merchandise. There was Endeavor's too, but he didn't spend much time looking at it. He respected the number 2, but he'd seen multiple videos of him using excessive force for almost any situation. There was even one of him burning an entire building just to deal with a villain hiding in it. Lots of property damage, and he wasn't sure of it, but it was bound to be some civilians injured with a modus operandi like that. Or perhaps even worse. He ended up buying a Gang Orcas poster. He decided to look around the mall a little more, to see if something caught his eyes. When suddenly, "It's you!" A feminine voice came from right behind him. Izuku almost jumped out of his skin. "What?" He turned around and looked at her. Who dash? Golden cat-like eyes and blonde hair tied in 2 messy buns were the first thing he saw, along with a toothy smile that revealed longer than usual fangs. Recognition washed over his face. "Oh, you the girl from that night?" Her smile widened some more. "Yep." She nodded enthusiastically. "I'm Toga Himiko. Midoriya Izuku." He stuttered a bit. She finally found him. The boy with the heavenly blood. She had been looking for him since he last saw him in that alley. It had to be him. She looked for the man and painted him pretty red, but his blood tasted like any other. So that delicious blood had to be the boy's. And she found him. He was at the shopping mall. Well, she did find him there before, but he disappeared before she could get to him. She wasn't going to allow that this time. So she hurried to him before losing sight of him. And now here she was in front of him. And he remembered her. Is there anything you need?" Izuku asked. "Nope." She popped the pea. "I just want to be with you." Red spread through Izuku's face. What?" He raised his voice a bit and he covered his mouth with his hand. "Sorry." Himiko giggled at his reaction. "So, what are you doing?" I was just buying us something." He lifted a bag that had a roll of paper coming out of it. "And was about to go back home." "Then I'll walk with you," Himiko exclaimed as she stepped beside him. "Come on." The greenette slowly started to walk towards the exit of the mall. With the blonde next to him. They moved in silence. Meanwhile, Izuku was panicking. Should I say something? What should I say? He hadn't had a normal conversation with someone his age in a long time. He didn't count his interactions with Bakugou as normal. He mostly spoke to his mom or Matt, and sometimes with the doll. She didn't speak much. But with someone his age? Longer than he would like to. And he wanted a friend. His eyes went to Himiko, whose smile widened when their eyes met, before quickly looking forwards again. He cursed his social awkwardness. While Izuku was having his internal crisis, they approached the station. "Do you want to meet again?" Himiko broke the silence. Izuku blinked a couple times as he processed her words. Sure." Himiko smiled a toothy smile. "Great, let's meet at Griffin." "Griffin?" She raised an eyebrow. "You don't know it?" Izuku shook his head. "Then let's meet here and I'll take you there." "Oh, okay." Izuku agreed. "When?" "Wednesday at 5. Himiko said as they reached the station. Izuku nodded. "Fine, I'll see you then." He waved as he entered the station. "See ya." She enthusiastically waved back. Izuku had to refresh his wardrobe. He spent 30 minutes trying to decide on what to wear for his meeting with Himiko. He had his shirts with random words, which were almost 80% of all of his shirts. And the rest were either plain or had a hero on them. But as much as he loved his random words shirts, he knew they were a bit laughable. But that was one of the reasons why he liked them. At least his pants selection was better. He easily picked one of his dark jeans and called it a day. Checking the time on his phone, he saw it was 4:40 p.m. The train left in 5 minutes. In a rush, he grabbed a white shirt on top of the pile, his light blue jacket, and left off. His leg bounced through all of the train ride. He was just a bit nervous. When he reached the station, he easily spotted Himiko, who was wearing an oversized beige cardigan, black skirt, dark knee-high socks, and brown shoes. She quickly spotted him too and excitedly waved at him. Izuku hurried to her. "Hi, Izu." Himiko greeted him. A blush dusted his cheeks. Izu? Yep. She smiled. "That'll be your nickname. Do you like it?" His blush grew as nodded. "Why? Yeah, I do." Her eyes went to his clothes. Specifically to his shirt, which had the word jacket, and a giggle escaped her lips. Izuku looked down at his shirt and his blush now grew uncontrollably. Her giggle turned to a full laugh as Izuku wished for the earth to swallow him. "I like it." She grabbed his hand. "Now let's go." She turned around and dragged him out of the station as Izuku processed what he heard. Himiko guided Izuku through the streets with a little bounce on her step. By the time Izuku snapped out of his stupor, they were blocks away from the station. And if his mental map of the city was right, they were nearing the less safe zone. They weren't quite there yet, but if they kept going in this direction at this pace, he guessed that in an hour and a half they'll reach that part. Himiko stopped walking in front of a building of gray color with a sign that went from one side to the other with Griffin written in black letters and a large silhouette of the mythical creature next to it. "We're here." Himiko dragged him inside. The aroma of coffee and pastries invaded his nose as soon as he entered. The interior had a Western style. A line of stools in front of an ivory bar with a large coffee machine, shelves of jars filled with coffee beans behind the bar. And 6 tables, each with 4 chairs scattered throughout the place. And it was surprisingly empty. Perhaps they were early for the rush hour. "Welcome, Toga." A woman behind the bar greeted the blonde. She was little more than half a head taller than Izuku, with black straight hair flowing down to her waist with neon green locks of hair on her left side. Her voice was quiet and calm. "Hi, Maya." Himiko waved at her as she moved to the closest table. Izuku followed her and sat in front of the blonde. The woman, Maya, walked to them with a pad and pen in hand. "What will you order?" "The usual," Himiko said. Maya looked at Izuku. "And you, sir?" Izuku noticed the card menu on the table and read through it. "A cappuccino." Maya wrote his order. "And to eat?" He turned the card around and saw the selection of pastries and cakes. "A slice of chocolate cake." The raven-haired woman wrote it down. "I'll be back in a moment." And she went to the bar. There was silence between the two of them. Izuku was looking for a subject to talk about, while Himiko just seemed happy with looking at him. "So," Izuku started. Which school do you go to?" "None," Himiko said. What?" Surprise spread through his face. "Really?" She nodded. "Yep, I left it." "Why?" "It wasn't for me," she stated. Izuku nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it wasn't for me either." "You don't go to school either?" She tilted her head to the side. "Online schooling," Izuku answered. "It's better for me." "How?" Himiko asked in genuine curiosity. Izuku thought for a moment. "I like my teachers and classmates more, and they like me too." The blonde processed his answer. "Were you Dash?" Himiko was interrupted by a plate being placed in front of her. A slice of strawberry cake on it, followed by a cup of a red beverage. Izuku's order was then placed in front of him. "Enjoy the food," Maya said before going behind the bar again. They both thanked her. "What is that?" Izuku looked at Himiko's cup. The deep red liquid looked like watered-down blood, or perhaps that's just him thinking too much. "Raspberry tea," Himiko said before drinking from her cup. He hummed before drinking from his own cup. He wasn't a big fan of coffee, too bitter for him. But this one was surprisingly mild. It relaxed him. "So, what do you like?" Himiko asked. Quirks, Izuku said without thinking. Really? She tilted her head to the side. Yes. Quirks are amazing. They allow us to do things we thought impossible, and there are so many types. It's always fascinating to see what a quirk can do or what use it could have. Their dash, Izuku snapped his mouth shut when he realized he was rambling. Sorry, I got carried away. The blonde just looked at him with her ever-present smile. It's fine. He blushed a bit. Is there anything you like? Red. She exclaimed. Red. Yep, everything looks cuter in red. She explained, her smile widened as images of the greenette that night flashed through her eyes. Something else? Well, the conversation flowed surprisingly easy for him after that. 2 hours flew by for Himiko. She learned some things about Izuku during that time. He knew a lot about quirks, talked fast, not fast enough for her to not keep up dash, blushed a lot. And he was easily flustered, which meant more blushes. And he liked heroes. She wasn't surprised. Most normal people liked heroes. They just haven't seen their other side. I don't particularly like heroes, Himiko admitted. Izuku stood silent as he looked at her. I can see why. There are some problems, was all he said. A large smile crept its way through the blonde's face. I knew his blood was good for a reason. Himiko didn't notice, but a grimace crossed Izuku's face as he said it. The greenette picked his cup to take a sip, only to find that it was empty. He looked at the plate where his slice of cake had been. He had already eaten it, but he didn't notice. Oh, he said. Himiko looked at her own plate. She had eaten her slice of cake with gusto in the middle of their conversation, along with her tea. Her gaze went to Maya, who looked back at her before going to their table. Would you like to order something else? The blonde looked at Izuku. No, I'm fine. He answered. Then I won't have anything either. Himiko added. Maya nodded. I'll bring you the bill in a moment. And she left to the bar. After they paid, the blonde and the greenette left the cafe and moved at a slow pace. Sue, what now? Izuku scratched his neck, truly wishing he knew what friends did to have fun. I don't know. Himiko exclaimed. She thought for a moment. Let's just walk. Izuku did want to spend some more time with her, so he nodded. And they started to walk with no destination in mind. No words were exchanged. They were simply enjoying the silence as they walked through the streets. Himiko's mind started to grow clouded. Was it time already? But she had blood last night. Her eyes went to Izuku, who wasn't looking at her right now but rather to a teen with large and circular elbows walking on the other sidewalk. His mouth moved at a fast pace. She could hear his faint muttering as he spoke far too many words per second. His eyes focused like a beam. She didn't want to paint him red. She wanted to know more about him. But the fog in her mind was coming back. She hated it. She didn't want to go back to that. Her right hand went to her left sleeve, but she gripped her wrist instead. Not yet. Himiko. Izuku was now looking at her with slight concern. Are you okay? Himiko shook her head, trying to clear her head with little results. Why? Yeah, I'm fine. You don't look fine. His concern grew. Do you need anything? An idea came to her mind. Would he? She bit her lip and gathered courage to speak. Blood. What? Izuku raised a confused eyebrow. But I need blood. She repeated. Izuku looked at her. Larger than normal canines, says she needs blood. She is looking paler and her eyes are unfocused. Could she? The pieces clicked together. You have cravings? Himiko blinked in surprise. How did you? I read that some quirks that make the user have the need to do or ingest something. Izuku explained. Do you have a blood quirk? The blonde's eyes opened in surprise before slowly nodding. Izuku smiled. I have one too, he exclaimed. Himiko's eyes widened even more. Then you have them too? He smiled sheepishly as he scratched his neck. I don't actually, he admitted. But I know about it. You can have some of my blood if you need it. Himiko smiled a toothy smile. Thank you. She jumped and wrapped her arms around him. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She repeated over and over as she bounced in happiness. Izuku almost overheated as red flooded his face. Himiko suddenly let go of him and dragged him to a nearby alley. Once deep enough, she turned to him. "Give me your arm." Izuku's brain finished rebooting when she spoke, and he shook his head. "Oh, okay." He pulled his jacket sleeve up and offered his now slightly muscled forearm to her. Himiko grabbed his arm with both hands and moved her mouth close to it. When she was close enough that her breath tickled his arm, she looked at him again, silently asking for permission. The greenette nodded slowly and closed his eyes as he braced himself for the upcoming pain. But pain never came. He opened one eye to see that Himiko was indeed biting his arm, and he could feel a small pressure on the area she had sunk her teeth on as she sucked the blood out of him. She had chosen the place next to the inside of the elbow. But it didn't hurt. Was it his pain tolerance? It would make sense given previous events. Or was it something else? He could feel her hands keeping his arm in place, so his nerves were fine, probably. But he hadn't felt the bite. Maybe. His train of thought was interrupted by a strange gray slime covering Himiko's body and adopting another form. One he knew too well. His own. But his doppelganger had blush covering his cheeks as he stood straight and wiped the blood from his lips with a satisfied sigh. "Thanks, Izu," the doppelganger said as a smile that didn't quite fit him stretched his face. His voice identical to the original. Izuku blinked in amazement. "Why, you can turn into someone by drinking their blood?" "Yep." Himiko twirled around for him to see. She truly was an exact copy. "What do you think?" "It's incredible!" he exclaimed with an excited glint in his eyes. "How long does it last? Do you copy everything? Even fingerprints? Does it work with everyone? How would it work for someone smaller than you? Can you copy their quirks? What is that slime that covered you?" He bombarded her with questions. Himiko blinked as she was overwhelmed by the sheer speed in which he spoke. Izuku seemed to realize that and stepped back as he snapped his mouth shut. "Sorry, I get excited when I see an interesting quirk." He shrank a bit in embarrassment. Some pink covered her cheeks. "Do you really think that?" Izuku nodded. "Of course. It has so many applications," he exclaimed. "With enough practice you could impersonate anyone. You could infiltrate anywhere and no one would know it was you. You could even..." He went on and on about different ideas, but Himiko didn't hear them. She was too busy wiping the tears that flooded her eyes. Izuku stopped his rambling when he noticed that. Himiko? What happened? Was it something I said?" He panicked. She threw herself at him and enveloped him in a tight hug. "Thank you," she whispered. Izuku froze for a second before slowly moving her arms to hug her back, but he stopped when he saw the blood on his arm. "Himiko." The doppelganger pulled back to look at him. "Could I have some of your blood?" he asked. What?" Himiko asked back with a small blush. "My quirk heals any injury I have, but I have to ingest blood for that," Izuku explained. "Oh." Himiko looked at the wounds her fangs left on his forearm. They were still dripping some of that heavenly-tasting blood. "Fine." She pulled her right sleeve and presented her arm to him. He moved his head to her arm before gulping and carefully biting her forearm. When the first drops of blood touched his tongue, a divine taste flooded his mouth. It was on par with his mom's katsudon. Meanwhile, Himiko watched in awe as the wound on his arm closed itself at a rather fast pace. Izuku kept drinking even after the wound had closed. His eyes were closed and his mind blinded with bliss. He wanted more. He started to SCK harder. She hissed in pain. Izu." Himiko tapped his head. His eyes shot open as he was brought out of his trance. He looked at Himiko, who was looking at him with concern. He let go of her arm. "Sorry, I got carried away." He avoided her gaze. "It's fine." The doppelganger tried to smile, but her face started to distort as the gray slime started to fall off of her body, taking her clothes with it. Izuku quickly noticed that and turned around, a wild blush covering his face. Himiko didn't realize at first and raised an eyebrow at her antics. Then she looked down. Eep. She did her best to cover her body. Izuku took off his jacket and extended it to her, never turning his head from the wall. "Do you take it?" She grabbed it and covered her body. "Can you wait on the street?" she managed to say. Izuku wordlessly moved out of the alley. 5 minutes later Himiko emerged from the alley, with a blush still covering her face. None of them spoke as they stood awkwardly. Izuku looked at her arm, it was still bleeding. We have to bandage that." He started to walk away from the alley. "Is there a pharmacy nearby?" Himiko nodded and started to guide him, never looking at his eyes. Izuku wandered through the alleys again. He hadn't gone out for almost 2 weeks, and he wanted to. So he moved through the alleys as silently as he could. Everything was quiet, as expected. Aside from the occasional hero or drunken person he saw from time to time, it was completely empty. He kept moving. His alarm rang and he went back home with a bittersweet feeling. Nothing happened, so no one needed to be saved. It was good. No one that I saw. He shook his head. I can't be everywhere. But perhaps he could expand his route. He was sure he could cover more ground if he ran instead of just walking. And it would help him improve his endurance. The day passed normally once he reached his apartment. During lunch, he told Inko he made a new friend and she offered to invite them home sometime soon. "And what do they like? Maybe I can prepare something," Inko suggested. "Well, she ate a strawberry cake, so she maybe likes sweets the most," Izuku said. His mom's eyes filled with a mischievous glint. "Oh, so it is a girl?" she asked with a small smirk. "It's not like that." He turned a bit red. Her smirk widened. It's not like what?" She feigned ignorance. He turned even more red as she laughed. After his workout, he planned his new route. Perhaps it was a bit ambitious to cover almost double the ground as before. But he would see how it went. He was feeling restless that night, so he planned on going out again. And so, here he was, jogging through the alleys, with his full vigilante outfit. His cane moved a bit too much for his liking. He really needed to find a proper holster. The strap of an old backpack is only so good. And he was relatively silent. He didn't have anything that could make noise on him. He didn't find much while looking at his usual spots. So he moved to check on the new ones. An hour later, as he was about to enter an alley, he heard something. "You are late," a rough voice said. Izuku flattened himself against the wall. "What can I do? Heroes are patrolling the area." A calmer, smoother voice said. "But I'm here in the end. You brought your part." Izuku moved closer to the corner. "Yeah, and you?" the rough voice asked. "But of course. Have a look," the calmer one announced. Izuku peeked around the corner to see a very tall man in front of an overweight one. The wider one was giving his back to Izuku. The tallest was also more muscled. Not on All Might or Endeavor's level, but still. Izuku wouldn't want to be punched by him. They both carried suitcases and exchanged them. After opening and seeing their inside, they both closed them and shook. "Pleasure doing business with you," the muscled one said. His eyes quickly locked with Izuku's. The greenette backed away. "It seems we have a spectator," he said. "What?" The shortest raised his voice. "Where?" "Right here." The voice of the tallest one came from behind Izuku. Izuku jumped forward on instinct and raised his cane. The tall man smiled. Well, what do we have here?" He seemed amused by Izuku's reaction. His yellow eyes went up and down, analyzing the greenette. "Oh, you must be a vigilante." Izuku said nothing. "What's the matter? Not one for chatting?" The muscled man drew Izuku's attention back to him. "But what a pity." He suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, already throwing a punch. It hit on Izuku's nose with a painful crack as he was sent sprawling to the floor. Izuku got up as fast as he could and sent a hand to his nose. He could feel blood pouring out of it and his eyes watering from the pain. His other hand still held the cane. Never saw someone getting up so fast after one of those," the man admitted. The man appeared in front of Izuku again. But this time, when he threw the punch, Izuku jumped to the side and attacked on instinct. He slashed the man's arm. Some blood fell on him and the pain on his nose subsided. The man quickly stepped back. Surprise spread across his face when he saw the cut on his arm. He grinned in twisted excitement. He appeared in front of Izuku again and threw a punch. Izuku stepped back and crouched to dodge the following one. But before he could swing his cane, a kick connected with his chest, sending him back as his cane flew away from his hand. "Come on, you were doing so good," the man said. The man walked closer to him. "Not many people manage to land a hit on me." He reached for something on his back. "Because of that, I'll make it painless." Izuku heard the ping of a gun. Panic spread through his system as he quickly tried to get. Everything went dark with a loud bang. The world slowly started to gain brightness and color around him. Pale blue light was the first thing he registered, followed by an abnormally large moon. He was in the dream. He sat up and shook his head. His eyes were still adapting to the light. "Good hunter?" The soft voice of the doll came from behind him. He turned to see she was in front of one of the old graves. "Hi, Miss Doll." He blinked a couple to clear his view. "You look troubled." She walked closer to him. "But you just died." Matt finished for him as he appeared from the path behind the doll. "Again." Izuku flinched before nodding slowly. He put his hands on the ground to push himself up, but he couldn't muster the strength to do so. Looking up, he saw Matt's hand extended to him. The greenette accepted it and got up, using his cane to keep balance. It always came back to him when he entered the dream. Matt said it was because the cane connected to him. He was about to step forward when he lost his balance and almost fell backwards had the doll not been behind him, placing her hands on his shoulders. She silently helped him move forward. "Thank you, Miss Doll." The doll said nothing but gently squeezed his shoulders in response. The three of them walked to the base of the stairs. "What happened this time?" Matt asked. "A man got me. He shot me," Izuku explained. Matt nodded. "Anything else?" Izuku bit his lip. "He was stronger and faster than me." Another nod. "You know what I'm going to say, right?" He asked but kept speaking before Izuku could answer. "You need echoes, kid." Izuku nodded slowly. He understood what the old hunter was saying, but to do it. He stared at the ground as he clenched his fists. He really had to do it, didn't he? "But there is another way to help you." Matt drew his attention. "Or rather, a tool, something essential for a hunter. Give me a moment and I'll show you what it is." He entered the workshop. The greenette looked confused for a second, but some hope was building up inside him. "Are you feeling better, good hunter?" The doll spoke up. She had yet to let go of him. Izuku, instead of moving away, sank deeper into her grasp. "I think I am." On Sunday, Izuku met with Himiko again. They went to a park near a train station. They just walked and talked for a good while. Before sitting under a tree, there he had the chance to ask about her quirk. Producing a notebook and a pen out of nowhere, he started his questioning. "How long does the transformation last?" His pen ready to write every bit of information the blonde dropped. "It depends on how much blood I drink." "How much time does she get from just a drop? And from a liter?" Izuku wrote down. "How precise is it? Are there any imperfections between you and whoever you transform into?" "Don't know, but my fangs are always there." She poked her fangs with her thumb. "Bone structure might not change." The greenette nodded. "Why do you copy clothes?" "Don't know," she exclaimed. "I just think about who I turn into and they come out." "Perhaps memory-based? What would happen if she drank blood from someone she hadn't seen before?" He wrote it down. "And if you drank blood from someone smaller than you? What then?" "I don't know what will happen," Himiko said. "We can always try and see." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, but we'd need a volunteer. And I don't have any other friends for that." "Me neither," Himiko said with her usual smile. He looked at her in shock. He muttered that last part. "Oh," was all Izuku said. Silence stretched between them. Himiko's smile didn't falter at any moment. "Anything else?" The blonde broke the silence. Izuku shook his head. "Can you copy quirks?" "Nope." She popped the P. And mutations? That I can. She nodded. But it feels weird to control them. Izuku nodded and wrote it down. They fell into another silence. This time Izuku broke it. Himiko? She turned to him. How often do you need blood? Himiko raised an eyebrow. From time to time, why? I was thinking that if you needed blood, you could ask me for some? He tried to not look at her too much as he spoke. You are offering me? The blonde's eyes opened in surprise. Really? Izuku nodded. Thanks. She enveloped him in a hug, her head resting on his shoulder. The greenette blushed before slowly returning the hug. Then for a fraction of a second, he felt a pang of pain before it was replaced with numbness. Himiko? Did you just bite me? The blonde hummed in response. Emchim. She pulled back, some blood trickling from her mouth. Sorry, I couldn't help it. She smiled innocently. He touched his shoulder and could feel the blood pouring out of it. But no pain, not even when he touched directly over the wound. I think your saliva might be anesthetic, Izuku said as he looked at the blood on his hand. Himiko tilted her head. It just hurt for a moment when you bit me, then I felt nothing. He touched his shoulder again. I still can't feel anything. Himiko nodded slowly, before her eyes shone in excitement. So I could spit at someone and knock them out? Izuku tilted his head in thought. No? Maybe? I don't think so. He put a hand on his chin. It's not too concentrated, otherwise I shouldn't be able to move my arm. But perhaps if there is a way to do so, then it should be able to knock someone out or make them sleepy at least. He muttered as he scribbled it down. Hee. He froze when he heard Himiko giggling. Was I muttering? Sorry. She smiled. It doesn't matter. Really? People usually find it annoying. He looked at the ground. Himiko frowned at that. People are stupid. She spoke with a surprisingly cold tone. Then her expression changed back to normal. Also here. She bit her index finger. Oh, pen up. Wadash. He was cut off by Himiko stuffing her finger into his mouth. He instinctively drank the blood as soon as it touched his tongue. They stood like that for 5 seconds. Himiko had a toothy smile as she enjoyed the sight of Izuku drinking her blood. She took her finger out of his mouth and Izuku leaned forwards, trying to drink more of that delicious red beverage before he snapped out of his stupor. And a deep shade of red flooded his face. Did you do that? He managed to stutter. Your shoulder! Himiko exclaimed. Izuku blinked in confusion before his eyes widened, and he whipped his head to look at his shirt. Oh no! He whined at the sight of 2 small red stains on his shirt. This one is new. Come on, it's not that much. Himiko said with a smile. And blood can be washed easily. The greenette tilted his head in confusion and curiosity. Really? How? Carbonated water and lemon, she said. And a good scrub. Izuku wrote that in a corner of his notebook. I'll try it later. They kept talking for a while before Izuku remembered he had to get home earlier. His mom was going out for the night with her coworkers and she wanted him at home before she left. But he agreed to meet up with Himiko again another day. And they exchanged phone numbers. Something they should have done before but were too flustered to ask. 2 women walked down the streets. One of them was a little less of a head taller than the other, with back long brown hair tied in a neat ponytail, except for a couple bangs that fell along her face. A pale blue buttoned shirt hugged her waist. And loose black dress pants flowed through her legs. Next to her, a chubby woman wearing a light gray coat over a light green buttoned shirt, and a dress skirt that reached past her knees of the same color as her coat. You should relax, Inko. The brunette looked at the chubby woman walking next to her. Those things take time. Inko sagged her shoulder with a sigh. I know, Ms. Okamura, but it's been almost a month and nothing happened. 1, we are out of work. No need to be so formal. You can call me Hikari. The brunette, Hikari Okamura, explained to her. And 2, that you don't see something doesn't mean that it isn't happening. You should know that. But The greenette looked down. Hey, none of that. Hikari poked her head softly. We are here to enjoy ourselves and forget our problems, she said as they approached the restaurant, where 3 more people waited for them. Another woman. And 2 men, one of them particularly tall among them. Oi, Tanio, Hikari called to the tallest. Didn't think you'd come by. The tallest, Tanio shrugged jovially. You invited me, didn't you? He smiled as his mismatched eyes focused on the brunette. Yeah, I did. But you dash. She poked his chest. Hardly ever answer my messages when I do. Tanio raised his hands in defense. What can I say? Life is busy. Anyways, let's go in. Hikari turned to the restaurant and the group followed her. Once at the reception. Okumura, I made a reservation, she said to the clerk. He quickly went through the list in his hands and nodded. This way, please. He guided them to a private booth. After all of them entered, the clerk left them alone. The shorter man whistled. Private booth and all, boss? He looked at Hikari. Are we really worth the trouble? He joked. You've been working hard recently, so yeah, I think you earned it. Hikari sat first. And we are out of the office, Ryoji, don't call me that. She playfully glared at him. Ryoji scratched his neck with a sheepy smile. Sorry, Hikari, force of habit. He sat in front of her. Inko sat next to Hikari, on the corner, while Tanio sat next to Ryoji. The other woman, Chijo, sat on the other side of Hikari. After ordering food and drinks, chatting began to fill the room. But Inko didn't join too much. She gave small sentences while she sipped from her drink and ate her food. They were good. She didn't usually join her coworkers on their outings, so she wasn't very comfortable with speaking too much. Not that she didn't like them or anything. Quite the opposite. But her mind tended to deviate back to her son, and how lonely he was at home, and how defenseless he'd be, and... She cut her line of thought with a small shake of her head and a particularly large sip from her drink. Stop thinking like that, Inko. You know what happened with that kind of thinking? She looked at her coworkers. She was the oldest of the group, not by much. Tanio was just a year younger than her. Followed by Ryoji with 2. Then Hikari with 3. And lastly Chijo with 5. Inko? Hikari asked. Did you hear me? Inko blinked in confusion. Sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. The editor-in-chief looked at the chubby woman with sympathy. She had a good guess about what was going through the greenette's head. After all, Inko told her before. I asked if you remember the interview of that man with the strange arms? Hikari repeated the question. The one with spring-like arms? Inko raised an eyebrow. Yes, why? Well, Hikari internally celebrated as the greenette joined the conversation. Almost a month ago Inko arrived late at work, something that didn't happen often in the 10 years the greenette worked for her. And it was usually because of an emergency. So, like any good boss would do, she asked why it happened. When Inko told her the reason, Hikari never felt such disappointment in society in her life. Ever since that day, the greenette had been a mass of nerves and depression. Not that you would notice if you didn't know what to look for. And it pained her seeing an old friend of hers like that. Yes, she considered Inko a friend dash. So Hikari planned this get-together to try and cheer her up. And if the smile Inko had while speaking with Ryoji and Chijo was anything to go by, it was working. Looking at Tanio, she saw him smirk at her before drinking from his glass. She gave him the stink eye before rejoining the conversation. A couple hours past midnight, and they exited the restaurant. Ryoji was leaning against Tanio to keep balance. Chijo was swaying a bit. And Inko couldn't deny that she felt a bit lightheaded herself. The only ones that appeared to be relatively fine were Tanio and Hikari. You sure you can handle them? Hikari asked the tall man. Ryoji is totally wasted. Tanio nodded as he moved Ryoji a bit. The shorter man had an arm around his hip since he couldn't reach his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll watch over these two. He assured her. You make sure she gets home safe. He nodded towards Inko. Oh, it's fine, Tanio. Inko waved her hand reassuringly. I can make it on my own. Tanio shook his head. Even if this is a safe neighborhood, One can never be too sure. He said. Trust me, I know what I say. Inko tilted her head in confusion. Don't worry, Tanio. Hikari said. I'll walk with her. Okay. He grabbed Ryoji's arm. Let's go, you two. Fine. Chijo started to follow him. Tanio, why are you so tall? She dragged every word as she used him to keep balance. Bye, guys. Hikari and Inko waved. No words were exchanged as they started to walk away from the restaurant. It wasn't until a couple of blocks away that Inko decided to speak up. Thanks. Hikari turned to her with a raised eyebrow. Thank you for dragging me here. The chubby woman repeated. I appreciate it. The editor-in-chief blinked a couple times. Oh, sure. She smiled. Anytime. They fell into another silence as they continued to walk. The moon above them appeared to be looking at them. Perhaps I did drink more than I should have, Hikari thought. Eventually, Inko's apartment complex appeared in sight. She lived closer to the restaurant, after all. Inko, Hikari spoke as they reached the entrance of the building. Yes. If you ever are feeling like that again, talk to me. The brunette offered. We can do something like this again. Or just the two of us if you want, okay? Inko blinked before a warm smile covered her face. Of course, Hikari. She entered the building. I'll see you at the office. Bye. Hikari waved. Inko went up the stairs and into her apartment, and opened the door to see Izuku freezing like a deer on highlights, a bottle of water in his hand, and seemed to be heading to his room. Izuku, were you up all night watching Heroes videos again? Inko asked. Maybe. He looked away from her. She sighed. What did I tell you about that? He looked down. To not do it on a school night. He answered. Good. Inko nodded. Now go to bed. Yes, Mom. He entered his room as she left to her own room, grabbing some painkillers in the way just in case. Meanwhile, Izuku breathed a heavy sigh as he plopped into the bed. It was a good idea to leave the dream earlier than usual. After changing to his vigilante outfit, Izuku reached for his nightstand, took out his small notebook and opened its last entry. It showed a sketch of the face of the man who shot him. In Izuku's opinion, he was in his late 30s, if not early 40s, the age wrinkles on his eyes helped. No scars or recognizable marks from what he saw. Black long hair. Around 180 muscled. Quirk. Teleportation? Maximum range? Does he need to see where to teleport? Is it memory-based? Can he go through walls if it's within range? He quickly read the note he had written. Normally he would only write about heroes in his notebooks, but he wrote about this person in case he was to ever cross him again. He did the same for the crustacean-looking man. One can never be too sure. After hiding his notebook, he did one last check before going to the door. The definition of insanity. He thought as he left his apartment building. But the moon had chosen him for a reason. He didn't know why, but he wasn't going to let her down. He had to keep trying. He owed her that much at least. His hand went into the newly sewn inner pocket in his jacket. His new tool rested inside. Guess his time in Aldra did teach him something. This time will be different, he thought to himself. So he walked into the alleys. It was quiet at first. He found a cat that didn't run away when it saw him. He petted it a bit before it left to find food. It was nice. He was taking his time. Much like the first time he went out. Almost 2 hours of just walking around later, he heard a loud thud. He peeked his head into the alleyway with as much carefulness as he could. A red-headed woman next to a dumpster looking at it with hate, or rather at something between the dumpster and her. Beach. She kicked at whatever was behind the dumpster. Ya aren't so tough now, She dragged her words a bit. She kicked it again and something fell into Izuku's view. A body. The body of another woman, covered in blood, bruises and swollen, really swollen. The face was barely recognizable. Izuku felt bile rise to his throat at the sight. He forced it back down. Taking deep breaths, he grabbed his cane and adjusted his scarf before walking into view. Hey! His voice somehow didn't crack. The woman directed her glare at him. What's up, punk? You want some too? Izuku said nothing as he walked closer, his cane ready in case she moved. He almost tripped when the smell of alcohol reached him. It was so strong even through his scarf. He looked at the woman on the ground. Her chest moved, just a little. "Hey! Answer me!" the redhead yelled. Izuku said nothing. He wasn't sure of what he could say, but he had the feeling that no matter what he said it would make her more violent. "You think you can just ignore me?" It appeared that silence also angered her. Izuku forced the small trembling of his legs to a stop as she walked to him, already winding up a punch. She tried to jump while throwing said punch, but it just resulted in an especially large step. Izuku sidestepped as the redhead stumbled forward. She is slow, he thought as he dodged her next punch, but his eyes never left her. As she went for a third try, Izuku put his cane on her way, making her fall unceremoniously to the ground. Before she could try getting up, Izuku pressed his knee to her back and brought her hands together, a zip tie already on one hand. "Hey, the F you doing?" She thrashed around. "Let me go." She spat at his face. It hit his left eye. And it burned. Izuku got off of her as he covered the eye the red-headed spat on. When his fingers touched the spit, it burned them too. Some of that stuck to his fingers. It was of a dark green color. Acid? He desperately tried to get it off his face. That's what you get," the red-headed exclaimed, still on the ground. He had managed to tie her hands before she spat on him. He sighed as the pain subsided a bit once he got it all off his face. But his skin screamed just at the contact with air and his left eye vision was practically non-existing. Izuku gripped his cane tighter as he walked to her. A strange feeling bubbled inside of him, but he quickly extinguished it. He took a deep breath as he kneeled next to her face. The red-headed looked at him with smugness. Izuku raised his cane. "I'm not sorry about this. Go foo dash." The woman was cut off as the hilt of his cane landed on her head, knocking her out. He stood up as his hand shot to the pocket he sewed and retrieved his new tool. Izuku looked, with his unscathed eye, at the syringe in his hand, filled with blood. "Come on. Matt said to not think too much and just use it." He took a deep breath before quickly jabbing the syringe into his thigh, through his pants, and injected the dark red liquid. Almost immediately the pain on his face disappeared and his vision cleared. He sighed in relief. Naomasa sighed as he filed another report. To his left a police officer dragged the redhead to her cell. Assault and murder attempt. Just because the victim looked at her wrong, according to her. Along with her having an alarmingly high level of alcohol in her system. King Christ. He dragged a hand to his face. He needed some coffee. Or whiskey, better yet. But no drinking during work hours. When the detective entered his office, he spotted a cup on his desk that filled the room with a heavenly bitter smell. He immediately drank from it, thanking every existing god for his feline friend and coworker. At least she did tell them something useful. The person who detained her. It seems like a new vigilante appeared. He never heard of one that used a cane. While he was grateful for the job vigilantes did, sometimes acting faster than a hero or police officer could arrive, and therefore saving lives in many cases. Just like this one. He was sure that the victim wouldn't have survived if she didn't get help when she did. But that's what heroes are for. They could have easily taken one of the courses the Hero Commission offered and then taken the license exam. But from what the detective gathered, this new vigilante should be around high school age, if not younger. He prayed they weren't younger than that. And while dealing with a drunk person didn't show how skilled they were. They hadn't used their phone to call the police. But the victims. And since they were covering their face, the only thing they had to follow was that they had green eyes. Not much considering that they could be using contact lenses or were affected by a quirk. So at least he could say that they're smart. Izuku felt rather stupid. After knocking the redhead out, he went to check on the other woman, who was thankfully still breathing. But when he reached for his phone to call an ambulance, he found it wasn't in his pocket. So he had to use the woman's. He prayed that nothing happened between the call and the arrival of the ambulance. He knew some first aid. How to make a tourniquet, how to clean a wound, more or less dash, how to treat cuts, bruises, burns. But not that. So he was thankful when he heard the sirens approach before he ran off. He went home after that. And there, on his nightstand, was his phone. Still connected to the charger. He wanted to bash his head against the wall. Are you sure about this, Izuku? Himiko asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, pretty sure. You could bleed a lot. While she would love the sight of him bathed in blood, she knew that for someone to live, their blood needed to stay inside their body. It's not like I'm going to cut myself open. Izuku assured her. It'll just be a small cut on my finger. He pointed to his left hand with a knife on his right one. The knife had already been cleaned several times. And a first aid kit laid close enough for any of them to grab it. Okay, if you are sure, Himiko said. She watched intently as Izuku held the knife above his pinky for a few seconds as he took deep breaths before pressing the blade against his skin. He hissed as the blade cut flesh. Not too deep, just enough to bleed. It looks so painless in movies. And bleed it did. Himiko was fascinated by the small droplet of divine-tasting red liquid that formed on the tip of his finger. He moved his finger to a small measuring cup and pressed his finger against it. When it reached the 10 milliliters mark, he lifted his hand and offered the cup to Himiko. And she gladly accepted it, downed it in one swing and took a moment to indulge in the taste before swallowing. Izuku watched the scene in front of him with a blush before he forced himself to focus. There were experiments to run. Can you transform now? He managed to ask. Himiko nodded happily. The greenette grabbed his phone and prepared a timer. Whenever you want. Himiko closed her eyes and the gray slime covered her before taking his form. Izuku started the timer. Hee. Himiko laughed a bit and poked her arm, feeling the firmness under the cloth. You sure hide muscles here. I've been working out. He blushed and looked somewhere else. The blonde looked around. They were in his house, in his room to be precise. It was empty, too empty for her liking. There were rows of shelves, but they were all empty. Except for one that was filled with notebooks. And couple dumbbells and weights in a corner. And there were barely noticeable marks that said there used to be posters filling the walls. But now there was only one. A hero's one. He admitted he liked heroes, but she saw that he wasn't blind to their flaws. She had mixed feelings about that. Say, Himiko? Izuku brought her attention. Ichimich. She hummed and looked at him. I was wondering. He scratched his neck. If you don't go to school, what do you do? I go around, painting people in cute red and drinking their blood. The doppelganger thought, but didn't say anything. Her jaw clenched. She knew that what she did wasn't right for normal people. And she couldn't care less. But she didn't want Izuku to look at her like they did. He wouldn't, right? Seeing her hesitation, he felt some remorse. Sorry, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I don't do much. Himiko said. I just laze around, watch people, drink their blood. Izuku blinked a couple times. Oh, thanks for telling me. Why yeah. Her voice distorted and mixed between his and hers as the slime started to dissolve. I'll be outside. He grabbed his notebook and got up, a mild blush dusting his cheeks. You want some tea? Sure. The voice was now more hers than his. He was already at the door. Oh, okay, I'll prepare some. Once outside his room, he looked at the timer. 1 minute and 12 seconds. He went to the kitchen and started to heat up some water. And unbeknownst to him, muttered, if she can hold her transformation for that time from 10 milliliters of blood, then that would give her. He racked his brain as he grabbed 2 cups. Then she should be able to hold it for. He mentally did the math. About 2 hours from 1 liter of blood. He then looked through the shelves for the tea. Would it change if she turned into someone larger? I'm barely taller than her after all. He put everything on the table. I guess we'll have to try and see. Now that he only had to wait for the water to boil, he sat and wrote down all of his theories. How can you write so fast? Himiko leaned over his shoulder. Himiko? Izuku almost fell from his chair. When did you dash? His eyes moved on their own to look at her body. Thankfully she was dressed. Just now. The blonde read through the page. You got all of this just from what we did? Wow. She asks with some shock. Part of it? Most of it are theories I have, he managed to say as a small warmth appeared on his face due to his friend's face being so close to his. Meanwhile, she leaned even more forward to continue reading through the notebook. I never tried that or that. She turned to look him in the eyes. Do you want to test them now? The kettle started to whistle in the kitchen, indicating that the water boiled. The tea! He shot up, almost hitting Himiko in the process. Shh, have a seat, I'll bring it in a moment. He entered the kitchen with a wild blush on his face. Himiko just giggled at the sight. Out of all the things Inko expected when she got back home from her job, seeing two Izukus was not one of them. One of them was currently lifting the other up. With some struggle to do so, if the shaking on his arms was anything to go by. The one lifting dropped the other as gently as he could. Yeah, I think you weigh as much as I do, he said as he shook his arms, trying to ease them up. Something else, the other one said. Their voices were identical. I think I can hold it for a little bit more. The first one brought a hand to his chin. Perhaps some strength or endurance test. Izuku, Inko said, making both Izukus turn to look at her. Oh, hi Mom. The first Izuku said. This Himiko, the friend I told you about. He pointed to the other Izuku. Hi, Ms. Midoriya. The second one said. I'm Himiko Toga. He smiled in a way that didn't fit her child. The sight unnerved Inko a bit. Why does she look like? Oh, that's her quirk. The first Izuku, the real one, explained. She can transform into other people by drinking their blood. Inko blinked a couple times. I see. I'll change back. The other Izuku, Himiko, exclaimed. Izu, where is the bathroom? First door to the right. Izuku pointed down the hall. Himiko? Skipped her his way to the bathroom. Why didn't you tell me you invited someone? Inko looked at her son. He scratched his back and laughed sheepishly. I kind of forgot. She looked at her son with a deadpan expression. Try not to do it again. Yes, Mom. Well, in the meantime, let's prepare some tea. The older Greenette clapped her hands together with a smile as she entered the kitchen. Izuku dreaded what would happen next. Inko decided she liked Himiko. She was energetic, talkative and oozed a giddy energy that was almost contagious. Her smile, now that it was on her face, was less unsettling and more cute. They were currently in the living room, drinking tea. Inko and Izuku sat on the large couch while Himiko sat on the small one. So, how did you two meet? Inko asked as she poured some more tea for herself. Beside her, Izuku's eyes filled with panic as he started to talk. Well, I was at the mall when I saw this guy stalking her, and I stuck to her to try and scare him off. He shot a look pleading at Himiko. Please back me up. Please. The blonde looked back at him for a moment before realization covered her face and she nodded. Yep, Izu was so cool when he confronted that guy. Izuku tensed up. Inko looked at him with some worry. You did. He scratched his neck and laughed nervously. IJ just exposed him. Himiko nodded excitedly. He looked so intimidating. It was like he was going to hit that guy. She did a slapping motion. The chubby woman looked back at the younger Greenette. Why didn't you tell me about this? I didn't think it was important. He scratched his cheek as he looked away. How is that not important? She said with some concern. You could have gotten hurt. What if that guy hit you or dash? Mom, calm down. Izuku interrupted her spiral of worry. It was fine, there are always cops in the mall or just other people. I was safe. If you say so. Inko drank from her tea. Anyways, what were you doing before? Izuku blinked a couple times. Before dash? We were testing her quirk. Himiko nodded along. Testing? Asked the chubby woman. Yes, her quirk is fascinating. If used correctly she could. Izuku started to list every possible application at a rather fast pace. Inko had long since given up on trying to keep up with his ramblings, he just spoke too fast for her. But she didn't miss the mild blush that appeared on Himiko's face the more Izuku spoke. Inko smiled. And she perhaps could use more than one mutant quirk at a time if she can keep more than one form at the same time, or dash. I understand, Izuku. Inko decided to stop him. It has a lot of possible uses. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Just try to be careful. She warned both of them. We will. Both said almost in unison. They continued their chat until Himiko announced she had to go. Both Midoriyas walked her to the door. Bye, Izuku. Bye, Ms. Midoriya. Himiko waved. Bye, Himiko. Izuku waved back. I hope to see you again soon. Inko smiled. Himiko left the apartment with a bounce on her step as she went down the stairs. Inko closed the door and smiled at his son with a mischievous glint in her eyes. So, this is your new friend? Izuku. Izuku turned as red as a tomato. Mom. Her new hunter was curious. The doll remembered every hunter that passed through the dream. Some were kind, others were rude, others violent, or quiet, or touchy. Others gave up all of their insight to just use her to channel echoes. Shame on you. But she loved them all, nonetheless. That was her purpose after all. To serve and love them. But this one? She could see his innocence, fears, weaknesses. But also determination and courage. Even after he cried his heart out on her lap, she could still see him building up again. It was fascinating. And now, he sat in front of her, a thin book resting on his lap and a pencil on his hand. His back resting against a grave with the little ones leaning against his legs. He looked at her in concentration before looking back at his book over and over again. His pencil moved with ease through the paper. Holding the book up, her new hunter looked between her and it before nodding in satisfaction and getting up. The little ones were startled by his sudden movement. The greenette walked to her and presented the book to her. A portrait of her was drawn on the paper. No colors were in it, just shades of gray to highlight the details of her porcelain face. What do you think, Ms. Doll? Her hunter asked. A feeling welled up in her chest. It was similar to when Matt gave her the hairbrush that now kept her hair neatly tied up. It's beautiful, good hunter. She carefully grabbed the book from his hands and traced her fingers through the drawing. Thanks. Her good hunter smiled with a bit of red tinting his cheeks. Kid. Matt shouted from below them at the entrance of her garden. You ready for training? Oh yeah. Her hunter shouted back and turned to her again. Can you give my notebook back? The doll wordlessly gave the book back and watched as he gave it to the messengers and grabbed his cane before running towards her garden. Izuku dragged his feet as he left the dream. Ever since his first death, Matt had started to go harder on their spars. He could understand, the old hunter was trying to help him grow faster. But as he collapsed on the bed, he started to think if it was necessary. He shook his head. Of course it is. His hand moved to the bottle he left on his nightstand before entering the dream. He sat as straight as he could and took a good swing. The cold water eased his body a bit. With nothing better to do, he lied down and closed his eyes, letting his body rest until his alarm went off. The next morning he got up, stretched and looked at the messengers. Aside from his cane, they were also holding his notebook like a sacred object. Last night, after Himiko left, an idea crossed his mind. If he could take objects from the dream to the waking world, could he do it the other way around? Turns out he could. When he asked Matt why he didn't tell him about that, he just said, I thought it was obvious. And now that he thought about it, it sort of was. He grabbed his vigilante outfit and gave it to the messengers, along with the zip ties. It was best to keep those with them. As he did, he looked at the little creatures. They didn't creep him out as before. And remembered seeing both Matt and the doll petting them. He tried to mimic what they did with one of them. The messenger leaned into his hand as he carefully petted its head. The others held his hand or wrist. A small smile made its way to his face. The sensation of their little cold hands around his hands was strange, in a cute kind of way. Keep them safe, okay? He said to them as they held everything before submerging into the ground and reappearing empty-handed. Izuku was an hour into his patrol when he heard a gunshot. He hurried towards the source of said noise, almost hitting a couple trash cans and scaring some stray cats and dogs on the way. When he reached the source, he saw a convenience store. Inside of it was a man with small barrel-looking things on the tip of his fingers and was pointing them towards a very scared shopkeeper. The door's window was blasted apart and glass shards were scattered through the entrance. The poor young man was doing his best to empty the cashier as fast as he could. The burglar glared at the young man and Izuku could hear faint curses from where he was. Making sure his scarf covered his face, Izuku tried to make his way towards the convenience store as stealthy as he could. Luckily, there were no glass shards on the sidewalk. He was about to be under the lights of the store when a spike flew through the door, grazing the burglar's chest. Another bang came from the store, this time followed by a scream. Izuku bolted into action and ran to the entrance with his cane already in his hand. A third bang was heard and Izuku thanked the moon for his luck as the shot grazed his shoulder. It hurt, but it could have been much worse. So much worse. He gripped his cane tighter as he rushed to the burglar and slashed. The burglar managed to dodge and set off on a sprint out of the store. Izuku was about to follow him but stopped when he heard a pained whine. It came from behind the counter. The vigilante leaned over it and saw the clerk clutching his left shoulder in pain. Burns covered part of his neck. His burnt skin as well as his shirt were covered in what smelled like gunpowder. "Oh, Flora!" Izuku froze at the sight. The charred and ragged shirt and apron stuck to the skin. It was starting to bleed. "Help!" the clerk begged, snapping Izuku out of his shock. The vigilante shook his head and dug his nails into his palms to keep himself focused. Where is your first aid kit?" His voice was laced with panic. The clerk nodded towards a door to the left. "There." The greenette was about to dart to the door when he heard movement from the entrance. He quickly raised his cane and locked eyes with the newcomer. A man wearing a dark bodysuit with a red line crossing horizontally through the stomach. A cloth tied around his neck in a cape-like fashion and a golden headgear kept his black hair from spilling to his face. A strange black stick was held on each hand. It was a hero. He looked the Izuku up and down before lowering his hands. "You are a vigilante, right?" the hero asked. Izuku relaxed a bit. Yes." He lowered his cane. I'll take care of the clerk." He tried to force his voice to be steady. The hero nodded and bolted towards where the burglar left. Izuku bursted the door open and entered a small storage room. Packs of products stacked on top of each other, cleaning products in one corner and a white box with a red cross hanging from the wall. He darted to the box and shot back to the clerk. He kneeled and racked his brain to remember how to treat a third-degree burn. I have to move you," he informed the clerk. The clerk nodded and braced himself. Izuku tried to grab his uninjured shoulder, which was a bit hard, since it was on the opposite side to him, and dragged the clerk to the other side of the counter. The clerk tried to refrain his screams from escaping but some managed to get out. The greenette apologized each time the clerk screamed. Rolling his sleeves up and taking a deep breath to control himself, Izuku started to remove the apron from the wound. The charred cloth stuck to the wound, making the clerk scream even more. "Hang on, I'll try to be quick," he assured the clerk. Next was the shirt. Luckily, it had buttons and none was near the wound. Quickly buttoning off the shirt, he moved it away, earning a pain whine from the clerk. He had to suppress a GG and force the bile down his throat at the sight of the exposed and slightly charred flesh. Opening the first aid kit, he looked for a gauze and disinfectant, along with a bandage roll. "Here, bite this." He put the bandage roll up to the clerk's mouth. The man moved his head and sank his teeth into the cloth. The vigilante then poured some disinfectant on a gauze. Taking a couple of steadying breaths, he started to carefully clean the edges of the man's wound, trying to take as much gunpowder as he could from it. The man's screams were muffled by the bandage on his mouth as he did his best to suppress the involuntary trashes his body made. I'm sorry," Izuku said as he tossed the now black and red gauze aside. I'll try to do it as fast as I can." He grabbed another gauze. The process continued until the man suddenly felt limp. The greenette's eyes widened. "Oh no!" His hand shot to the man's neck. No. He carefully pressed his finger against where the artery should be and waited. Puff. A sigh of relief left the vigilante. "Oh, thanks, Flora." He looked back towards the man's shoulder. It was mostly free of gunpowder. And he didn't want to make the man suffer more. He looked through the first aid kit for something to cover the wound. But the wound was too large for anything in it. He looked around the shop but couldn't see anything to cover the wound with. Looking back at the clerk, he noticed that the other half of his shirt was not damaged. I'm sorry. I'll have to cut your shirt. Izuku grabbed his cane and carefully cut a large enough square to cover the wound with. He pressed the cloth against it with even more care and used the tape from the first aid kit to keep it in place. He then focused on the clerk's neck. Luckily, it was not badly injured. With the wound covered, it was now up to the professionals to treat it. Just as Izuku sat back and breathed out a sigh of relief, steps came from the entrance. It was the hero from before. He didn't have the sticks with him and carried the now unconscious burglar on his shoulder. He walked to them and looked at the clerk, inspecting Izuku's job. Nice work there, he admitted. Izuku looked at the hero in disbelief. Thanks. You should be leaving now, the hero said. Police and paramedics are already on their way. The greenette blinked a couple times. You are not arresting me? The hero looked confused. Why should I arrest you? I'm a vigilante, and vigilantism is illegal. Izuku said. Kid, you just treated this man's wounds. The hero pointed to the clerk. And that let me go after this one dash. He motioned to the unconscious burglar. Knowing that the clerk was safe, he explained. So come on, get out of here. He moved away from the entrance. The vigilante blinked a couple times before wordlessly getting up and walking to the entrance. Oh. The hero spoke up and Izuku looked back at him. And tried to avoid contact with other heroes. He advised. Not all of us are as lenient with vigilantes. I was already doing it. Good, now get going. Izuku left the shop and entered the alleyways. As he moved along the alleyways, a thought plagued his mind. Which hero was that? He racked his mental library for the answer. Golden headgear, black bodysuit, uses weapons, apparently. Wait, where did he keep them? I didn't see any holsters. And he threw a sort of spear before, but I didn't see anything resembling a spear in the shop. Did it vanish? Did he call it back? Was that his quirk? Izuku stopped walking as he thought. Or did he make them? If so, what were they made of? They were dark, some alloy perhaps? He scrambled his brain. Wait, his hair was the same color. That was Mr. Brave. He said aloud and covered his mouth quickly. Looking everywhere and seeing he was alone, he calmed down before walking away. Would he have signed an autograph if I asked for one? He wondered. The night was quiet for almost another hour when, "You what?" came from the alley ahead of him. "You what?" A woman's voice echoed through the quiet alley. Izuku hurried towards the voice. When he turned, he saw a fairly tall woman with long ashen blonde hair and an angered expression, glaring at a boy a couple years older than Izuku. The boy looked scared shitless as he shrank under her glare. "Can you explain that to me again?" The blonde said with a more slow but still laced with anger tone. "I want to make sure I heard you right. I was delivering the package when this..." The boy looked everywhere but at her. "This hero passed by, and I panicked so..." He gulped rather loudly. "I threw it to an alley to hide it and it broke." He shrank even more. "Do you have any idea how expensive those are?" The woman hissed. "He's not going to be happy about this." "I'm sorry, it won't happen dash." He was cut off by a powerful slap, sending him sprawling to the floor, the bag falling next to him. "You are right, it won't happen again." The boy sat up a bit with fear in his eyes. "Playa. IW won't dash. You won't live if you make that mistake again." She cut him off. His eyes widened in shock and terror. The blonde walked to him and he tried to scurry away, but his back hit the wall. Her hands lit up with an orange glow. The boy raised his arms in an effort to protect his face. A sharp grin spread through the woman's face as she closed the distance between them. "Hey!" Izuku appeared in the alley. His eyes filled with a mix of fear and bravery. The woman's smile turned into a snarl as she whipped her head to him. "Listen here, brat. I'm not in the mood to put up with anyone now. So get the hell out of here. The glow in her hands turned brighter. Izuku gripped his cane harder. Leave him alone. His voice cracked against his will. The glow on her hands burned her jacket as she crossed her arms, but she didn't seem bothered by it. Or what? He said nothing as he slowly moved closer. Avoid her hands. Noted. Very well. She cracked her knuckles. If that's what you want. She assumed a boxer stand. It was, surprisingly, Izuku who moved first. He dashed at her, already swinging his cane up. Matt said it's better to attack first. She easily backstepped and threw a jab. Since his arm was already up, the vigilante covered his face with it. Heat and pain appeared on his arm as he tried to attack with a stab to her arm. He managed to grace her before she jumped out of the way. The woman then attacked with a cross to his face. He ducked to dodge but failed to notice the hook she threw with her other hand, hitting him in the ribs. A gasp of pain escaped his lips as he jumped back. They both stopped moving and his eyes moved to where the boy was. It looked like the boy took the chance and ran away. Hopefully he'll look for a hero. Izuku wanted to believe. The woman took advantage of his distraction and threw a haymaker at him. He barely managed to dodge it. She didn't let him rest as she followed him, already winding up another jab straight to his face. Izuku raised his arms on instinct and covered his head. The force of the impact made him lose balance and fall on his back. The brunette took advantage of that and threw her open hand aiming for his throat. The greenette rolled to the side to get up the way Matt taught him. The woman's hand hit the ground. He quickly tried a stab aiming for her shoulder. The woman tried to get out of the way of the blade but she wasn't fast enough. She managed to get her shoulder out of the way. The blade cut her neck instead. Her still glowing hands shot to her throat as she tried to stop blood from leaving her body. As the red liquid touched her hands it made a sizzling sound and filled the air with a putrid smell. She fell to her knees and gasped for air as blood reached the ground. Meanwhile Izuku looked at the scene, petrified in horror. She fell sideways to the ground and as she fought to keep consciousness. The woman moved less and less as the glow on her hands died down. And after eternal seconds she finally stopped moving. A strange mist left her body and moved into Izuku's. A strange feeling appeared under his skin. He couldn't move his eyes from the woman's body. The air suddenly grew thicker around him. It was hard to breathe through the nose. He pulled his scarf down. It wasn't enough. Opening his mouth, he tried to let more air in. Even then, he struggled to make it reach his lungs. He couldn't be here. His legs moved on their volition. He sprinted through the alleys as fast as he could. He ran until his legs couldn't run anymore. Tripping on his own feet, he managed to hold himself up on his arms before emptying his stomach right there, spitting that night's dinner and bile to the ground. He tried to push himself up but ended up tumbling back into a wall. A sob broke out of him. Then another followed. And slowly the dam broke. What have I done? I killed her. Oh no. No. His mind raced. He pulled his knees to his chest and buried his face in them as he cried his heart out. He wasn't sure how long he sat there. But when he finally gained control over himself, a strange feeling of numbness took over him. He wordlessly got up and started to walk back home. The sun was barely rising when he reached his bedroom. He entered the dream without a second thought. Matt looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I got echoes. Over the years he spent inside the dream, Matt had done a lot of things. He helped countless hunters on their hunts, gave them his insight, not that kind, about anything he could, tried to help them lessen the mental burden some deaths gave them. He basically tried to be a good guide. Over the years he learned to use every weapon he had gathered through his own hunt and were now on display on the workshop's wall, including the burial blade, though none of them felt as good as his trusty axe. He read the entire library the workshop had twice. He helped the doll tend the graves, learned how to tie her hair properly. He had also killed hunters countless times until their will broke and finally left the dream. Thankfully for his sanity, the number of hunters that accepted his offer was way higher than the ones who refused it. But this... I got echoes. Izuku's dull eyes looked at both residents of the dream. Was probably the thing he regretted the most. You pushed a kid into murder, That thought perturbed him even more than the experiments he saw at the research hall. or even the brain of Menses. He now stood in the stairs as the doll channeled the echoes the kid got. He asked the old hunter what he should channel them into, and Matt suggested skill, for better control of his cane. Matt watched as the greenette walked to the graves and left the dream. Does it really have to be him? He had never questioned her choice on hunters until now. Yes, it has to be him. Her voice echoed through the dream. He clenched his jaw. I wonder how he could deal with this? Matt whispered. Matt? The doll asked with a conflicted air around her. He breathed out a calming breath before looking at her. Yes, doll? Why did the good hunter look so? She looked for the right word. Distant? She asked for both the kid and her choice of word. Oh, that. Matt thought for a moment. You know how he obtains echoes? By hunting beasts. Usually yes. Matt nodded. But there are no beasts this time. She tilted her head to the side. Then how does he? He has to. The old hunter looked away. He has to hunt humans. The doll blinked as a hand moved to her chest. And as you have seen, he sighed as he gestured to the grave Izuku left through. He is not enjoying it. Oh. Yes, oh. The old hunter said with a conflicted tone. The dream fell into an uneasy silence as Matt sat on the stairs and the doll looked at the grave with concern while slightly clenching the fist on her chest. He had tried to explain human emotions to her and she kind of got the gist of it. But she still had trouble comprehending them. He guessed it made sense. How can you understand something you never felt? He wasn't sure if he should pity or envy her. A small cloud of mist formed next to him and a couple of messengers appeared and clung to his trousers. He petted them. I'm worried too. Inko was worried. Something happened to her child and she didn't know what it was. Yesterday, she woke up to see Izuku with a downtrodden expression. He sat on the table for breakfast and didn't say a word. He always talked to her about something. Anything. Even if it was what he did in classes or a random Heroes video he found. That silence was like a string that wrapped around her throat, tightening with each passing second. When she tried to speak with him, she only got short answers in an off voice that sank a needle into her heart every time she heard it. And his eyes. Instead of those shining pools of emerald that always seemed to spark with energy, there was only this dull and unfocused dark green. And it pained her to him in that state. Now, an entire day after that, a couple of hours left before she had to leave for work. And she was currently doing her best to focus on cooking lunch. A knock on her door drew her attention and she composed herself before walking and opening it. Yes? Oh, Himiko. The blonde girl stood in front of the chubby woman with a concerned expression. Hi, Ms. Midoriya? Is Izuku here? Yes, he is. Is he okay? Concern laced the blonde's voice. It's just that we were going to meet up yesterday, but he didn't show up and he isn't answering his phone, so I was worried. She explained hastily. Inko blinked a couple times. Please come on in. Himiko entered the house. It's best for you to see it. Inko explained as she guided her to Izuku's room and opened the door to see the freckled boy sitting at his desk, one of his notebooks opened in front of him. A pen in his hand as it moved through the paper in what looked like a mechanical motion. Himiko walked to him as loudly as she could, trying to make her entrance known. It didn't seem to work. Izu. Himiko put a hand on the greenette's shoulder. Izuku stopped writing and blinked a couple times before looking at the hand on his shoulder. He stared at it for a couple seconds and followed the arm up to look at its owner. Concerned yellow met with dull green. Oh, Himiko. His voice lacked the energy that it was always laced with. What are you doing here? You didn't appear yesterday, and you didn't answer your phone, so I came to check on you. Izuku looked at her in confusion. Yesterday? Oh. A bit of realization crossed his features. Sorry, I forgot about it, but my phone didn't. Oh. He grabbed his phone and tried to turn it on only to realize that the battery was dead. Are you okay? Himiko asked. Izuku just looked at her with dull eyes. Inko went back to the kitchen to check on the food. Yes, I'm fine. He finally said. Himiko frowned. Don't lie, Izu. You are not. I am fine. He repeated. No, you are not, you look like… She bit her lip. You look like me before. She trailed off. Some intrigue crossed his face. Before? Himiko was about to speak but closed her mouth. I'll tell you if you tell me what's happening. Izuku said nothing for a few seconds. Then he turned to look at the door, hearing some muffled noises coming from the kitchen. And turning to her again. He clenched his fists and looked down. Has your quirk ever made you do something you didn't want to? The blonde blinked. No? She tilted her head. Mine does. Izuku spoke. I don't need to do it, but I have to. Himiko looked even more confused. You have to? What do you mean? The greenette opened his mouth but did not speak. She understood the feeling her friend had, that people will not understand you, what you are going through. She really did. But it still hurt that he didn't speak. She sighed. My quirk never made me do something I didn't want to, but it made me do things other people didn't want me to do. The blonde explained. They said it was wrong, that it wasn't normal, that I should stop. She hissed out every word. Izuku was astonished at her words. I can't. His voice shook as he looked down. I guess it makes sense, we have only known each other for less than a month. But it really did hurt her. Some tears reached her eyes. She quickly wiped them out of her face. The door opened to reveal a very concerned and worried Inko. Lunch is ready. She tried to keep her voice as even as possible. With not so good results. Both teens looked at her. You can eat with us if you want, Himiko. The older Midoriya offered. The blonde took a deep breath, trying to recompose herself. If it's not much of a bother. A warm smile appeared on the chubby woman's face. It's not. Unfortunately, the warmth that blossomed in both women's chest quickly died down as the table filled with a tense silence that no one could break. Trying to distract herself, Himiko let her eyes wander through the walls of the dining living room. Behind her was a glass sliding door that led to a small terrace with a view of Mizutofu and the TV next to it. To her right was the entrance to the kitchen. To her left were the couches and two large bookshelves filled to the brim with books. On the wall in front of her was a collection of framed photos. Most of them were just the two greenettes she already knew. Inko used to be so thin. And Kid Izuku was so cute. In some a couple of blondes and a brunette appeared, probably family friends. But two of them drew her eye. On them, an average tall man with black hair and strange markings on his neck. He looked like an older version of Izuku and was holding what looked like a baby Izuku and a thinner Inko next to him. She would have asked about it, but she wasn't brave enough to break the silence. Eventually, the tense lunch was over. Himiko offered to help with the dishes, but the older greenette declined her offer. She was making her way to the front door when Inko spoke. You are welcome to pass by any time, Himiko. The greenette walked over and opened the door. For her. I'm sure Izuku appreciates you doing it. The blonde's lips curled up a bit. Thanks, Ms. Midoriya. She waved. I'll see you soon. Izuku redid his homework for the third time today. The summer break started a couple days ago, and without schoolwork to distract him, his mind started to wander back to the sight of that woman on the ground. In a pool of her own blood. Her quirk burning said blood, making a sizzling sound and filling the air with a putrid smell. A sight he created. His stomach turned and some bile rose to his throat, but he swallowed it back down. Shaking his head, he tried to focus back on the schoolwork he had practically memorized by now. This was supposed to be the homework they were given to do through the entire summer break. He was done with it on the second day. His lack of need for sleep certainly sped it up. Which was bad. Not the lack of sleep, but the free time it gave him. He couldn't let his mind wander without going back to that alley. You were protecting that boy, Izuku. A part of his brain said. She was going to kill both of you. It was you or her. He shook his head violently. Enough to make himself dizzy. Disgust traveled through his system as he realized what just went through his head. He tried to justify murder. His body started to shake. Trying to take deep breaths helped. Even if it felt like trying to swallow a rock. Closing his eyes and leaning into his desk, he laid his head on his arms. Still taking deep breaths. The familiar presence of the moon washed over him. A sigh escaped his lips as her calming aura eased his tense body. It didn't make his guilt and sorrow disappear, but it put them in the farthest corner of his mind. He let himself bask in that tranquil feeling. He could almost fall asleep in it. Another feeling washed over him, also one he knew well enough. Raising his head from his arms, he looked up to see that he was no longer in his room, but rather in the dream. "How did?" the greenette asked. "I asked her to bring you here." Matt's voice came from his side. The greenette sat straight to see that, instead of the graves and stone stairs that always greeted him, he was sitting in the garden where they trained. The resident of the dream stood to his right, the moon lighting his features. The sword he always used in their spars was impaled on the dirt next to him. "Get up." There was no urgency or aggression in his tone. Izuku obliged and pushed himself up. As he did, a small cloud of mist formed in front of him and a single messenger came out, holding his cane. It offered the weapon to the greenette. With some hesitation, Izuku grabbed his cane from the skeletal creature. "Come on, we have to make up for your missed training." Matt spoke. "All right. It's been almost a week since I last entered," the young boy remembered. "Why?" The brunette just raised an eyebrow. "You are the one who asked me to train you." He grabbed the sword from the ground. "So." Matt lunged forwards without a warning and swung his sword upwards, barely missing the teen. "Let's train." It got the desired effect as Izuku jumped backwards, still with a confused expression that was now mixing with fear. Wait." His pleads fell on deaf ears as the old hunter followed up with a downward slash. Izuku, being fast on his feet, managed to dodge away from the attack. Unluckily for the greenette, Matt quickly pulled back and continued his assault with a stab. The blade reached its shocked target and bit a couple of centimeters into his shoulder. Letting out a cry of pain, the greenette backed off, only to be followed and passed by the brunette, who slashed through the teen's leg. Planting a foot on the ground and quickly turning around, Matt slashed at Izuku again. Izuku raised his cane to block the incoming attack. The force of the impact of both weapons made his hand tremble in strain. Matt continued to attack and Izuku did what he could to protect himself, dodging as best as he could and trying to block what he could not dodge. But hits still passed through. "You have to attack at some point, kid," Matt stated as he swung a hard slash. The greenette managed to block it, but lost his footing due to the sheer force and fell back. The old hunter capitalized on that and followed with a stab. Time slowed for Izuku as images of that night appeared in his mind. His opponent lunged at him, he would roll and then stab. The ground would then be painted in red as choked, wet gasps would fill the air, along with that putrid smell. He would have killed. A pain in his right hand brought him back to reality. He was no longer on the ground, he was standing on his feet, his right hand high in the air with his cane tightly clutched in it. Matt was in front of him, still leaning towards Izuku's last position, his sword defending his side. Izuku had no time to decipher what that meant as the old hunter redirected his lunge at him again, continuing his assault with a downward slash. His arm moved on its own to try and parry the oncoming blade. Metal met metal, making Matt's sword barely miss Izuku's foot. The old hunter quickly recovered and resumed his attack. A slash that cut into the greenette's unharmed shoulder, followed by another slash that Izuku barely managed to parry away. Matt continued his relentless assault. Some hits Izuku managed to parry, some others he didn't. A myriad of cuts covered Izuku's body, dyeing his clothes in red. "You have to fight back, kid," Matt repeated without stopping his assault. Throughout the fight, Matt left obvious openings for Izuku to take. The greenette saw each one of them. Yet no attack was made by the greenette. The one-sided beating continued until Matt had enough of it. With a well-aimed swing, the old hunter made Izuku's cane fly away from his hand. The old hunter just watched as Izuku fell to the ground, breathing heavily through his mouth. Matt stabbed his sword on the ground next to him and waited in silence as the teen caught his breath. Once Izuku's breathing went back to normal, he spoke up. "Back when I was in the waking world, there were some people called crow hunters, the hunters of hunters." Matt started. They were to kill other hunters should they ever fall into beasthood. He explained. I actually got the chance to meet one of them, even helped her in a couple of her hunts. A sad yet fond grin appeared on his face. After one of those hunts, I asked her how she felt about what she did. Izuku sat straight as he blinked in confusion. Why are you telling me this? Matt ignored his question. Told me, it's sickening having to kill my own, but someone has to do it. All crows feel the same. But if we don't feel anything when killing another person, is there really a difference between us and the beasts we fear so much? Matt locked eyes with Izuku. I will not try to sugarcoat it in any way. What you did was a necessity, and certainly not something to be proud of. He sat in front of Izuku. But if you aim that necessity towards the worst of the waking world, then perhaps you could do a favor to everyone with it. His stomach twisted as he spoke. Is that what your friend did? You could say so. Matt looked up at the sky. The path of a hunter is covered in blood, whether it be of beasts or humans. That is the truth. Matt let those words sink in the greenette. It would be better if that blood was of beasts, but we don't always get to choose or praise, and in the end a hunter must hunt. The old hunter sighed. I don't know what to say to make this easier on you. He smiled a sad grin. Or if there is anything to say at all. The teen looked up again, some anguish on his features. Perhaps you have someone in the waking world that can do it. The image of blonde hair and cat-like eyes crossed the greenette mind. I take it that you do, based on the face you're making. That's it. Izuku nodded slowly. Why? Yeah, I think I do. The brunette's lips curled up a bit as he stood up and rubbed his neck as he did. Good, it helps to have someone like that. He offered a hand to the greenette. The teen gladly took it and felt his wounds close as he stood up. In shock, he looked down to see that even his clothes were pristine. What dash? How dash? I've learnt some tricks during my time here. Matt smirked. Now go, I'm sure you have something to do outside. Izuku nodded. Why yeah. He promptly turned around and walked out of the garden. Matt waited until Izuku left the dream to look at the moon. There is still plenty of time to look for a new hunter. Must be him. Why? Some defiance was laced on his voice. He clearly is not like the others. The hunter stated. I won't deny that he has potential. He learns fast and has quite good technique. He will be an incredible fighter. He praised the greenette as he rubbed his neck. And there are inklings of a hunter in him, I won't deny it. He looked at his hand. Some blood covered it. He turned his gaze back to the moon. But he does not deserve to go through this. He reached for his sword as the messengers gave him his blunderbuss. So? Why? He growled. Silence stretched as he felt the full weight of her presence, but still did not falter and kept glaring at the moon. The grip on his weapons tightened. Fight? She asked, her presence somehow becoming heavier. Matt clenched his jaw as he fought to remain standing, but finally relented and looked down, still standing straight. No, I won't fight. The oppressive presence disappeared and he looked up again. But why? Time crawled slowly as he kept his eyes on the moon. He has potential, was all she said. Matt raised an eyebrow. Potential for what exactly? No answer came. A sigh of surrender came from the old hunter as the messengers grabbed his weapons. I shall continue with my duties, but know that I think this is wrong. He walked back to the workshop. Thanks, was said but not heard. As soon as he left the dream, late at night for what he could see, Izuku grabbed his phone and sent a text to Himiko. Or that was the plan at least. At the moment he was staring at his phone as he erased an obscenely long message. This was his 10th attempt. He started to write his 11th before quickly deleting it. Perhaps it's best to speak face to face. So he just sent, "Can we meet?" He had turned off his phone when it dinged. His eyes widened when he saw it was Himiko. He certainly did not expect her to answer so fast. Himiko, sure. Himiko, right now? Himiko, I can go over. Izuku, no, no, no. Izuku, this afternoon, around 3 or 4 perhaps. Izuku, can you? Himiko, I'll be there. Himiko, see you soon. Hours passed fast for Izuku. instead of the snail pace they had during the previous week. So, he now sat in his living room. Inko had left for work an hour ago, as he waited for his blonde friend to arrive. He still wasn't sure what he would say to her, but he would say something. He had an outline of an idea, but he couldn't just say he. A knock on the door broke his line of thinking. Bolting up from the couch, he hurried to the door. Once the door opened, he was greeted by a smiling Himiko. Her smile was a bit wider than usual, but in a different way. "Himiko, please come in." Izuku stepped aside. She made her way to the couches and sat on the smallest. The greenette promptly sat on the other one. For a few moments Izuku thought about what he was going to say, but his mind was suddenly blank. His eyes focus on anything but her. "Come on, Izuku, say something. You don't have to say that even thinking about it was hard." Meanwhile, Himiko was somewhat uneasy as she waited for him to speak. Time seemed to stretch as an uncomfortable silence took over the living room. I'm sorry." Izuku finally broke the silence. Himiko blinked a couple times. "What? The way I acted yesterday? I'm sorry." The blonde shook her head. No, it's fine," she assured. "Something happened to you and you weren't fine." The freckled boy shook his head. "Even so, I shouldn't have acted like that. You are my friend, and you were worried. It's fine." "Really? And you wanted to know what happened." He continued. "Izu, you don't have to tell me if you don't dash. But I do want to." Izuku interrupted her. Himiko blinked a couple of times. Izuku raised his head and locked eyes with her. "Remember that I said my quirk made me do something I didn't want to?" The blonde nodded. Well. He had to resist the urge to avert his gaze. "Recently I discovered that my quirk can make me stronger, but..." Himiko unconsciously leaned forward. "But? To do so I have to..." He gulped down the lump in his throat. "Hurt people, really badly." It technically wasn't a lie. Himiko processed what he said. Oh. While she in particular never felt perturbed by any level violence, she could see why it weighed on his mind. But that begged the question. How did you figure it out? That was a question he should have expected. He did not. Well. He started. I got into a fight. Something didn't add up. Izu, I might not know you for long, but you are not one to get into fights. Himiko said plainly. Izuku racked his brain. Why is lying so hard? It's just that. Izu. The blonde spoke and he promptly shut his mouth. You are a vigilante, right? His eyes widened in shock as his brain went into overdrive. What? How did you dash? I mean. No. Himiko just raised an eyebrow. Please don't tell Mom. He clasped his hand together. She'd have a heart attack if she figured it out. Don't worry, I won't. She assured him. Thanks. He breathed a sigh of relief. How did you figure it out? Oh, I heard some high schoolers talking about a new vigilante with a cane. The fanged girl started. And I only know one person who knows how to fight with a cane. She smiled, proud of herself. There's people talking about me? His eyes widened. What did they say? She recalled for a few seconds. One of them said that you distracted a villain that was about to beat him up and that he ran away when he got the chance. Was he? He felt his throat tightening as images of that night threatened with surging. That putrid smell somehow reappearing on his nose as that sizzling sound reached his ears. Izu? Himiko shot from her couch and in front of him. Are you okay? All of that suddenly vanished as Himiko grasped his hands into hers and locked eyes with him. Worried yellow met with cloudy green. A second later his eyes refocused and he suddenly remembered how to breathe. Taking greedy breaths, he filled his lungs with much-needed oxygen. Noticing the small trembles going through his body, he closed his eyes and took slow, calming breaths. Sorry, he said as he opened his eyes. Himiko still looked at him in concern. What happened? That kid. That was when I... He couldn't finish the sentence as memories fought to resurface again. A squeeze on his hands cemented him to reality. Himiko just nodded as the information sank in. They stood in silence looking at each other's eyes as Izuku calmed down. Once he reined his emotions into control, he noticed two things. 1. Himiko was holding his hands. And 2. She was also way too close to him. So, as red flooded his face, he pulled his hands away from hers. In his flustered state, he tried to get words out, but only an unintelligible gibberish came out. Himiko tilted her head in confusion at that, and couldn't stop the small smile that wormed its way to her face. A small part of her friend's usual self was resurging. A giggle escaped her lips, making Izuku's flustered rant come to a stop. The freckled boy couldn't help feeling a bit relaxed, like if a weight was taken off of his back. So, when did you become a vigilante? Himiko asked. Izuku thought as the blush on his face subsided. Almost 2 months now. Will you continue? I'm not sure. He sighed. I like it, but what if it happens again? It won't. She assured him with a smile. How can you be so sure? The freckled boy sighed. Her smile widened, showing her fangs in almost animalistic fashion. 'Cause I'll go with you. Izuku's open like plates. You'll what? I'll go with you. Her smile, somehow, widened even more. Chapter text. How did she convince me? Izuku wondered as he waited for his blonde friend in an alley a couple blocks away from his house. He fidgeted with his vigilante outfit. He should have said no. He knew it. And yet he said yes. Why? This is a bad idea. What if we encounter many people? Will she be able to fight more than one person at once? Can she even fight? Or even? Izu. His line of thought was broken by the voice of his friend as she fell from above. What? The greenette watched in a mix of horror and amazement as Himiko landed her fall with a perfect roll only to stand right in front of him. Hi, she said with her usual smile, like she hadn't thrown herself from an almost 10-meter-high building just a moment ago. Izuku stood frozen in place for a couple seconds before he shook his head. Why did you do that? You could have hurt yourself. He raised his voice a bit in worry. It's fine. I've done it a lot of times. She assured him. That doesn't make it better. He exclaimed. You could sprain a leg or twist an ankle, or hurt your knees with the impact or dash. Hee. She giggled with a bit of red dusting her cheeks. You sound like your mom. The freckled boy blinked a couple times. I guess I do. His lips curled up a bit. Now that he calmed down, Himiko took the time to look at him. His dark gray hoodie did a good job at hiding his body shape. The black scarf around his neck was loose enough for him to pull up to his nose. Himiko, for her part, wore almost the same, having only changed her usual skirt for some trousers that were almost skin-tight but looked flexible enough to not hinder her movement, and had a cloth around her neck. So, the blonde moved a bit closer into his personal space. Where are we going? Izuku took a step back as he fumbled for his small notebook. I don't have a route per se. Quickly skimming through the pages, he showed his notebook to her. Just places where I think there could be trouble. In the notebook was a map he had quickly scribbled down with dots showing some of the places he went to during his patrols. We are here. He pointed out on the map. Himiko looked at the map for a few seconds before nodding. Okay, let's go. She started trotting deeper into the alley. Izuku was about to follow when she suddenly picked up her speed and jumped up to a dumpster and then to the ladder of a fire escape with the gracefulness of a cat. The freckled boy just stared in amazement as she climbed the stairs and looked at him. What are you waiting for? Come on up. Izuku looked at her as his eyes widened in realization. I am an idiot, he muttered. How come he never thought about going through the roofs? It would have saved him so much time. And the surprise factor of dropping from above? It would have helped so much in previous events. Izu. The concerned voice of his friend brought him back to reality. The greenette shook his head and smiled what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He then ran and jumped to the dumpster and then to the fire escape's ladder. With far less grace and much more effort than Himiko. While he climbed up the ladder, Light steps against metal indicated that Himiko was going up to the roof. Once at the roof, he saw his blonde friend waiting for him and a line of roof behind her. As soon as their eyes met, Himiko bolted around and sprinted towards the edge of the building they were standing on. Izuku could only watch in a mix of amazement and some fear as the fanged girl jumped the 4 meters gap between the 2 rooftops before landing on the others. After a couple of steps and a twirl, she looked at the freckled boy again. "Come on. It's your turn now." She waved her arm for him to follow. The greenette started to sprint towards the edge, but just a couple of steps away from it, an immense sense of fear wrapped around him, making him stop just centimeters away from the edge. Taking hasty steps back, Izuku fell back, breathing in mouthfuls of air, trying to calm himself. I can't," Ha managed to say with a shaky voice. "Yes, you can," Himiko countered. Hurried steps were heard, followed by a small grunt of effort and a thud to his side. Izuku raised his head to look at her. The blonde was kneeling next to him with traces of worry plastered over her face. "But what if I don't reach, or if I twist an ankle with landing, or if dash?" His rant came to a halt as Himiko cupped his cheeks on her hands, forcing him to look directly at her. "You can do it, Izu." Her face was now full of seriousness. "You just have to stop thinking about what could happen and focus on what will happen. You will get to the other roof safely. I know you can." The greenette just stared at his friend with a red face, and slowly nodded as the word sank in. Her serious expression disappeared as soon as it appeared, and it was replaced with her usual smile. "Great!" She grabbed his arm and tugged him up. Izuku stood up and let himself be dragged back to the middle of the roof. "I'll do it with you." Himiko let go of his arm as she positioned herself next to him. "Okay." The freckled boy nodded. "Okay. Ready?" He took a few calming breaths. Ready. Remember, don't think, just go." Izuku nodded again. "Now." Izuku just lagged half a second behind the blonde. "Don't think, don't think, don't think, don't think." He repeated as the edge grew closer and closer. As he got closer to the edge, a feeling of dread crawled up his spine, making him halt his movement abruptly. Himiko noticed it too late and was already on the other roof when she turned around. "Come on, Izu." She waved at him to follow. "Jump." I'm trying," he whined. A flash of something crossed the blonde features. "I know you can do it. I'll wait for you on the other roof." "The other?" The greenette whisper shouted as a mix of fear and worry enveloped his body. The blonde twirled around without a care and promptly darted towards the roof in front of her. Wait!" the freckled boy shouted. Just as Himiko touched the ground, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. She tried to get up, but it seemed her right leg couldn't muster the strength to do so and fell down again. Her hand quickly clutched her leg as she bit back a scream. "Himiko!" Before he knew it, he was already kneeling at her side. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" The fangirl said nothing and just looked at him with a wide, toothy smile. "You did it." "What the?" Confusion filled his face. "You jumped." Izuku processed what she said for a few seconds. Himiko had jumped over 2 roofs, and he was there with her. When did he? That's when Izuku noticed that she was not clutching her right leg. "Faked it?" "Yep." She jumped to her feet. "You faked it?" Annoyance and anger started to appear in his face. "Oh shit." Himiko quickly turned around and started to run towards the nearest edge. "Oh no. You don't get to run away." Izuku wasted no time in going after her, jumping from roof to roof without even noticing it. "I'm sorry," the blonde shouted with a smile on her face. The freckled boy kept yelling as he chased after her. "Do you know how worried I was?" The blonde almost slowed down at that, but, "Get back here." That made her change her mind and ran even faster instead. They both kept moving through the roofs without paying attention to anything else. At some point, Izuku's grimace disappeared and was replaced with a smile. The route was long forgotten, but it didn't feel like a wasted night. Hikari noticed Inko was in a mix of relief and concern as she tried to focus on her computer today. So when she went to prepare her usual cup of tea, Hikari took the chance to talk to her. Hi, Inko. Oh, Miss Okumura, good afternoon. The chubby woman said before going back to preparing her drink. If this is about the new article, I'm almost done with it. That's due in 3 days. While Hikari was always impressed by her work ethic and productivity, that's not why she was here. But anyways, are you free after work? The greenette turned around. Yes, why? You seem a little stressed, figured you could use a night out. Inko thought for a moment as she stirred her tea. I would like that. Who else is going? Don't know yet, haven't asked the rest. Hikari said. The greenette bit her lip before speaking up again. Can it be just the two of us? There are some things I'd like to talk about in private. Oh. Her superior gave her a slow nod. Okay, wait for me to leave. Inko smiled. Of course, until then. She waved as left the office's kitchen. Hikari then returned to her desk and the day became a blur of drafts from her subordinates, even Inko's. 3 days. Emails from different sources and telling Tanio to not bother her during working hours unless it was important. Perhaps she should see if she could allow a secretary into the budget. Meh, next month perhaps. She always said the same. The end of her shift couldn't have arrived soon enough. A series of satisfying pops came from her body as she stood up from her chair and stretched. Taking off and stuffing her work glasses into their case, she grabbed her coat and purse and made a beeline to Inko's desk. The silence of the empty office was something she was already used to. Her shift ended an hour after her 3 subordinates after all. Inko was tapping away on her phone when she heard the clacking of her boss's heels. Looking up, she smiled at Hikari before grabbing her purse and getting up. Let's go. Hikari led the way towards the exit. Do we go to the same restaurant as before or? Inko bit her lips as she pondered. An Iskia, if it's not much of a bother. The brunette's eyebrows moved up before she controlled them. Very well, follow me. The usual rush of people to the station was calming down and the station had less than half its usual people. A calm quietness surrounded the 2 women as they entered the station and boarded a train. I hope the news I have will cheer her up from whatever she wants to talk about. Hikari thought as she led Inko to a nearby Iskia. As they entered, the buzz of many conversations filled the air as many people filled the place. All but a few seats on the bar were free. The taller woman wasted no time in going there with Inko not far behind. A strange silence surrounded them after ordering drinks and food. Hikari's lips curled up a bit. So, tell me, my eyes in the office? She leaned forward a bit while resting her chin on her interlocked fingers. What's been transpiring while I was stuck in my own office? Inko raised an eyebrow at her antics but answered nonetheless. Oh, nothing special, just the usual. She brought a hand to her chin. I think Chijo started a new game? Maybe? I don't know, they all look the same to me. She trailed off. Hikari sighed. That woman, how does she manage to write such good articles when she plays all day? The greenette shrugged. I wish I knew, I would like some more time to read. Do you think it's because of her quirk? Hikari wondered as their orders arrived. 2 glasses of beer and a plate filled with a mix of fries, chopped green onions and pork with saucer to the side. You think she uses her hair to write while she plays? Inko grabbed her fork and started to eat. Hikari nodded while taking a sip from her glass. How else can you explain it? I've seen her move things around with it, so it is possible. This is good. I should try and make it at home sometime. Inko swallowed before speaking. I don't think so, there are moments where she actually looks at her computer, so maybe she just writes between levels or something? Could be. The brunette started to eat. Could be. There was another silence between the 2 of them as they ate and drank. This one was more peaceful. When they were halfway through the food, Inko spoke up. By the way, how's Tanio? I haven't heard from him since we met at the restaurant. Meh. Hikari shrugged. Annoying as usual. The chubby woman raised an eyebrow. Annoying? But he always looks so calm. The editor-in-chief laughed in irony. Huh, that until you get to know him. She drank from her glass. He is a cheeky BSTRD that will fill himself with blackmail on everyone the moment you give him the chance. She said all of it with a smirk. The greenette chuckled. I'm sure his quirk helps with that. Hikari groaned. Yeah, and he always says that the walls have eyes wherever he goes and he'll take a picture of you out of his pocket. Inko smiled. I'm sure Izuku would love to flesh out his quirk. Her mood soured as she thought of her son. Hikari's smile disappeared as well. Do you want to talk about it? The greenette bit her lip before taking a large swing from her glass. Izuku's been distant lately. Inko started. Moving in automatic, barely speaking, like if he wasn't in there at all. He stayed all day in his room just writing on his notebook. I checked them and he was just doing his schoolwork over and over again, and I think he wasn't sleeping. Hikari nodded, paying full attention. She didn't have children of her own, so she probably wasn't of much help in this situation, but she'd do what she could. She had enough crises throughout her life that she might be somewhat useful. After sipping from her glass and sighing, the cubby woman continued. A friend of his passed by, she was worried about him and went to visit. Whatever they talked about helped him, and today he made breakfast and apologized for not telling me what was going on with him. The ponytailed woman nodded again. I'm sensing a but. The greenette clenched her hands around her glass. But what if it happens again? I didn't do anything to help him. I was useless again. Inko's voice started to shake and crack. Inko. It breaks my heart to see him like that. Her voice cracked even more as tears started to form in her eyes. As Inko slowly started to break down, Hikari quickly fished out her phone and put it on the table. Here, this might cheer you up. She pushed it towards the greenette. It seemed to have worked as the tears that were forming in Inko's eyes were wiped away. Her green eyes quickly read its contents. A smile grew larger and larger on her face, making Hikari grin in relief and satisfaction. I got it this morning. We have an embargo until August 27th that gives you a little over 2 weeks to prepare an article about. Hikari announced. It's your only task for this month. And Inko bursted out crying. Panic splashed over the brunette, along with some tears, as her friend drew the attention of all the customers and staff present. Inko. Hikari was about to move to console her when giggles started to mix with the sobs. Then she noticed the large smile spreading through the greenette's face as she tried to wipe her tears. Inko sniffled a little before speaking. I'm sorry. I'm just so happy. She grabbed her beer, which somehow hadn't been touched by her tears, and raised it up. We have to celebrate it. The brunette stared at her tear-stained face, wide smile, puffy eyes. Brilliant pools of emerald filled with fierceness and commitment. The editor-in-chief couldn't stop the grin forming on her face as she also grabbed her beer. Cheers! The two women exclaimed before downing their glasses. An hour and a half later, Hikari was helping Inko out of a taxi. Because they ended up staying far longer than expected and trains were no longer running. And like hell she would walk all the way with Inko being in the state she was. The greenette may have overdone it a little and drunk more than she should, and was now fighting to keep her balance with Hikari being the only thing stopping her from falling over. After paying the driver, Hikari found herself in quite the pickle. Which one is Inko's apartment? Passed through her head as she stared at the 5-floor building. Looking to her side, she saw Inko was almost dozing off with her head on her shoulder. She didn't even bother trying to ask. A chilly breeze broke her out of her thoughts and headed inside. The inside was bland, but that was to be expected. Beige walls, white roofs. A couple of random paintings hanging in a wall, probably put there to try and liven up the place. A couple of plants tucked in a corner, most likely plastic since there were no windows. And on the only illuminated wall were the mailboxes. Readjusting her grip on Inko, the brunette walked towards them and started to read. Let's see. Kurusu. Rengokuke. Sakuras. Jetstreamus? Must be foreign, not now. But, there you are. Midoriya I. 3rd floor. A flight of stairs later, Hikari gasped for air as she entered the hallway. Oh God, I'm out of shape. With a shake of her head, she stood straight again and walked towards Inko's apartment. After knocking on the door, there was silence. She was about to knock again when the door opened. Yes. A teen as tall as her with curly green hair and freckles stood on the other side of the door. His eyes moved towards Inko, who was practically asleep at this moment. Oh, you are Inko's kid, right? Izuku? Was it? He blinked a couple times before nodding. Why, yeah, that's me. What happened to? Hee, yeah, she drank a bit too much. Hikari said while readjusting her grip on Inko. I'm Hikari, a friend of your mom, mind if I come in? Izuku broke out of whatever was going through his head and stepped aside, swinging the door open. No, please come inside. Pardon the intrusion. The brunette walked in, saw the large couch in the middle of the living room and walked to it without a second thought. I'll leave her here, she said as she laid Inko on the couch. Izuku hummed as he also walked to the couch. Thanks for bringing her here. He bowed a bit. I'll take her to her room. Hikari nodded. No problem, kiddo. She walked back to the door. I'll be taking my leave. It was nice meeting you. The brunette waved. Likewise, see you. See you. She closed the door. Taking out her phone, she sent a message to Inko before leaving the building and hurrying her way home. She was practically running on fumes after all. For his part, Izuku locked the door, grabbed his cane, which was resting by the door hinges, and gave it to the messengers before moving Inko to her room. Himiko sighed in relief as that horrible mist left her mind. Liking the blade of her knife clean of the not-as-good blood covering it. Making sure the blade was clean, she wiped it on a shirt before using said shirt to clean her mouth. She then sheathed her knife in the sheath strapped to her left forearm. A happy tune came from her pocket. Her eyes sparked with excitement as she fished her phone out. Hi, Izu, the blonde said without even looking at the screen. After all, only one person called her. Hello, Himiko. She could hear the freckled boy taking a deep breath. I was wondering if you are free tonight? A large smile spread through the fangirl's face. You want to go out? Some sputtering came from the other side. And not really? Last time we didn't come across anyone. A mix of guilt and relief coated his words. But I want to know if you can protect yourself if we have to fight. Oh, don't worry about that. I can handle myself. She waved her hand in a reassuring way before remembering she was on the phone. I'd rather see it for myself. Izuku said. So, same time? She looked at her phone. 8:30 p.m. Okay. Where last time? He asked. The cat-eyed girl hummed in agreement. I'll be there. Bye-bye. Bye. He hung up. An excited squeal filled the alley she was at as she bounced in place. Looking down at her clothes, she noticed some red spots covering it. I should go and change. She activated her quirk, taking the form of the last person she painted red. Some glasses-wearing businessman. She then turned around and skipped her way out of the alley she was in while humming a tune for herself. The bloodied corpse of the same businessman she transformed into laid against a wall of the alley. That night she decided to wear a dark red jacket along with the same black leggings from last time. As she jumped her way across the roofs towards where they met the other night, she noticed someone sitting on the roof she jumped off before. She recognized the patch of green hair. Instead of the green jacket he used last time, he was wearing his blue one and there was no scarf around his neck and there was also a bag resting against his leg. He was looking at the sky while resting his head on his cane. A large smile spread across her face when the brunette turned in her direction. He got up and waved at her as she jumped the last gap. Hi, Himiko. He greeted her. The blonde bounced her way to him. Hi, Izu. What were you doing? Oh, not much. Just looking at the moon. He pointed up to the full moon above them. It was still visible, despite the clouds in the sky. They almost seemed to move away from it. Hopefully, it won't rain. The rainy season passed a while ago, but that didn't mean that it couldn't rain every now and then. So, when do we begin? Himiko asked. Now, if you want to. She just smiled and nodded. And do you fight barehanded or? He trailed off. I have this. She announced as she reached into her left sleeve and took her knife. The brunette's eyes widened as he stared at the blade, 5 centimeters in width and almost as long as her forearm. Do you always carry that knife? Izuku asked in disbelief. Yep. Himiko smiled. Why? Protection, was all she said. Izuku decided it was a subject for later. So, how do we do this? The blonde brought a hand to her chin as she thought. What about the first to hit the other wins? Without a better idea, the freckled nodded. Okay. They both walked about 10 meters from each other. You ready? Izuku asked as he widened his stance a bit with his cane ready on his side. Himiko just nodded as she widened her stand and raised her knife in front of her in a reverse grip. None of them moved as they locked eyes, waiting for the other to move first. A light chilly breeze flew past them and the freckled boy took a deep breath before letting it out as his face was covered in a mask of concentration. Remember, aim only at the limbs. Izuku was the first to move, slowly walking towards her. Himiko raised an eyebrow but held her knife a bit tighter nonetheless. She had never seen Izuku this serious, not even when he analyzed her quirk. Once close enough he started with 2 quick swipes aiming for her left arm. The blonde sidestepped the first and parried the second before countering with a swipe of her own, directed to the chest. The freckled boy managed to backstep in time to dodge it. But Himiko, with a flick of her wrist, changed the grip on her knife from reverse to a normal one and followed up with another slash, this time wider. Izuku raised his cane to block it, and was surprised to feel that the fanged girl had more strength than he thought as he felt the force of the 2 blades colliding spread through his. But not enough to move his arm away. With a twist of his wrist, he forced her knife's hand out of the way and returned to the offensive with a downward slash. A large grin appeared on the blonde as she twisted her body out of his cane's way and countered with a stab, barely missing Izuku's head. He quickly stepped away from her. But Himiko didn't follow. She just stood there, still smiling with her eyes locked on him. I win, was all she said. The greenette blinked a couple times before looking at her knife. Some red coated the tip. A hand went to his cheek and a spark of pain ran across his face as he touched the small cut on it. It seemed that she didn't miss. When he focused back on Himiko, she was liking the blood off the blade. Himiko, don't do that. But your blood tastes so good. She pouted. You can have my blood before we leave if you need some. Stars appeared in her eyes. Okay. Again. Himiko nodded in excitement before raising her knife again. An hour and 15 matches later, both teens sat next to each other. Many small cuts spread through their clothes. But Himiko had a rather large shallow cut along her bicep. And Izuku was wrapping a bandage on the wound. He might have overdone it during the last match. Sorry. He repeated for the 8th time. He knew it was a good idea to bring the first aid kit. It's fine, Izu. She assured him again. 'Tis but a scratch. Do you want me to clean the scratch again? He moved a bottle of disinfectant with his free hand. Horror spread across the blonde's face at the sight of that cursed bottle. No. Then let me do this. He inspected his job and nodded in approval. They're three. Himiko moved her arm around a bit before shooting up. Thanks. Emchim. Izuku hummed as he looked at their weapons, now lying on the ground in front of them. Both blades were chipped all over the edges, and Izuku was certain that they were now dull. Shall we call it a day? Izuku reached for his cane and pressed a finger against the blade. Yep, definitely dull. Okay. Himiko chirped as she picked up her knife and sheathed it into her forearm. When are we going out on a real patrol? The greenette scratched his chin. Don't know. I never had an actual schedule. I just went out whenever I felt like it. The fanged girl nodded. So when? After that heals. Izuku said without a second thought as he pointed to her bicep. But it's gonna be almost a week. Himiko whined. Then we'll wait a week. The blonde pouted for a few seconds before giving in. But I won. You did not. The freckled boy countered. We were tied 7-7 and I won the last. So I won. No. We were 8-6. So I won. It was 7-7. It was not. They bickered for a little more before parting ways, after making sure that Himiko had her fill of blood. Since it was almost sunrise when Izuku reached his house, he waited until afternoon to enter the dream. Greetings, good hunter. The doll welcomed him as usual, this time from his side. Seems he arrived when she was tending the graves. Hi, Ms. Doll. Izuku waved and took his cane from the messengers. "I'll be in the workshop," he said as walked up the stairs. The doll, seeing she wasn't needed, went back to her task. In the workshop, Matt was tinkering with a pair of blades of similar design but different size. "Hi, Matt." Izuku greeted the old hunter. "Kid." The brunette quickly looked at him to show that he acknowledged his presence when his eyes landed on the cane. "What in Flora's name happened to your weapon?" The brunette chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. "Remember that person I talked about?" The hunter nodded. "Well, she wanted to help me in my activities, and I wanted to make sure she could fight." The freckled boy explained. "I see. Give me a moment." Matt focused back on the swords, attaching something to the handles before holding them together. He twisted his wrists and the sword made a loud click. "They attach good." He mumbled as he tried to tug them apart. "Good, and now dash." He twisted his wrists and the blades split apart with another click. "Good." He walked away from the workbench and hung the swords on the wall. "Now, come on, I'll give a quick rundown in this." The freckled boy nodded as he walked to the bench. Repairing the cane was far more difficult than he expected. Having to detach the wire that held the blades together was a struggle and a half. Then began the tedious task of repairing and sharpening each individual blade. Then was the trigger system, which required far more precise tools and pulse. Putting it all back together was easier, thankfully. But not that much easier. And last but not least, oiling it. Note to self, never forget about doing maintenance to the cane. Ever. Lest I'll have to do this often. That was faster than what I expected. Matt inspected his job. Not bad for a first-timer. "Thanks." Izuku looked at his hands. Small cuts spread through them. He should have been more careful when handling the blades. "Why don't we take a look at the rest of your gear while we are here?" the brunette suggested. "Okay." The messengers appeared on the ground, offering Izuku's vigilante outfit for them to grab. Matt grabbed it, spread it through the bench, and frowned. "Kid, is this really all you wear?" A mix of worry and disbelief coated his voice. The freckled boy tilted his head. "Yes." The old hunter breathed deeply. "These are thin as paper, kid." He picked the green jacket up. "How the hell do you expect them to protect you?" "They aren't to protect me, but to hide my identity, since what I'm doing is illegal." The brunette tried to explain. The brunette then noticed the inner pocket. "Please tell me that you don't keep your vials in there." The brunette did not answer and just looked away. "Wait here." Matt sighed as he walked out of the workshop. "Dear Kazum," he cursed under his breath. Seconds later he came back with the doll behind him. "Doll, I want you to take his measurements. He needs proper protection." Matt instructed. The doll just nodded and produced a measuring tape from somewhere in her dress. "W8-" the brunette sputtered. "You don't get a saying in this, kid." The old hunter firmly interrupted him. "I will not allow you to leave the dream without having proper hunter's gear." Izuku tried to argue, but all he said fell on deaf ears. In the end, Matt did allow him to leave the dream without hunter's gear. But the doll was now working on it. And the old hunter confiscated his cane until it was done. "Thank goodness we didn't agree to go on a patrol for a while." He sighed. "Izuku." Inko looked back at her son with faint traces of worry. The younger Midoriya shook his head and quickly caught up to her, making the contents of the bags he was carrying move around. "Coming. Careful. You could drop something." He readjusted his grip on the two bags he was holding. "I won't, don't worry." They reached a crossroad. "We'll see." The chubby woman let out a bit of her sass as they waited amongst the crowd. "Why do we need so much food anyways? Is someone coming for dinner or something?" Izuku asked as the light turned green. Inko shook her head as they started walking. No, just restocking, unless you want to invite Himiko over." Her lips curled up. Some red splattered through his face as he looked away. "No." "Oh well, a pity," the smallest brunette said. "I like her." More crimson appeared on Izuku's face as he caught up to her. They fell into a calm silence as they moved through the city and entered the less crowded streets of their neighborhood. As the redness on his face subsided, his mind began to wander to other places. His room, to be precise. And how crowded it would become if he kept. "What are you muttering about, Izu?" His mom brought him back to reality. "Why do you have to call me that?" he whined. Inko's lips curled up into something in between a smirk and a genuine smile. "I like it. It's cute." Another blush appeared on his cheeks as he tried to change the subject. My weights don't feel as heavy anymore, and I was thinking if I should buy more weights, or go to a gym." Inko nodded as they rounded a corner. "I would be more at ease knowing that you have a professional helping you out," she explained. "And you could make some friends there." The freckled brunette hummed as he moved out of the way to let someone pass. "And I could use more equipment than at home." "Do what you feel more comfortable with," she said as they entered their apartment building. "Okay." That afternoon Izuku did a quick research on any nearby gyms. Only one was in his neighborhood, and with what little equipment it had, it would be the same as working out at home. A few good ones were on the other side of Mizudafu. But a 2-hour train ride wasn't something he was looking forward to. He put them as the last choice. Luckily, the last choice wasn't necessary. In an adjacent neighborhood, there was a pretty decent one. And with good prices. The distance was less than what he did as a warm-up, so he could jog his way there if he felt like it. So, with his mind made up, he set off. The next afternoon, Izuku stepped through the door of the gym, with a bag hanging from his shoulder. As soon as he opened the door, the sound of music coming from different speakers greeted him. Loud enough to muffle any grunt of effort coming from the people inside, but not loud enough to make you raise your voice to speak. The brunette made his way to a bench next to the door and took a change of shoes from his bag. After putting them on, he walked forward and looked at all the equipment, thinking about where to start. A rather large hand landed on his shoulder, which totally did not make him yelp in surprise. "Hey there. Midoriya, right?" a deep voice said. Izuku looked back and had to crane his neck to look at the 2-meter giant of a man that spoke to him. "Mr. Ursai," the man said. "So, got a workout? Or want me to prepare one for you?" "I had a sort of routine I did at home, but..." The freckled boy couldn't stop his eyes from wandering towards the pair of fluffy ears that sat atop the man's head. He forced himself to focus. "But I would like to have a proper workout." Ursai nodded. "Very well, get on a bike while I do the basics. We'll flesh out the specifics as we go." He moved aside to show a set of mounted bikes. "Okay." Izuku did as told. As he pedaled away on one of the bikes, he couldn't stop wondering about something in his head. What kind of mutation quirk does he have? He also spotted some kid around his age. Throughout his time in the gym, he debated if he should approach them. He did not. 2 hours later, Izuku dragged himself out of the building. "Why did I choose to work legs on the first day?" he complained to himself. "Come on, you gotta get home." He took a deep breath and straightened his back before downing what was left of his water. On the way, he let his mind wander to try and focus on something that wasn't his burning legs. The videos he'd been watching the last few nights were as good of a distraction as anything else. Like most of the nights he did not sleep through, he was watching heroes' videos. Amongst all of the videos he watched that day, one hero stood out the most in his mind. A not-so-known daylight hero, Paradox. His quirk was curious. All quirks are interesting for him. He appeared to be able to change the direction of the kinetic force he created. But I'm not sure if it was in a random direction or not. What drew his eyes more was not his quirk, but rather how brutal he was. The few videos he found about him ended with his catches being really injured, and some might have died after the video ended. Which led to another rabbit hole. Do heroes kill? Are they allowed to? What happens when they do? Did it affect them? So he searched for interviews, articles, anything he could think of or came around. Turns out some did. Very rarely. Mostly as a last resource if the situation was too dire. Many heroes admitted to have never killed someone, always being able to de-escalate the situation before it went south, whether it be by luck or skill. Some said they had to kill once or twice. They all admitted not being proud about having blood on their hands, but they claimed that they'd do it again if it meant saving people. Then he went a bit more back in time, with some older interviews of the times before the symbol of peace appeared. And dear Flora, it weighed on them. While not on the level of the Midoriya waterworks, some did break in front of the camera. Some others said it was a necessary evil to keep everyone safe. Then he went to another line of work. Police. And they said more or less the same. They regretted having to kill, but would do it again if it meant protecting someone. And that led to a question. Would he kill again if meant saving someone? He didn't have an answer for that, or perhaps he was scared of the answer. By the time he came back to the real world, he was already in front of his apartment building. 2 days after his internal debate, he was at the gym. For the moment he was torturing his forearms with some dumbbell curls. He was through his second series when someone stopped in front of him. A boy a bit more bulkier than him, with red eyes and black hair. He wore a black tank top and shorts, and smiled a friendly smile that revealed shark-like teeth. Hi there, can I give you some advice? He said. Izuku blinked a couple times. Yes. Try holding the dumbbell up for a moment before going back down. It makes the muscles work more. The greenette hummed and tried to do as instructed. When he was done with the series, his forearms were burning up more than usual. Oh, you were right, thanks. Izuku smiled. Anytime. The boy offered a hand to him. I'm Kirishima Idru. The freckled boy shook his hand, somewhat weakly. Midoriya Izuku. Feel free to ask me for advice whenever you need them. Izuku blinked again. Oh, sure. The next day, true to his word, Kirishima happily helped him to correct his form with some exercises. 6. Izuku squatted down and went back up, taking a deep breath. 7. The greenette gritted his teeth as he went down and up again. His face turned red from strain as his legs burned. 8. The red-eyed boy kept counting. Just 2 more. Izuku's knuckles turned white as he gripped the bar on his shoulders. Ak, was all he managed to say as he did 1 more rep. 9. Come on, Midoriya, 1 last push. Kirishima encouraged him. Breathing fast, Izuku did 1 more squat and felt his legs tremble as he went up. 10. Kirishima's hand shot to the bar, taking some of its weight off of Izuku. They both moved forwards and left the bar on its support. See, I told you could do it. The black-haired boy smiled as he offered Izuku his water bottle. The freckled boy took a big swing before speaking. Barely. He breathed out as he sat on the ground. Oh, Flora. He whispered under his breath. Kirishima chuckled. You're adding more weight, what did you expect? To be able to breathe. Izuku managed to say. The black-haired boy offered him a hand. Yeah, you get used to that. The greenette accepted it. Have you? Nope. Kirishima smiled as he pulled him up. Now, come on, I gotta do my bench press. He started to take the weights off the bar. Coming. Izuku took a swing of his bottle before helping him. An hour later, both teens dragged themselves out of the gym. Kirishima massaged the muscles in his chest, while Izuku wished he had his cane with him. Midoriya, do you think this is worth it to be in shape? Kirishima said between breaths. The teen in question straightened his posture before speaking. Just barely. Yeah. The black-haired boy took a deep breath and offered a fist to Izuku. See you tomorrow? Izuku processed what he said for a couple seconds before fist bumping. Yeah. Bye, Kirishima. Bye. They each left in opposite directions and Izuku finished what was left of his water on his way home. His mind wandered towards his nocturnal activities as his body moved on autopilot. The new gear is almost done, at least that's what the doll said. And Hime healed faster than what I expected. Perhaps we can go out tomorrow. What will I say to her when I appear wearing all of that out of no dash? His train of thought came to a halt as he hit something akin to a wall, making him stumble to the ground. Oh, are you okay, young man? A worried voice came from in front of him. Izuku looked up and the first thing he noticed was gray skin, along with a rather cubical body clad in red clothes. Young man. The man's voice filled with more worry as the greenette just stared at him in silence. That's... Izuku forced himself back to earth and shot up before bowing. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't looking where I was going. he said a bit faster and louder than he should. A small chuckle came from the hero. Worry not, just be more careful in the future. Oh, of course. The freckled boy raised his head. Cementos just smiled and continued his patrol, leaving the boy stewing in his own thoughts. On the outside, Izuku resumed his walk, this time paying attention to his surroundings. On the inside, his inner hero fanboy was running rampant, throwing around facts about his fighting style and theories about his quirk. Why didn't I bring my notebook? I could have asked for his autograph. He complained to himself and made a mental note to not leave his house without his notebook again, should such an event repeat. Once at home, and after having reined in his hero fanboy, he jumped into the shower. A quick shower later, he entered the dream. The doll requested him to pass by regularly so she could make sure the measurements were right. He already passed by regularly so. The first thing he saw when he entered was the doll, in her usual spot, but beside her was a pile of neatly folded clothes next to her, with a hat sitting atop it. "Greetings, good hunter." The doll said. Izuku waved. "Hi, Ms. Doll, is that?" He pointed to the clothes. "Yes, it is done." She nodded. "Please, put it on to see if there are more adjustments to be made." The greenette grabbed the pile and walked up to the workshop, which was empty. "Where's Matt?" he wondered as he started to dress up. A few minutes later, Izuku left the workshop wearing a dark blue buttoned-up coat that reached past his knees with a folded neck that covered half his neck and could reach up to his chin should he need it. And as much as he liked the feathered overcoat that went along with it, it made moving his arms difficult. So he opted to not use it. Beneath it was a black vest for an extra layer of protection, Matt's decision. Two surprisingly thin white gloves wrapped around his hands. According to Matt, they let blood seep through them. Around his waist was a belt with 4 pouches on it and a proper holster for his cane. For his legs, a set of trousers of the same color as the vest. They were very similar to the ones Matt wore. Below it were a pair of dark leather boots with metal reinforcement at the tips. Even with the reinforcement, they weren't as heavy as the weights he used when working out at home. And finally, to hide his face, he now had a proper face mask that reached from the crook of his neck and up to his nose. The dark leather tricorn that appeared to have 2 of its tips ripped off was currently in his hand, since he wasn't really sure on how to wear it properly. As soon as he descended the stairs, the doll started to inspect him, making sure everything was perfect. She redid the fold on the neck of the coat, arranged the face mask as some parts on its lower neck were sticking out, smoothed out the wrinkles on the coat, and finally, she grabbed the tricon from his hand and put it on his head, tucking away some stray hairs so they did not bother his sight. Through the whole process, the doll remained silent and Izuku was an embarrassed, blushing mess. Once the doll was satisfied, she stepped back and returned to her usual spot. When the blush on his face subsided, the greenette recovered higher brain functions. Ms. Doll, where is Matt?" "In the garden through those stairs." She motioned to the stairs by the messenger's bath. While Izuku walked up the stairs, the tombs there drew his attention. Unlike the ones by other stairs, these had a stone plate that was also part of it. Are these for offerings? He searched for a name in any of them. But if there used to be one, it had long since faded. Deciding to ask about them later, he continued his way up. At the top of the stairs, beside the door that led to the workshop, was a path. Izuku never really used that entrance to the workshop, so he didn't even notice that the path existed. It led to a small garden. And in the middle of the garden was an old, empty wheelchair. And on the right side of said wheelchair was Matt, sitting with a leg propped up, resting his back to the wheel and his head on the armrest, with his eyes closed. "Is he just sleeping?" The greenette wondered as he moved as silently as he could to the old hunter. "I know you are there, kid," Matt said with his eyes still closed when he was just a couple of steps away. "Gah!" Izuku jumped back and almost fell off. The brunette got up and stretched a bit before looking at the freckled boy. "You look like a proper hunter now." He complimented the boy. Thanks." His eyes focused on the wheelchair. "What is that?" Matt followed his gaze. "You mean this?" He put a hand on the wheelchair. The greenette nodded. It belonged to Gehrman, the previous host. "Host?" Izuku tilted his head to the side. The old hunter nodded. The dream needs a host to exist without Flora's physical presence. The greenette blinked and nodded slowly. And what happened to him? I took his place, was all Matt said, his face not betraying a single emotion. A small silence came after that as Izuku just processed that information. So, what brings you here? The old hunter decided to change the subject. I just wanted to thank you for giving me these clothes. The greenette bowed his head. Matt just shrugged. They're of no use to me, kid, he assured. And I wouldn't allow any moon hunter to be unequipped. Izuku raised his head. And thanks for letting me have this coat. He tugged its edges. When Matt showed him the large collection of hunters' uniforms at his disposal, that coat was the only thing Izuku asked for in particular once he knew what it represented. The hunter just hummed. Do you want to spar and get used to moving in it? Oh yeah, sure. He nodded as they made their way out of the smaller garden and towards the largest. The next night, Izuku was making his way to their meeting spot. He was surprised by how easily he got used to jumping across buildings. But that didn't matter right now. What did matter right now was how he was going to explain to Himiko his new costume. He spent the entire day thinking about it. Did he have a plan? Hopefully, she wouldn't ask too many questions. Who am I kidding? Himi will ask many questions. There was also that, he wasn't sure he started to refer to her as Himi in his mind, but he didn't dislike it. Not that he'd ever say it out loud, he'd probably die of embarrassment. Speaking of which, Himiko arrived before him, and was now enthusiastically waving at him. As soon as he jumped the last gap, the blonde started to circle around with stars in her eyes. She squealed. Where did you get these? She grabbed his arm and felt the hard cloth of the blue coat. It's so cool. And look at these. She then noticed the white gloves and grabbed his hands and traced her hands on them. So soft. The greenette turned a deep shade of red. I bought them online. He managed to stammer out. Where? She jumped in front of him. I want them. She moved even closer to his face. The heat on his face increased even more as he was on the verge of a mental meltdown. I can't remember. Himiko pouted as she stepped back. Fine, but you'll tell me. As he fought to keep his blush under control, Izuku said. I will. You'd better. The fanged girl fumed. Now, where do we start? Her mood changed as fast as she changed subjects. The vigilante reached into one of two small pouches he asked the doll to include on the back of his belt and took out his small notebook. Well, given that we'll move faster across roofs, I thought about expanding our dash. The blonde moved next to him and leaned onto his shoulder to have a good look at his notebook. He expanded our route a bit. In his notebook, what was previously a one-page map was now expanded to the adjacent page. What did you think? He did not dare to look at her, nor think it was possible given how stiff and tense his entire body was. Himiko just hummed as she looked at the hand-drawn map. Okay. She moved away from Izuku, allowing him to recover motor functions and leaving him with a mix of relief and disappointment. Blinking at the mess of feelings in his head, he decided to put them in a safety box and throw them to the farthest corner of his mind. Shaking his head, he did his best to focus on the task at hand. The patrol. I'll go ahead. The greenette moved closer to the edge of the roof as he put his notebook back into its pouch. I already memorized the route. He pulled the face mask up. Lead the way. Himiko stepped next to him, this time keeping her distance. Izuku jumped the first gap, and as he did, the fanged girl noticed his footwear. Boots too? She screamed. The vigilante set off on a sprint as soon as his feet touched the ground. Himiko quickly jumped behind him. You don't get to run, Midoriya Izuku. After Himiko caught up to him and demanded to tell her where he got everything, both teens moved in a quiet tandem with the blonde pouting at the fact that he didn't reveal what she wanted to know. Thank goodness I didn't bring the hat. He still was in the process of figuring out how Matt managed to keep it on his head while fighting. The old hunter said he'll get it eventually, and proved his point by bowing down with his hat not moving from his head. We should be near the next point. The greenette forced himself to focus. The next one. Izuku said without looking back. Behind him, Himiko nodded. After jumping one more gap, they both slowed down and looked down the alleys around the building. They were all empty, aside from one that had a cat rummaging through a dumpster. This was the last place of the first page, and they found nothing except for a couple of drunk people puking in an alley. Let's keep moving, Himiko said. Just a couple of roofs after they resumed their patrol, a loud crash echoed in the quiet night. Both hurried towards the noise. When they reached a roof above it, they leaned over the edge to see a man leaning against a dumpster with a hand holding his side. He's injured, Izuku whispered. Go and check on him, Himiko whispered back. Through that fire escape. She pointed to the wall of the building in front of them. And you? I'll stay here. Her eyes narrowed a bit. Just in case. The greenette arched an eyebrow. In case of what? A gut feeling, was all she said. Now hurry up. Deciding to ask about that later, the young vigilante jumped to the other roof and descended the fire escape. Landing in front of the man with a thud, the man looked at him in a mix of panic and hope. Please, I got mugged. The man grunted in pain. And that BSC. He slouched over. He moved his hand a bit to show the blood covering it. Izuku reached into one of the pouches on his belt as he walked to the man. Don't worry, I have some bandages, he dashed. A sharp pain in his stomach cut him off as the man's face changed from scared to euphoric, along with a large smile creeping up his face. The vigilante fell to the ground as a large dark spike retreated back into the man's knee. As Izuku struggled to breathe, the man straightened up and wiped the blood off his hand. I was hoping to get a hero, but I guess a vigilante will do. The greenette clutched his stomach in pain. Hopefully they'll give me half dash. He was violently interrupted by a blonde landing on top of him and forcing him to the ground. Nothing but pure animosity showed in Himiko's eyes as in a flash she raised her knife with both hands and went for a stab right to his face. A dark spike shot from the man's shoulder and hit the blade at the last second, making it just graze his cheek and hit the ground next to his ear. Another spike shot from his other shoulder and Himiko nimbly rolled off of him and to the opposite direction of Izuku. Just as the man was crouching to stand up, the tip of a blade poked at his back. Don't move, Izuku breathed out with a surprisingly imposing tone. The man turned his head in shock to see no bloodstains on the greenette's body. How the dash? He was cut off by Himiko landing a rather harsh kick on his head, making him fall limp to the ground. Izuku blinked. I think you overdid it a bit. He sheathed his cane. Completely ignoring him, she hurried to his side, almost stepping on the unconscious man. Are you okay? Her hands shot to his stomach, searching for any sign of blood. The freckled boy was thankful for his face mask as it hid the massive blush that flooded his cheeks. I am fine. He fumbled for a moment before grabbing Himiko's wrists. The coat took the hit for me. But you dash. The fanged girl locked eyes with him. He just knocked the air out of me. Even with half of her face covered, Izuku could see her worry just by looking at her eyes. And it felt good to have someone, aside from his mom worrying about him, to know that he could rely on the person in front of him. It felt amazing. His lips curled up, kept hidden by his mask. I'm fine, really, he said in a calm tone. Himiko kept looking at his eyes before nodding. Okay. They stood in silence for a moment, before Izuku noticed how close to each other they were. Letting go of her wrists, he started to walk to the unconscious man. Can you help me move him? The greenette thanked his face mask again for hiding his wild blush. But it did nothing to hide the embarrassment in his voice. The fanged girl hummed and jumped to the other side of the man. Where to? I think that the street W would be best. He stuttered as he grabbed the man by the shoulder. A hero will surely see him. Himiko grabbed the other shoulder. Okay. They dragged him out of the alley and Izuku tied his hands behind a nearby lamppost with a zip tie. After hurrying out of the streets and back to the rooftops, Izuku asked as he pulled his face mask down. How did you know it? The blonde sat by a ventilation. Know what? That he wasn't injured. I told you. She pulled her neck down. Gut feeling. I've done the same a few times. Izuku hummed as he sat next to her. I guess I'll trust those then. He looked up at the night sky. It was mostly clear, but light pollution made it hard to see too many stars. The moon was very much visible though. Himiko looked up too as they fell to a comfortable silence. After some time, she scooted closer to Izuku, close enough to bump shoulders. He blushed but did not move away. Today was a good birthday, she whispered, barely audible. But Izuku heard it clearly enough and snapped his head to her, asking a bit louder than he should. It's your birthday? That morning Naomasa stood in front of one of the interrogation rooms where a blonde man with a bandage on one cheek and a large bruise on the other waited for him. He read the file one more time before opening the door. Why can't there be a week without me being needed for questioning first thing in the morning? The detective hid a sigh by drinking from his cup of coffee. Instantaneous was certainly not as good as what Sansa could make, but beggars can't be choosers. He sat in front of the man and took out an audio recorder. 7:24 a.m., August 16th. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, taking declaration. Sir, could you please state your name and age before starting? He put the recorder on the table. The man cleared his throat before speaking. Yes, of course. I'm Ishiki Akira, 38 years old. False. True. Tsukachi's Quirk provided. Could you explain what happened to you that led to you being found injured and tied to a lamppost? I was coming back home after working overtime when I was ambushed by these two punks. Ishiki said. False. The detective's Quirk pinged again. You were working overtime? The blonde nodded. This happened after midnight, correct? Yes. True. And what kind of work do you do that? Has you working overtime till past midnight? Naomasa arched an eyebrow. Ishiki's eyes widened for a split second before returning to normal. Well, you see, I work at a junkyard, compacting trash, yes. False. Thanks for answering. Now please, continue. 2 people assaulted you, you said? Yes. These 2 punks dragged me into an alley and started to beat me up until I blacked out. Ishiki exclaimed. I tried to defend myself but it was useless. False. True. And after you passed out, they tied you to a lamppost and left you there? I guess so. Naomasa nodded. What reason do you think they had to do it? The blonde shrugged. Hell if I know. False. Did they look familiar to you? They were covering their faces so I couldn't tell. True. Any details that could help us find them? A boy and a girl. The boy had dark hair and the girl blonde hair. Ishiki explained. That's all I saw. True. Thanks. Aside from that, did they steal from you? Money? Valuables? Anything? No, I had everything with me. True. We'll see what we can do. The detective stood up and turned off the recorder. Thank you for your time. No problem, can I leave now? Ishiki stood up. Naomasa stood up as well. I'm afraid not. He slowly reached into his back. Ishiki stood still for a moment. Why not? Wariness coated his voice. Well, lying on a declaration is a serious crime, Mr. Ishiki. Tsukachi explained while standing in front of the only door of the room. Or should I say Mr. Kanzuya? At that moment the blonde man lunged at the detective, already winding up a fist. In the blink of an eye, a moment after he threw the fist, Kanzuya was with his stomach on the floor and with Tsukachi's knee on his back while the detective held his arm. Kanzuya Ichigo, you are under arrest for lying on a declaration and attempting to assault a police officer. Naomasa said while cuffing the arm he was holding. Kanzuya willed a spike from his hand, but nothing came out. He couldn't even feel his arm. Looking at his arm, his face filled with dread and despair when, instead of the normal cuffs, he saw the bulkier shock cuffs. The detective took advantage of his shock and cuffed his other arm just as 2 officers entered the room. He hauled Kanzuya up and let the other officers take him to a cell. After dusting off his clothes, Naomasa grabbed the file he brought with him and opened it. Kanzuya Ichigo, suspected of working with a Quirk trafficking ring. Not enough evidence to warrant an arrest. Doesn't matter. He has enough charges of assault and robbery to keep him in for at least 5 years. Tsukachi drank what was left in his cup, grimacing a bit at the taste, and threw the cup in a nearby trash can as he walked out of the interrogation room. Hopefully Sansa will make his pot soon. A very hurried and flustered Izuku walked down the street towards the train station, nimbly avoiding anyone on his way, doubling down on his efforts of running away from his house and most importantly, his mother, with a wild blush still present on his face. The moment she knew her child was spending the afternoon with Himiko, she wasted no time in both teasing and helping him, which for Izuku might as well be another way of teasing him. Whether it be smoothing out his clothes, cooing at how good he looked, trying and failing to tame his unruly hair. So, the moment he saw a way out, he jumped without hesitation. And now seriously dreaded the moment he returned to his house. But that's a problem for tonight's Izuku. He looked down at his clothes and made sure he did not forget anything, or he would have to go back home. He was wearing his dark green jacket, since he didn't have to use it for his night activities anymore, a light blue shirt with the word tuxedo written in it, black jeans and his usual pair of red shoes, and an umbrella in one hand, since the forecast announced high chances of rain. Himi said she liked my random words shirts, so there shouldn't be a problem in wearing them more often, right? Seeing he had everything with him, he hurried his way to the train station. After the train reached the station they agreed to meet at, Izuku made his way out of the underground structure. It was a workday afternoon, so, obviously, the streets were bursting with people. Walking away from the crowd, he sat down on a bench at a less populated and easy-to-spot area and waited. For at least half a minute. A yelp of surprise escaped from him as a pair of slender arms wrapped around his neck. "Izu!" Himiko's voice appeared dangerously close to his ear. The greenette would have jumped away, were it not for her arms keeping him in place. "To Himiko!" He managed to stutter as red flooded his face. She let go of him and moved in front of him. "Hi." "Hi," was all he could say as his eyes, against his will, quickly looked over her. The blonde wore a beige shirt below a wine-red jacket, along with her usual dark skirt and knee socks, but now, instead of her usual shoes, she wore black boots with heels that made her almost as tall as him. Her smile widened a bit at that. "So, shall we go?" She put her hand behind her as she leaned a bit forward. Izuku broke off whatever trance he was in and shot up from the bench. "Why yeah. Let's go." He started to walk a bit faster than usual. Himiko giggled at his antics and caught up with him. They walked in silence, each for different reasons. The freckled boy was trying to keep his blush under control and did not trust himself to be able to speak like a normal person at the moment. And the blonde wasn't exactly helping him with that. She was walking a bit too close to him while smiling in an innocent, happy way, content enough with the attention she was receiving to speak up. After a few minutes of quiet walking, with Izuku's blush almost gone, they reached their destination. The shopping mall. It might be 2 days late, but he offered Himiko to buy her something as a birthday present. And that meant spending an afternoon with Izuku, so logically, she accepted without a second thought. The two of them slowly moved through the mall, looking for anything that might interest them, with Izuku using his umbrella as a cane without realizing. Their first stop was a music store. An album of her favorite band or singer would a good gift. Izuku mused as they walked in. Inside, a low jazz tune came from speakers on the walls, which were filled with posters of various bands. A young woman with light blue hair, green eyes and a mildly bored expression stood behind the counter using a headset with a free ear, and one of her fingers tapped the counter following the rhythm of whatever she was listening to. "Welcome, dear customers," she said with a slightly forced smile and equally forced chirper tone. "Are you looking for anything in particular?" Before Izuku could speak, Himiko said, "No, we're just looking for now." She dragged the greenette to the many rows of shelves inside the store. The clerk happily went back to her music. The shelves were divided into genres and organized by date, with some things even reaching back to the pre-Quirk era. It was quite interesting to sort through everything the store had to offer. But nothing particularly drew Himiko's attention. She liked listening to music, but she didn't really have a preference, probably due to not having the time to actually listen to a lot of it. What was a bit curious was that in the almost 40 minutes they were there, a girl around their age and with elongated earlobes did not leave the rock section. Deciding to keep looking, they reached the first of many clothing stores the shopping mall had. They didn't buy anything in that one either, though some jackets and coats did draw the blonde's eye. The clerk that welcomed them said they made a cute couple. Izuku would have said they weren't one but was too busy blushing and having a meltdown to form coherent sentences, and Himiko wasn't really paying attention to her as she dragged the greenette from side to side. Almost 3 hours later, and with their tour through every store in the first floor almost done and only one more shop left to visit before going to the next floor. A store Izuku was well acquainted with. It sold his random words shirts after all. When Himiko saw one of said shirts on display, she marched in without thinking it twice, dragging Izuku along with her. Upon entering, the clerk welcomed them. "Hey, if it isn't our best client. And wearing our merchandise," the young man said from behind the counter. "Hi." Izuku waved somewhat weakly as Himiko started to go through the different racks, dragging him along. The clerk decided to bite his tongue and just whispered for himself. "Lucky one." He shook his head with a smirk. The store itself offered pretty normal clothes that one could find in any other store. But 2 specific racks had only random words shirts. Himiko happily sorted through them, giggling at some of them, grabbing a few and taking them to a nearby mirror to see how they looked. But all of them went back to the rack as she looked at them deep in thought. If you want, they can put custom words or phrases in one. Izuku brought her back to reality. She snapped her head at him. "You can?" Izuku pointed to a sign that showed the prices. The custom order was the most expensive, but not by far. "Just pick a plain shirt and tell the clerk what you want it to say." Before he could finish speaking, Himiko had already blasted off, grabbing a bright red shirt and darting towards the clerk. The greenette could not hear what she said, but the clerk just arched an eyebrow and shrugged before grabbing the shirt and going to the back. He walked to the fanged girl as the clerk went back to the counter. "It will be ready in 15 to 30 minutes. The clerk said as Izuku grabbed his wallet and paid for the shirt. "What did you ask for?" Izuku asked as they left the store. Himiko smirked. "You'll see." With that, she dragged him to the second floor. There was much of the same. Some clothing stores, there was basically one for each brand, but nothing drew the blonde's eye. The hero merch store, which she dutifully avoided. Gym stuff shop, she didn't even bother. Beauty products store, she used none, so why even bother? And finally cell phone store, which obviously sold decorations for them. That did interest her, especially the keychains. After 15 minutes of sorting through everything they had, she decided on a small metallic-looking serrated blade with some marks on the flat part that gave it a worn look. It was obviously plastic, but it looked good. Satisfied with what she had, they went back to Izuku's favorite store for Himiko's shirt. Inside, the clerk was behind the counter with a shirt on it. The blonde hurried to it and nodded in approval at her new shirt before showing it to Izuku. "What do you think?" The bright red shirt had written with big black letters, "Not a villain." 10 days flew by to Izuku, having gone out on patrols 4 more times with Himiko, and catching 3 criminals. He was surprised by Himiko's gut feelings, as she was able to tell when people were faking wounds or not, saving the greenette from another surprise attack on one occasion. They also helped a man who was actually attacked. They couldn't catch the attackers since they found him almost way after the attack. But the man survived. It seemed that whoever attacked him broke his phone so he couldn't call for help. So, while Izuku did his best to treat his wounds, Himiko called an ambulance. And they disappeared when they heard the siren. And Izuku gathered enough courage to go out on a patrol on his own as well. Well, not actually a patrol, but rather an escapade to look for heroes' patrol routes so he knew where to leave a criminal for the heroes to arrest. Or where should they if they ever needed help. He was coming back from said escapade right now. Managing to be surprisingly stealthy with his new gear, he made it to his room and changed out of it. Even if he wasn't planning on actually fighting anyone, he still left his house fully geared up, just in case anything happened. Seeing that it was still early for him to be out of bed, he grabbed his small notebook and started to read and improve his notes. Let's see. Rockwood's route goes mostly through the center of the city, so perhaps we could see him passing through. He muttered as he scribbled on the map he'd drawn. If the timing is right, Mirkwood would mostly pass through that neighborhood, so He is the most likely to use. Mr. Brave is usually near the docks, so a thin but large area over here. He scribbled down all the heroes' patrol routes he remembered. By the time he was done, the map was a mess only he could understand. And even then he had some troubles here and there. So, after deciding to redraw the map before their next patrol, he went to the dinner table to have breakfast. After breakfast, the two greenettes were sitting on the large couch. Izuku, with nothing better to do in classes starting next week, was rereading old material. Inko sat next to him, watching TV, and if she happened to ruffle her son's hair every now and then, none of the involved complained. The older greenette was a bit strange today. She woke up earlier than usual, breakfast was certainly bigger, and she was swapping channels every few minutes. She knew why. Today was the day after all. Her hand went back to her phone as she read for the 100th time the message Hikari sent her. "I'm not a mother, but I think you are doing more than enough just by being there for him. I know I would have really appreciated having my mom being there for me if I was ever feeling down. It might not feel like that to you, but I'm sure your presence helps him more than you or him even realize. Take care and try not to drink as much next time. I want to be the one carried home." It helped more than she expected to read those words. And obviously, when they went out for a coffee last Sunday, she thanked her. Inko finally settled on a news channel. Paradox was the latest target of the infamous hero killer, Stain. The reporter said as an image of the hero appeared on screen. And Izuku, after hearing the word hero, raised his head. He was found in Shibuya, Tokyo, with multiple stab wounds in a side street near the popular gym, Protein Lovers. "That's his third attack in Tokyo." Izuku muttered. "Did you say something, Aizu?" Inko turned to her son. Some red appeared on his cheeks. Just that the hero killer usually attacks 4 heroes before moving to another city." Inko just nodded and focused back on the TV. The reporter then gave a small summary of his career. He graduated from Shiketsu, was an intern for Fate Fable for 3 years, then went out to create his agency in Shibuya where he worked for 6 years. Ranked up to the 386th place on the hero ranking, no merchandise about him was made. And he never took in any interns of his own. In other news, a massive fraud and discrimination case was discovered in Aldra Junior High in Mizudafu City. The reporter announced, making Izuku's eyes shoot open and filled Inko with a mix of anger and satisfaction. After an anonymous tip, the Ministry of Education found out that Aldra tampered with their students' grades and records, and the teachers allowed the illegal use of quirks on its grounds and even encouraged harassment between classmates, among other things. Izuku stared at the screen in shock. The principal of this high school denied every accusation, but was proved wrong after the ministry checked the security recordings. Due to this, all of the teachers of Aldera were sentenced to have their teaching licenses revoked and to pay a fine of 50.000.000 yen each. Both greenettes gaped at the number. As for the principal, above all of that, was sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. The reporter continued. As for the students, in order to not disrupt their education, the ministry has assigned teachers for the rest of the school year, after which the school will be closed until later notice. Inko silenced the TV as the reporter jumped into another topic. She turned to her son, who had yet to say a word. He just stared at the screen in shock, not knowing how to react. He didn't feel bad, but he didn't feel good either. A hand landed on his, bringing him back to reality. "Izuku." His mom rubbed circles with her thumb on his hand. "Was that really necessary?" he asked. Izuku Inko was about to remind him what they did when the freckled boy kept talking. "I know they deserved punishment for what they did, but it feels excessive. The ministry just ruined their lives." "Izuku." The chubby woman could only feel proud about her son's empathy, even if she thought they didn't deserve it. She wrapped an arm around him and kissed his head. The rest of the morning was a little more quiet than usual. Inko did not leave for work, as Hikari gave her the day off so she could enjoy the news in peace. And when Izuku came out of the shower after getting back home from the gym, someone knocked on the door. Inko opened the door and was greeted by the 2 people she expected the least. A tall woman with short spiky blonde hair and red eyes. and a glasses-wearing man with short light brown hair and eyes. Mitsuki. Masuru. Inko looked at them in a mix of confusion and sorrow. Her last talk with the blonde woman still weighing on her mind. Hi Inko. Mitsuki couldn't look at the greenette in the eyes. Can we talk? The greenette bit her lip as she heavily considered just closing the door. She wasn't angry at them, but she just couldn't really look at them without thinking about certain things. I am not sure. The blonde looked dejected but said nothing. Please, Inko. Masuru spoke up. Just give us 5 minutes, that's all we ask. Inko bit her lip almost hard enough to draw blood. 5 minutes. She stepped back and swung the door open. Thanks. Masuru bowed his head before entering. Mitsuki followed behind him in silence. The couple sat on the large couch as Inko moved to the smallest one. And they sat in silence with the greenette waiting for them to start speaking, Mitsuki not raising her head from the ground and Masuru thinking of a way to properly and delicately address the situation. The silence was broken by none of the 3 adults, but rather Izuku, who left his room. Hey mom, who is Dash? He froze at the sight of the 2 guests. Oh, Mitsuki. Uncle Masuru. His entrance made Mitsuki raise her head. She looked at him in a mix of pain, guilt, and a bit of surprise. After all, last she saw the freckled, he was but skin and bones. And now there was actually muscle around said bones. Muscles that, while not being big, were starting to look defined. When Mitsuki raised her head, Inko stared in shock at the large bags below her eyes. Something she had never seen in the blonde. Izuku. Masuru spoke up first. How have you been? The younger greenette broke out of his shock. I've been doing fine. Uncle. Masuru had to suppress a flinch at being called uncle by him. He didn't feel he deserved to be called that anymore. That's good to hear. Mitsuki tried to speak but words refused to leave her throat. Why did you come here? Inko said, a bit more strained and harsh than she intended. In response, Mitsuki stood up, moved to the side of the couch and kneeled, pressing her forehead to the floor. I'm sorry. Inko. Izuku. Her voice cracked. I'm sorry for everything Katsuki did. Mitsuki. Inko whispered as she moved a hand to her mouth. And, please stand Dash. Izuku was about to move to her when she spoke up. I do not deserve to be called that. She almost yelled. Inko then walked in front of her and sat on the ground. Mitsuki, look at me. She used her soothing maternal tone. Please. The blonde slowly raised her head, revealing bloodshot eyes and a small puddle of tears on the floor. It's not your fault. The chubby woman assured. But I did nothing while Cat Dash. I also did nothing. Inko interrupted her, her voice cracked as she clenched her fists. None of us knew what was going on. But she breathed out. I shouldn't have yelled at you last time we saw each other. I'm sorry. Mitsuki wiped her eyes. Why do you apologize? You were Dash. I was angry, really angry, but that doesn't make it right. The greenette argued. It wasn't your fault. The blonde sniffled as a hand landed on her shoulder. Looking up at its owner, she saw her husband. She's right. None of us knew. Wiping away even more tears, Mitsuki said. We are trying to make amends, if that helps anything. Katsuki, we are working on his attitude. She looked back at Inko, who just nodded. And please, get up. Izuku begged from behind Inko while holding back tears. Masuru helped her up and back to the couch. Silence followed after Mitsuki and Inko sat back down. Inko wiped away tears she didn't even know were there, and Mitsuki was just trying to collect herself, none of them knowing what to say. I want us to be friends again. The blonde broke the silence. The chubby woman couldn't stop the small smile from creeping up her lips. I do miss our chats. Yeah, so do I. Mitsuki looked down. We could do it next week, Inko suggested in a quiet voice. The taller woman blinked in surprise and looked up at her friend with hope in her eyes. I would like that. The smile on the greenette's face widened. Then it is settled. Some tears appeared on Mitsuki's eyes, along with a smile in her lips. Misuru looked at the clock on the wall and spoke up. I think we should be going, darling. Katsuki should be coming home soon. Oh, right. Mitsuki wiped the tears away as she stood up. I guess we'll be in touch? She asked once at the door. We will. The greenette confirmed as she and her son walked them to the door. It was good seeing you again. She smiled at both of them. Yes, it was. Misuru smiled back. Goodbye, Inko Izuku. Take care, Inko. Mitsuki said. And you too is Dash. Green Sprout. Izuku couldn't stop his lips from curling up at hearing Mitsuki calling him by the nickname she always used. Bye, Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masu. He and his mother waved as the other two left the apartment. Meanwhile, in the quietness of UA Principal's office, a rodent-looking being drank from his cup as he enjoyed the sweet feeling of a work well done. After all the lights in the Midoriya house switched off, Izuku stood in front of the lantern, moving his head in every direction and angle. All right, and now? He then made a deep bow. And his tricorn fell off his head. Come on. The freckled boy muttered under his breath. He was still figuring out how to keep his hat from leaving his head. And he was making progress, he thinks. If he didn't make too harsh movements or inclined his head like he just did, it stayed on. Looking down, the little ones were holding his hat for him. The greenette grabbed it and patted their heads before trying again. The process repeated itself until his phone vibrated, indicating it was time to get ready. Quickly silencing his phone, he looked back at the messengers to see that they were already presenting his hunter gear for him. After quickly changing into it, he made his way out of the house and into the streets. As he was reaching their meeting spot, he saw Himiko was already there. When the blonde noticed his arrival, stars appeared in her eyes as she focused on his head. Or rather, on something atop his head. Did I forget to? What is that? Himiko squealed as she dashed to him. Before he could react, the fanged girl grabbed his hat. The blonde felt a minuscule resistance coming from the tricorn as she grabbed it. Izuku tried to grab her arm, but by the time he tried to reach her, she had already jumped back. It's so cool, she said as she put it on. How does it look? She asked as she grabbed the front tip and striked a pose. The tricorn fit well on her head, unbothered by her messy buns. Izuku had to admit that it did look really good on her. He wished he had his mask on as a small blush covered his cheeks. It looks good, he muttered as he looked away. Can I have it back, please? The blonde brought a hand to her chin in fake pondering before speaking. Nope. She popped it before sticking her tongue out and running away. Hey! The freckled boy chased after her. 30 minutes later, and with his hat on his head, Izuku led their patrol as they moved through the roofs. Being quite surprised and a bit proud about himself. The tricorn hadn't even budged since the beginning of their patrol. Nothing really happened during the first half of it. Which was good, no one in the area they are in was in danger. At least for tonight. But it was a bit boring, there was no denying it. And while checking the third spot on the second part of the map, they found a teenager sprawled against a dumpster. Himiko, Izuku asked his partner as they leaned over the edge. Her eyes were set upon the figure below them. It looks real, the blonde stated after a few seconds of silence. Izuku nodded before making his way down to the alley. He was getting better at it. While nowhere near Himiko's grace or agility, he was making progress. When he reached the teenager, he noticed she was a girl that appeared to be younger than him, was covered in bruises and most importantly, was not moving. Carefully grabbing her arm and pressing 2 fingers against her wrist. And he felt nothing. Oh no, he whispered as he carefully let go of her arm. Dear Flora. He said a quick prayer for her before noticing something right beside her. A small perfectly shaped red orb, it was half the size of a fingernail. When he grabbed it he felt a small energy coming from it. Is this? He squished it until it cracked. The orb offered next to no resistance. And he saw a mist coming from it and flowing into his body. So this is Cold Dash. He was interrupted by something wrapping around his torso and pulling him away from the girl. Looking down he saw a rough white cloth wrapped around his torso. Following it to its owner led to a dark silhouette with glowing eyes. The silhouette yanked him closer with only one hand. What did you do to that girl? They spoke in a gruff voice as the cloth tightened around him. I did nothing. The vigilante choked out. The silhouette walked closer and Izuku managed to see their features. A man, definitely, beard slightly unkempt. Black clothes, white scarf weapon. Glowing eyes, floating hair, his quirk. Visual contact based, but what does it do? I don't feel anything. Analysis perhaps. Bullshit. He moved closer. But before he could give another step, his instinct screamed danger and he jumped back. Just as he did, Himiko landed where he previously stood, knife in hand and ready. She then swung said knife. Not at him, but rather at his weapon. She was surprised to see that not only it stopped her attack but it was also still in one piece. Her knife did sink into it, but it wasn't even half its width. The blonde quickly jumped back until she was in front of Izuku, holding her ground in a defensive stand. Can you move? She spoke high enough for the freckled boy to listen. Barely, loosened it a bit, he said between breaths. Himiko nodded before stepping on the weapon and slashed at it again, earning the same result. Before she could go for another swing, the man moved his hand around, making the weapon thrash under Himiko's feet, forcing her away from it. Said thrashing made its grip on Izuku loose enough for him to get away from it. He had his cane out by the time he got up. Stepping next to Himiko, he also fell into a defensive stance. The man swiftly retracted his weapon and held it with both hands as it started to move around him and his eyes still glowing. This looks familiar, Izuku thought as two of his fingers hovered over the triggers in his cane. He really didn't want to use it, but this man had a lot of range with his weapon. Get ready, he whispered to his partner who just nodded in return. None of them moved as each side waited for the other to make the first move. Were you telling the truth? The man asked as Izuku felt his eyes on him. The greenette nodded. Yeah, we just got here. The man eyed both of them for a few seconds. Step away from the girl, he ordered. Himiko looked at Izuku with a silent question. Okay. Izuku slowly started to walk back, never taking his eyes off of the man. If he tries anything, we'll act quickly. The blonde just nodded again and followed suit. Both vigilantes walked deeper into the alley. The freckled boy felt his hat with his foot as he moved. He didn't even notice when it fell off. The man moved closer to the girl and only moved his eyes from them to check on her. As he did, the glow in his eyes disappeared and he blinked several times. Not analysis then. As he kneeled to do so, the greenette saw a pair of yellow goggles hanging from his neck and his eyes widened. Let's say I believe you, the man said as he stood up with his eyes glowing again. Then what are you doing here? Taking a calming breath and forcing himself to stay focused, Izuku said, we are here to help. The man looked at them in contemplation. I could still arrest you, vigilantism is a crime. Himiko gripped her knife tighter, something that didn't escape the man. Eraserhead has worked with vigilantes in the past, Izuku said, trying his best to keep his nerves in check. Not only was he in front of his favorite hero, but he was also talking to him. And we haven't used our quirks yet, so we haven't really broken any law. Eraserhead looked at him for a moment as the darkness of the alley and his scarf hid his smirk as the glow in his eyes disappeared. I'll give you 30 seconds to leave before I call the police. His voice betrayed no emotion. Izuku holstered his cane and put a hand on Himiko's shoulder, who had yet to put down her knife. Let's go, Himi, he said low enough to not reach the hero's ears. Even if he was his favorite hero, it would be bad if he knew their names. The blonde looked at him in surprise before her eyes showed nothing but glee as she nodded and skipped her way deeper into the alley, where a fire escape was. The freckled boy wondered what just happened before picking up his tricorn, shook whatever dirt was on it and followed behind the blonde. They both jumped a few roofs before Himiko stopped, twirled around while pulling down her mask and revealing a face-splitting smile. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the sight. Did something happen, Himiko? Her mood soured at that. Say it again. His confusion only grew. What? The fanged girl pouted. What you said back at the alley, say it again. She insisted. What do you mean? He asked as he recalled what he said minutes ago. I just said, let's go, High dashed. His mind came to a halt as his face heated up. She dashed in front of him. Say it. Hime. A smile of pure glee along with a small blush appeared on her face. As for Izuku, he used his hat to cover his massive blush while wishing for the ground to swallow him. Meanwhile, the blonde was practically dancing in joy and happiness. As Eraserhead filed the reports of tonight's events, he took a sip of his jelly pack. The taste of strawberry filled his mouth. Too sweet for his liking, should have bought another flavor. But it had all the nutrients he needed for at least 4 hours. More than enough time to get home and eat some real food. Hopefully nothing will bother him in the way. Eraserhead. A voice came from behind as he neared the exit of the police station he was in. It lasted longer than I expected, the ever-tired-looking hero thought as he turned around. Is something the matter, Tsukachi? The detective in question shook his head. Not really, but your report on that girl's case says you came across some vigilantes, right? He rhetorically asked, since he had the report with him. Yeah, what about it? Can you give me a description of them? It's for myself, nothing to worry about. Naomasa added when the hero raised an eyebrow. Aizawa shrugged. A boy and a girl, both around high school age, dark hair for the boy and blonde for the girl. He carried a sort of long blade while she a knife. He quickly explained. Looking to arrest them? Oh no, none of the like. Vigilante activity resurged in that area and I just want to make sure they don't mean trouble. Tsukachi explained. He didn't dislike vigilantes, but it was better to keep an eye on them. Eraserhead nodded. The boy was calm, even after I restrained him, he didn't attack. The girl does worry me, while she didn't outright attack me, she did try to cut my scarf and was on the defensive. The whole time. The detective hummed. I see. Hopefully she was like that because of the situation rather than anything worse. He brought hand to his chin. Hopefully. The hero agreed. Well, if that's all. Yeah, have a good night. Tsukachi stepped forward and opened the door for him. What's left of it? Eraserhead said as he left the station. When he accepted to cover Mirkwood's shift due to the draconic hero calling in a favor, he didn't expect to come across such a pair. He is not sure why, but he has a feeling that it will not be the only time he will meet them. With any luck, they won't be much of a headache. Katsuki grumbled as he made his way out of a building. Stupid hag, making me waste my time coming here. He looked back at the therapist's office in rage. There was nothing wrong with him. He wasn't crazy. He kicked a pebble on his way to his house. First, a stupid villain made him faint for almost half a day and everyone treated him like he was made out of glass. He wasn't a weakling. Then the hag forbade him from going to any hero school because of that useless Deku. And now Valdra was altering his grades. He didn't need their bullshit to show how great he is. And the new teachers had the nerve to say his grades weren't as good as before. Bullshit. On top of all that, all of them, his parents and the new teachers, said he had to waste his precious time here. And even anger management. He knew how to be calm. Goddamn. The blonde cursed under his breath as he rounded a corner and the train station came into view. Worst part was, he had no choice. Well, it was this or 6 months in a correctional facility. But that didn't matter, the mark in his record will be there anyway. He hadn't seen fingers and wings since the end of the break. Not that it mattered to him, everything was quieter without those 2 extras. He was enjoying the silence. And had more time to train now. Like hell he was stopping his training. No matter what the hag said, he will be a hero. Katsuki started to make his way through the mass of people to the entrance of the station when a voice drew his attention. Timmy. Slow down. Don't run, you could hit someone. A voice he knew well said. He turned his head and saw a patch of green hair and a freckled face. That, you know I won't. An unknown voice said. But that didn't matter. Deku was there. And Katsuki saw red. Deku! He screamed as he pushed his way through the crowd. The quirkless boy froze at hearing his voice. He stiffly turned his head towards the blonde. Shocked green met raging red. Kadash, Deku started but Katsuki didn't let him even finish his first word. What the hell did you do, you quirkless trash? Bakugou barked. Izuku just blinked in confusion. What do you dash? The blonde boy didn't let him speak again. Because of you, the hag has me wasting my time here. Izuku tried to speak, but Katsuki grabbed him by the neck of his shirt. Don't you fa call me that, Deku? The blonde growled as small explosions came from his hand, burning Izuku's shirt. Just as that happened, a slender hand grabbed Bakugou's wrist harshly. Get your hands off of him. Cold anger came from a blonde girl with yellow eyes. Let go of me. He glared at the girl as his other hand moved to her. But it didn't make it even halfway when a strong hand stopped him. Bakugou. Deku spoke up, his voice firm and cold. You can do whatever you want with me, but you will not hurt my friends. His grip got stronger. Katsuki returned his head back to Deku and locked eyes with him. He expected to see fear, but was met with a glare equal to his, if not worse. He gritted his teeth. Should we call a hero? A voice from the small crowd that formed around them said. I think I saw Zephyr nearby. Why would he do that? Were some of the voices that came from the crowd. Katsuki let go of Izuku, who in turn did the same, and the blonde boy walked off. As he pushed his way away from the crowd, people continued to talk. Who do you think would have one? I don't know. That blonde boy looked really scary. Yeah, but what about the other two? Their eyes screamed murder, especially the girls. I know, right? Katsuki gritted his teeth and walked faster. The voices of those extras were bothersome, but quickly faded from his mind. But what remained made him sink his nails in his palms. Deku. That quirkless trash dared to glare at me. Those green eyes were still in the forefront of his mind. Back in the beginning of the year, Deku couldn't look at him without shaking in fear. But just now, that fear was nowhere to be seen. For their part, Izuku and Himiko, after a quiet and tense train ride, were on their way to the freckled boy's house. Izuku said he would explain everything once they got there. Once there, Himiko spoke up as soon as she passed the door. Who was that? And why did he do that? Some coldness still coating her voice. The freckled boy bit his lip for a moment before speaking. He's Bakugou Katsuki, my former best friend. He added, barely higher than a whisper. But the blonde heard it. He was what? Her eyes went to the pictures on the wall. In one of them, a kid Izuku was next to an equally small blonde kid who had an arm over the greenette, both with wide smiles for the camera. That name. Deku, why did he call you that? She did her best to keep her anger hidden. That's a... Izuku walked to the large couch and sat down. That's a name he gave me when we were 6. It's another way of reading my name. It means useless. Himiko swore that if she ever saw Bakugou again, she would paint him red. But why did he call you quirkless? You have a quirk? Himiko asked as she sat next to him. Izuku rubbed his arm. When we were 4, his quirk appeared, and everyone loved it, our teachers, our classmates, me, but mine just didn't. Days passed and then months and then years. He explained as some tears appeared in his eyes. In that time we grew more and more apart. He said that someone as weak as me wasn't worthy of being near him. He sniffled a bit. I always looked up to him. He was always so determined, strong, brave, and he was my only friend, so I tried to be with him. At first he just pushed me away, but when I kept trying he started using his quirk, and then more people joined. And with that, Himiko decided that Bakugou Katsuki would die in the most slow and painful way she could think of. Is that why you study from home now? Himiko asked in barely restrained anger. Izuku nodded. My quirk appeared a couple days before that. The blonde hummed. Well, you are not alone anymore. The freckled boy looked at her. What? You have me? She smiled. And you said you have another friend at the gym, right? She added. A small smile appeared on Izuku's face as he wiped away his tears. Yeah, you're right. When Inko arrived home from work, she found Izuku and Himiko sitting next to each other on the large couch with her son's laptop on the table, playing a movie. The fact that they were bumping shoulders did not escape her. Izu, you didn't tell me we had a guest. She spoke up with a teasing grin, drawing the attention of the two teens. Both of them turned to look at her. One moved noticeably stiffer than the other. Izuku's face resembled a tomato while Himiko smiled and waved. "Hi, Ms. Midoriya." "Hello to you too, Himiko," the older brunette said while taking off her coat. "What are you doing?" "We were watching a movie," the blonde said. Inko leaned over the couch to see that the credits were rolling. Himiko looked at the clock on the wall. "I should be going home, it's getting late." She got up and walked to the door. "Goodbye, Himiko." Inko waved. "Bye, Ms. Midoriya." "Bye, Izu." "Goodbye, Himiko." Izuku meekly waved, still very red. "Bye, Izu." Himiko repeated, making Inko arch an eyebrow. The younger brunette tilted his head to the side. "Bye, Himiko." "Bye, Izu." Izuku realized what she was doing and, somehow, more red flooded his face. "Bye, Himi." Himiko's smile widened as she opened the door and left, while Inko brought a hand to her mouth to cover her giggles. "Himi-ha." Inko teased her son. Izuku refused to meet her gaze. The fact that the collar of his shirt was burnt didn't escape her either. Himiko was woken up, like every other day, by annoyingly loud cars. She opened her eyes, already glaring at the window the noise came from. Sitting up, she rubbed away what little sleep was still in her eyes. Throwing away the covers with a stretch, she shivered at the cold in her room. "Eep!" She yelped at the coldness of the floor as she stepped on it instead of her shoes. After her third attempt, she decided to look down and do it properly. With her feet covered, the blonde got out of her bed. Moving around, she grabbed a bottle of water and poured it into an electric kettle. Switching it on, she grabbed her only cup and wiped it with her shirt to make sure it was clear. "It's not working," Himiko realized as she put a bag of tea in her cup. She turned the kettle on and off several times before following the cable to the plug, only to find it disconnected. "Oh!" She disconnected her phone charger and connected the kettle as she grabbed her phone. "For a moment I thought I had to look for a new one." 9 a.m. Too early for this noise, she thought as she turned on the kettle and turned back to her bed. Next to it was a chair with a pile of messily folded clothes. Next to that was the shirt that Izuku gifted her, and 2 new things she got yesterday. She grabbed a random shirt from the pile and swapped it for the one she was using along with her usual skirt. Shivering a bit at the chilly temperature that came with autumn being around the corner, she grabbed her beige cardigan and put it on. A loud click with a low bubbling sound announced that the water was ready, and she moved to the counter. Careful to not move it too much, she prepared her tea and reached for a bag of cookies she had left. "Oh, it's the last one," she said as she opened it and shoved a cookie into her mouth. Adding 2 spoonfuls of sugar to her tea, she sat on her bed with the cookies on her side, slowly eating her breakfast as she thought about what to do today. "I still have some money, I should buy some food, but I still have to wash my clothes." Before she realized it, she had finished her breakfast. Eating the few cookies that were left in the bag, she got up and wiped her mouth as she left the cup on the counter and threw the bag to the same box it came from. Moving to the small framed mirror hanging on one wall, she grabbed her comb and started to untangle her bed hair. 10 minutes of fighting and barely winning against her hair, the mirror being a bit shattered, didn't exactly help. She grabbed her 2 headbands and tied it into her usual buns. Deciding that food could wait another day, Himiko grabbed 2 boxes and shoved her clothes inside of them. Gathering all the money she had left, she pocketed it and left her house. It was a bit of a walk getting from her house to the laundry, but it was worth having fresh clothes. What little people were on the streets tended to avoid her, knowing better than to try anything. And that was fine by her. That changed when she got to the more commercial zone, where she was just ignored by everyone else. Not that she cared. She happily hummed a made-up tune to herself to keep herself entertained on the almost 50-minute walk. After quickly dropping her clothes and paying the attendant, she started to wonder what to do now. "I have 2 hours until the noon rush. What to do? What to do?" Her clothes would be ready around 7 p.m., and she was seeing Izuku tonight. That's a lot of time to kill. Looking down at herself, she remembered that she hadn't transformed into anyone today. It was still strange for her. It had been 2 days since she drank blood, but the fog had yet to appear in her mind. She still wasn't sure what caused it, but she wasn't going to complain. The less that fog appeared, the better. It was a breath of fresh air. Focusing back on reality, she noticed that she walked to the train station by chance. Might as well get some money while I'm here, she thought as she walked to an alley and let the familiar slime cover her body. Grabbing her phone, she used the camera to see what she looked like, and her eyes widened. Green eyes and freckles welcomed her as she realized she looked like Izuku. I drank Izu's blood last time. She couldn't look like him for what she was about to do, so she quickly dropped the transformation. After redressing, she walked out of the alley. I'll do it like this. She walked into the crowd near the station with her phone in hand, pretending to be messaging someone. As the mass of people became denser around her, she effortlessly reached into someone's pocket and grabbed their wallet. One of the advantages of doing this without a disguise was that she didn't have to get used to someone else's body, so she could move with more freedom and be quieter. Quickly pocketing the wallet, she repeated the process until she left the crowd through the other side. Walking away from the crowd and climbing to a rooftop, she counted her findings. 137.000 yen without counting coins. Not bad, should be enough to eat for a week, she thought as she pocketed the money and made her way down from the building, leaving the wallets up there. Maybe I can buy some fruits. She perked up. With the coming of colder temperatures came the possibility of keeping fruits fresh longer. Maybe some oranges. Or apples. No, a watermelon. Her stomach grumbled in complaint as those thoughts crossed her mind. Looking at the time on her phone, she realized it was past noon. So with her stomach complaining again, she started to walk as she thought about what to eat. After picking up her clothes from the laundry, she walked back to her house. When the familiar warehouse came in view, she calmly walked to the small side entrance and made her way in. The dirty and somewhat humid atmosphere of the abandoned and empty place somehow had this welcoming feeling she could not explain. And there were no rats, she made sure of that. Walking up the metal stairs near the entrance, she reached what had been her house for almost 2 years now. Himiko dropped the boxes with her clothes on the chair by the foot of her bed. Sitting on her bed, she thought about what to do now. She was going to meet with Izuku after midnight, so that gave her some time to kill. Looking around, she noticed that dust was starting to become visible. Nodding to herself, she grabbed the broom that was tucked away in a corner along with an old shirt that didn't fit her anymore and started cleaning. As time passed, with midnight growing closer and her living space looking cleaner, she wiped some droplets of sweat from her forehead. Better. She stretched a bit, earning a couple of satisfying pops. She then turned to the 3 things lying next to the boxes with her clothes. Her now favorite shirt, a wine red coat, and black combat boots. It's a bit of a shame that Jiren couldn't get them in red or a hat, Himiko thought as she prepared to meet with Izuku. After a quick change of clothes, she looked down and giggled. While the coat wasn't exactly like Izuku's, hers being shorter, only reaching to her knees while his almost reached his ankles. And hers was made of synthetic leather. Squealing in happiness, she skipped her way out of her house and onto the roofs. As she reached their meeting spot, she spotted her partner who looked at her in confusion. "What is that?" Izuku asked after she jumped the last gap. "Do you like it?" Himiko twirled around for him to see, and arched an eyebrow when he didn't answer. "Izu." When the greenette realized he was staring, red covered his cheeks as he looked away. It looks good," he muttered. The fanged girl smiled at the compliment. "Are you ready?" she asked as she walked next to him. Her partner took the opportunity to escape from that situation without a second thought. "Why, yeah, let's go," Izuku said as he pulled his face mask up. Nothing interesting happened that night. Not that Himiko complained, spending time Izuku was enough for her.